I would like to start the day in recognizing the land we are all on. So, nous rendons hommage au peuple du territoire que nous occupons chacun ou chacune en ce moment, gardien traditionnel de cette terre. Nous reconnaissons le lien sacré de longue date l'unissant à ce territoire qui demeure non cédé. Nous rendons également hommage à tous les peuples autochtones qui habitent Ottawa, qu'ils soient de la région ou d'ailleurs au Canada. Nous reconnaissons les gardiens des savoirs traditionnels, jeunes et âgés. Nous honorons aussi leurs courageux dirigeants d'hier, d'aujourd'hui et de demain. So again, welcome all, and I will briefly explain how it's going to work this morning. So we have 3 panelists. Each one will have between 15 to 20 minutes to present their views. And then that will be followed by a Q&R period. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, you might see a Q&R button or icon. So you just use it and then I will get your question and I will ask them directly to the panelist. So I hope it's clear. And I will now ask Rupak Chattopadhyay, who is the president of the Forum of Federations, to say a few words of welcoming. Welcome, Rupak.
Francois, thank you very much for the introduction. I'd like to thank André and the University of Ottawa for inviting the forum to be a partner with this 2-day conference. I think it's very timely that a year into the COVID crisis, we revisit issues of fiscal federalism because this is a conversation. I think this is the beginning of a conversation that's going to last a long time. I've just finished co-editing a book looking at 24 case studies of federal and federal type systems and how they've dealt with the first phase of COVID. And of course, André, Daniel are amongst the contributors on the Canada chapter for that book. And of course, one of the things that's striking about this is the immense pressure that subnational finances have been under, and specifically the mismatch between the increasing role that subnational governments, particularly local governments, are playing on the front lines of the pandemic and the impact on their own resources. One of the privileges of being able to work from home is occasionally to get in, to sit in on the non-technical discussions that my wife has with her colleagues. She's an immunologist, and her colleagues are already talking about the COVID decade. So they don't expect this to be over in a year, 2 years, but some to wind down slowly, which makes it even more important for us to come back periodically and revisit these issues in Canada, but also in a larger comparative perspective. And I think as we move forward, more and more we will find that local governments are a very important player in the management of the pandemic. And to that extent, I'm very delighted to be to attend this panel and to say a few words. Thank you very much again, and I wish good deliberations.
Thank you, Rupak. I forgot to introduce myself. So I'm François Rocher from the School of Political Studies. And then we are going to turn to the first panelist with Donna Feir. And she entitled her paper, Leading the Way, First Nations in Canadian Fiscal Federalism, Ouvrir la voie, les Premières Nations dans le fédéralisme canadien. So it's up to you.
Thank you. You can see my screen all right? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Oh, hello, everyone. Really great to speak with you all today. So I am really excited to be part of the conversation today. I was just messing with my screen. So first I wanted to give you a sense of who I am before I start, so you have a sense of where I'm coming from and my perspective. So I am from Treaty 7 territory originally here in Canada, and I was trained as an applied econometrician and economist in Musqueam territory. And much of my career as an academic has been in the Lekwungen territory, and I've written on economic history and modern policy issues facing First Nations in Canada and the United States. But I've also worked in the intersection of policy and research as the point of contact in an Indigenous-led research center for the Federal Reserve System of the United States. And again, I think this is important just so you have a sense of where I've been, what my background is, and also the perspectives I've formed in being in these places with the people I've met within them. Now, since I wasn't 100% sure who would be in the audience today, I thought what I would do with these 15 or 20 minutes was to just do some level setting for our conversation. Many of you in the audience might know a whole lot about these issues, but in my experience, many people who are just generally well-informed tend to know a bit less. So I thought I'd start by giving a brief contextual overview of First Nations' historical fiscal relationship with the Canadian state, and talk about some recent innovations in governance and funding models, which have largely been First Nations led, hence the title. And again, I'm actually taking that title. The inspiration came from a recent conference that's been held, I guess, in the past 3 years of First Nations institutions and members. And I also want to talk near the end about how some of these funding models result in greater resilience and responsiveness of First Nations governance than in the past. And then I wanted to finish by raising what I thought were some really critical policy and research questions moving forward. So as all of you know, when Europeans first arrived, First Nations existed in an extensive network of treaty relationships among which Europeans were offered a place. Treaties focused on peace and friendship, the sharing of resources, and eventually to help the colonists survive. Now, among First Nations, there's a wide variety of governance systems. They evolved to meet the demands of individual autonomy, family, clan structures, and the broader need for coordination. Now, the functionality of these systems was not entirely lost on the newcomers. So the Haudenosaunee Confederacy served as direct inspiration for the American Constitution, and therefore has indirectly influenced the design of federations throughout the world. This was officially acknowledged in 1988 with a resolution passed by the US Senate. Now, there's also evidence that Indigenous democratic practices are actually associated with contemporary representative democracy globally, and I'd point you to this really nice paper that was published in 2019 by Bazine, Hadareddy, and Robson on this. If you're interested, I'm happy to send you the link. Now, I wanted to just situate First Nations in the development of Canada a little bit more and their current place in the Federation. So the Royal Proclamation is, again, many of you know, but many of you don't know, of 1763, and the Treaty of Niagara recognized a formal nation-to-nation relationship. Indigenous peoples were not mere collections of private individuals like other crown subjects. They were distinct peoples, political units in what would eventually become Canada. And the policy of treaty making and respect for Indigenous political autonomy and land rights was carried over to a lot of the land that was eventually acquired to what would become Canada, not just the area originally laid out in the Royal Proclamation. So again, this was the recognized autonomy of Indigenous nations as self-governing actors within this empirical system of North America. Now, also the more modern version, I guess, of the Constitution in 1982 recognizes in Section 35(1) the existing Aboriginal treaty rights of Indigenous people. So this is, they use the term Aboriginal people, and they refer specifically to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I'm going to focus in this talk on First Nations governments. But just again, to set some levels, Aboriginal title refers to the inherent Indigenous right to land or territory, and Aboriginal rights are inherently tied to the land. Aboriginal rights are a collection of rights that flow from Indigenous peoples' continued use and occupation of certain areas. They are inherent rights which were practiced before contact, and this includes things such as self-government. However, many of you also probably know, and many of you maybe don't, in that Section 9124 of the Constitution delegates federal jurisdiction to Indians and land reserved to Indians. This actually left First Nations with no explicit articulated fiscal powers in Canada's Constitution, other than those devolved effectively by the federal government. The Indian Act continues to govern the powers and structures of many First Nations, not all, but many First Nations governments and people today. And an amendment in 1951 to the Indian Act clearly extended a great deal of provincial law on reserves, except when the Indian Act overrides it, which created a bit of an issue and ambiguity of responsibility for service deliveries and lack of clarity, I think, in some instances over jurisdiction. Maybe it helped reconcile a few others. It's also important to recognize that the federal government actually holds the land on reservations in trust for the beneficial use of First Nations, and the Canadian government does have a fiduciary duty to First Nations, given the structure of the Indian Act and its constitutionally delegated powers. So you might actually notice a bit of a tension, and I hope you do notice a bit of a tension between these two kind of pieces of First Nations role in Canada. You have this self-governing right of First Nations and this recognition of self-governing entities within Canada, juxtaposed with essentially being having a unique status in Canada. With some people have used the term ward under the Indian Act, where governments are highly controlled and structured under the system, and there's a very limited, at least historically, ability to use fiscal tools. However, there have been some changes recently, and by recently, I mean in the last 50 years or so. So specifically, many of you might know about modern treaties and self-governance agreements. There's over 20 of these that currently in existence in Canada. Many of these are actually in the north, as you might notice. They're in the areas that effectively didn't have historical treaties. In British Columbia, there currently, and in other areas of Canada, there are large swaths of land that currently have land claims over these pieces of land, which may eventually result in other agreements and self-governance agreements and comprehensive land claims. And these self-governance agreements essentially allow First Nations to opt out of this Indian Act structure and give them additional fiscal powers that we wouldn't have under it otherwise. And in addition, when these treaties are signed, you clarify whose jurisdiction is within a particular area, whose rights over land are paramount, etc. And clarifying this jurisdiction has been shown to matter by economists. Fernando Aragon has this really nice paper on the impact of modern treaties. So what he basically shows is that there's about a 13% real increase in real wages after the signing of a modern treaty in these areas relative to comparable First Nations who did not sign a self-governance agreement. However, these self-governing agreements are really time-consuming and expensive to negotiate. They can take about 20 years to negotiate, for example. So that's an expensive process. And really, there is a desire for more rapid change outside of these really time-consuming comprehensive land claim settlements and self-governance agreements. So just to kind of give an indication of what some of this motivation for broader change was, this is actually an image from the 7th Annual General Assembly of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs in 1975. And at this meeting, historically, they rejected government funds and said that they would operate independently because they were feeling frustrated by the fact that the federal government controlled their lives through purse strings. However, it became quickly apparent that many First Nations broadly in British Columbia didn't have the fiscal capacity on their own to reject these funds ultimately. So from this started the general First Nations push toward increasing fiscal powers. So the first one that I'm aware of, again, and I've been told it is the first First Nations-led amendment to the Indian Act, and the Indian Act has been amended a lot of times, I believe, every year since its conception. But in 1988, there was an amendment to the Indian Act that allowed for First Nations to implement property taxation on reserves. So beforehand, provinces or neighboring municipalities were actually collecting effectively taxes on leasehold lands, even though First Nations might have been responsible for service delivery. So this is part of the rationale for the pass. And the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, passed in 2005, provided expanded authority to make taxation laws on reserve. The FMA also allows First Nations to make financial administration laws and leverage property tax within a broader borrowing pool from the First Nations Finance Authority that essentially can borrow in open markets and provides greater access to finance at lower costs than has been available to First Nations historically. It also established these three institutions. So the one I just mentioned, the First Nations Finance Authority, the First Nations Tax Commission to help First Nations or support them in the development of tax laws, and the First Nations Financial Management Board. And there has been a rapid increase in the number of First Nations actually implementing any fiscal management law or a taxation law. So what you can see here, this is what I'm just graphing is whether or not the number of First Nations that have passed a law that was available in the First Nations Gazette under Section 83 of the Indian Act, and that's that blue line there. The red line is the number of First Nations passing an FMA tax law, and the green line is any FMA law. So firstly, what we can see is that there has been a rapid uptake of being under the FMA schedule. And we also actually do see an increase ultimately in the number of First Nations implementing some sort of tax jurisdiction. However, there's also motivation just generally for exercising greater jurisdiction over reserve lands or settlement lands. And part of the motivation for this is many of these lands, since they were ultimately held in trust by the federal government for the beneficial use of First Nations, means there's a lot of additional regulatory hurdles that First Nations would have to face, even in the governance of their own land for economic development projects that they would want. In addition, there might have been gaps in just regulation generally over these lands, say land codes or just generally business regulations, etc. So what this would do has been argued by Richard Calla and Alagassi here in this paper in 2008, where they examined 3 case studies of opening businesses on reservations. It took substantially more time, even on well-prepared First Nations lands, to First Nations who have experience in business negotiations, etc. It took much longer to actually open businesses than neighboring municipalities. So part of the motivation then to change this, or part of the rationale or the motivation for the First Nations Land Management Act, which was passed in 1999, to allow First Nations to develop their own land codes and provide many similar powers to manage their lands as municipalities. So when First Nations chose to enact a land code under the FMLA, it roughly takes them out of 1/3 of the Indian Act. Okay, so that is actually a lot of the Indian Act that governs First Nations lands. And as of 2020, interestingly, there's actually tends to be a pretty low overlap between the First Nations that are exercising tax jurisdictions and those under the LMA. So only 25% that have an operational land code also have or exercise tax jurisdiction under the FMA, with 29% that have any tax law, whether they're under the Indian Act or the FMA having a land code, and roughly 94 nations have implemented land codes under the First Nations Land Management Act. Now, in addition to these expanded powers and these effective opt-outs of the Indian Act that don't necessarily come with these comprehensive self-governance agreements, which are much easier and less time-consuming to negotiate and more accessible to smaller nations that may not have the capacity to negotiate these really costly and lengthy settlements, there's been I think, a general change recently in federal commitment to Indigenous rights and economic development. So there has been an increase in federal spending over this time that reflects this commitment. So what you can see here is just this is actually taken from the 2020 budget. And you can see that there has been pretty substantial growth in the planned expenditures and First Nations services. And not just First Nations, this also includes Métis and Inuit nations. But they've also promised a new fiscal relationship with First Nations generally. So this is actually a model that you've, again, I've said the link here is figure 1, where this is the model for funding for First Nations with a self-governance agreement. Okay, so this is not people who are under the Indian Act. arguably the actual structure governing how First Nations acquire funds through transfers and contribution agreements and other things with the First Nations, with the federal government, is even more complex than this figure indicates. Perhaps I'm being a bit unfair because there are aspects of changes in the new fiscal relationship with self-governing First Nations that are really productive. For example, an extension of the contribution agreements to 10-year periods would allow more stable funding for First Nations, but the system is still pretty complex, arguably. Another important move is in December 2020, the Government of Canada introduced legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, or UNDRIP. British Columbia has already adopted it. And in Budget 2021 proposes a little over $30 million over the next 2 years to help develop an action plan to implement this legislation and achieve the objectives of the declaration, one of which is self-governance. Now, while there is no dollar value attached to this, the government also announced its intention to work on a framework for negotiating agreements to implement fuel taxes, alcohol taxes, tobacco and cannabis taxes on reserve or settlement lands as well. But one thing I did want to point out, and I think is worth noticing, is that of the $4.7 billion to be spent in 2021-2022 for First Nations services, only about 2% goes directly to building Indigenous self-governance capacity, and 0.36% goes to building the Indigenous land base. And the rest of it is, one might argue, better funded business as usual. In terms of the research and policy questions moving forward, I think that I had a few, and I'm sure many of you have many, many more. But I think one of my primary questions that I had is whether or not increasing fiscal capacity could foster local responsiveness and resilience. So what I've done here in this figure is I've graphed the change in probability of having an emergency response law during the coronavirus pandemic based on whether or not you actually had any tax jurisdiction or implemented any tax jurisdiction. So what I did find is if you include British Columbia in this grouping, seems to be a relatively limited correlation between local fiscal capacity and responsiveness as measured by passing an emergency response law. However, if you adjust for provincial differences and the fact that not all nations can manage their own lands through land codes, and you exclude British Columbia, which might be a unique circumstance given the people in the sample or the First Nations in the sample, you actually do see that there is some increase in the likelihood of passing an emergency response law if you're also implementing tax jurisdiction. So really, this is merely associative, but I think this is a question that I'd love to see explored more carefully in the future. So some other outstanding questions I think are important to answer is whether Indian Act opt-outs increase First Nations. Am I?
2 more minutes?
2 more? Okay, yeah, I'm almost there. All right, thank you. Do access to these opt-outs, so the First Nations Land Management Act and the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, and there are others, do they increase First Nations public expenditure, housing quality, and economic outcomes in the long run? So Krishna and Ravi Pandakor actually have a nice paper on this that already takes a look at it. And when they find is that implementing a land code and property taxation in conjunction does result in economic growth and actually reductions in inequality. However, this work is pretty recent, and a lot of these implementations are really recent, so I'd love to see some more follow-up on this in the future. And also, do we see realized difference in Indigenous land codes and mill rates relative to nearby municipalities? I think this is a really just interesting question conceptually. I would also curious about whether or not the advantages of local flexibility outweighs concern broadly about competition across jurisdictions, just from a global welfare perspective, or even just thinking about transfers across areas and the implications for migration, for example, and building a governance capacity on reserves in the future. I'm also interested in whether there are complementarities in Indian Act opt-out arrangements. So for example, are the land provisions under the Indian Act sufficient to generate a tax base and there is no need to actually go into using the First Nations Land Management Act or vice versa? But I think some of the really big and important questions are still really outstanding. So what does true Indigenous self-determination look like in the context of the Canadian state? How can or should First Nations fit into Canada's constitutional structure? And one question that I think has come up in a number of my conversations, I think is really interesting and compelling, is whether these opt-out agreements, which have come with national First Nations institution buildings, will they create a foundation for a recognized federation of First Nations within the colonial state of Canada? And could this Indigenous federation, should it evolve, form the foundation of what some have called a First Nations province, and whether it should do this, and what would it look like if so? Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions and the conversation that follows.
Thank you very much. So it's 30 minutes sharp, so you are a model to follow. I just want to recall that as we go along, if you have questions, you can just send them to me in the Q&R section or function. And there is a simultaneous translation available, as you can see on the bottom of your screen as well. So the second presentation will be from Enid from the University of Toronto, and her paper is entitled Cities in Canadian Fiscal Federalism, the Forgotten Partner.
Thank you very much, Francois. I'll just bring up my presentation. Okay. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for asking me to participate in this conference. It's really great to see cities being considered in a conference on fiscal federalism. That doesn't happen very often, so I am glad to be here. And also hearing from others yesterday and the day before also mentioning cities and local governments. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the land on which the University of Toronto operates. I'm at the University of Toronto. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. So again, my talk is called Cities in Canadian Fiscal Federalism, the Forgotten Partner. When Rupak began his talk at the opening of this session, he talked about the impact of COVID-19 on municipalities. And I think the pandemic has really highlighted two issues around cities, two big issues around cities. The first one he mentioned, which is that cities are on the front lines when it comes to delivering essential services, but they have limited revenue sources. So cities have been in the front lines in terms of delivering public health services, of social services, of finding shelters for the homeless population. But then again, they do all of their regular services as well. So they're still providing transit and police and fire protection and recreation and cultural services. And a whole range of services that they provide. But they do all this with three major sources of revenue: the property tax, provincial and federal transfers, and user fees. And municipalities in Canada are not permitted to budget for an operating deficit. And they generally don't, and they didn't in 2020. But what happened because of the pandemic is their expenditures went up, their revenues went down, and they were facing operating deficits. And so what happened, the federal government came into the rescue. They have greater fiscal capacity, greater borrowing capacity, and they plugged that hole. But the question for us going forward is that really a sustainable fiscal model for Canada? The second thing that the pandemic showed was that cities are on the front lines, and they are central to service delivery and taxation, but they don't really have a voice or role in Canada's federal fiscal structure. They are really not included in federal provincial discussions or negotiations. So what I'd like to do in my presentation is talk a little bit about the division of powers and resources and what that means for local governments, talk about municipal fiscal health, and to the extent possible, and I'll get to that, the vertical fiscal imbalance. Then talk about how should we pay for services and infrastructure, and which taxes should municipalities have. So those three topics really go after the first point about cities being on the front lines without adequate resources. And then the last one is to talk about clarifying the roles, responsibilities, and revenues for local governments. So turning to the division of powers and resources, as this audience certainly knows, the Constitution sets out the division of powers between the federal and provincial governments. And in a long list of responsibilities of provincial governments, along with education and health, are municipal institutions. It's listed as municipal institutions. So they are a responsibility of the provinces. Well, what does that mean in reality? Well, it means different things in different provinces, of course, because each province has a local government or a municipal act that governs municipalities. But essentially, it means that the provinces determine what are the spending responsibilities of local government, what revenues can they raise, what are their borrowing powers, and a whole host of other things. So local governments in Canada spend about $86 billion. That was the number for 2019. They spent $86 billion. And they spend it on a wide range of services. And I've mentioned a number of them: police and fire protection, roads and transit, water, sewer, garbage collection, etc. The largest of these are transportation and policing and environmental expenditures, which again are water, sewers, solid waste collection and disposal. So how do they pay for them? And this figure shows the distribution of municipal revenues in Canada from 2008 to 2019. I could have probably just done 2019 because there doesn't seem to be much variation over that decade. Property taxes account for about 46% of municipal revenues across Canada. User fees, 22%. Grants, 20%. Now that's federal and provincial grants combined that account for 20%. With the new government finance statistics that Statistics Canada is using, we can't actually separate federal from provincial transfers to municipalities. We only have an aggregate number, but we know from looking at municipal budgets that the federal transfers are around 3%, 4%. The bulk of transfers to municipalities are from provincial governments. So you've got property taxes in blue at the bottom. Goods and services taxes isn't really what you think it is. It's the category is called tax on use of goods and permission to use goods and perform activities. And it's largely in the municipal context comprised of development charges or lot levies and vehicle taxes. So it's pretty small. The yellow is user fees. The light blue is other revenues, and that would include things like licenses and permits, fines, penalties, that sort of thing. And then transfers are at the top. So really not much change over the last 10 years. So we like to answer the question of, is there a vertical fiscal imbalance? But unfortunately, again, data problems. We don't have an expenditure breakdown of consolidated expenditures for provincial and local governments separately. I think somebody mentioned yesterday, totally combined provincial and municipal expenditures accounted for 71% of total government expenditures, but we don't have a number for local governments. We did hear yesterday as well from Eric Champagne that 62% of infrastructure, of public infrastructure in this country is owned by municipalities, but that's about all we know. On taxes, we have this breakdown here, which shows, and I see the word provincial is missing, I'm not sure why, but you've got federal at 45%, provincial at 45%, and municipal at 10%. And so you often hear municipalities or the Federation of Canadian Municipalities saying, you know, we get 10 cents on the dollar of taxes in this country. So what does it mean for municipalities' fiscal health? And you know, we have to look at this before COVID, because COVID has made a huge impact on municipal fiscal health, particularly for the large cities that depend on not only property taxes, but user fees for transit. And we know that, you know, in transit use has gone down 80 to 90% in some places, and the revenues have gone down as well. The other place that COVID has really hit is small towns that are tourist towns that have lost a lot of revenue as well. But when we look at municipal fiscal health before COVID-19, we find that operating budgets are balanced. And again, as I said, municipalities are not allowed to budget for an operating deficit. That's a legal requirement. So they're balancing their operating budgets. Each province has borrowing limits on for capital. You know, in Ontario, for example, your debt charges can't exceed 25% of your own source revenues. But we find that across the country, regardless of what the limits are, municipalities tend to stay within those limits. We've looked at expenditures in a lot of municipalities, and they're increasing at the rate of inflation. And in many cases, property taxes are increasing less than the rate of inflation. So when you put all that together, it looks pretty good. It looks like municipalities are doing very well. But what we're not measuring very well, and we're just starting to do this, but we're not doing a good job yet, is the state of the infrastructure. So we're finding that we're not building the new infrastructure that is required, but also the existing infrastructure is deteriorating. We're not keeping it in a state of good repair. But again, these things we're starting to measure, but they're pretty difficult to measure. So what should we be doing? How should we pay for services and infrastructure? And I think the key is to link the revenue decisions to the expenditure decisions. So what are we spending money on? Then we ask the question, how do we pay for that? So we see this poor taxpayer being burdened by the tax, but if it's, you know, is it going to roads? Is it going to garbage collection? What's it going to? And this is what linking revenues to expenditure decisions. It was what Breton many years ago, back in the 90s, referred to as the Wixellian connection, the need to link revenue decisions to spending decisions. Now that means at particular levels of government. So if local governments are making the spending decisions, they should make the revenue decisions. That fosters accountability. But it also means linking the revenues to the specific kinds of expenditures that local governments make. So this is just an example. It's not cast in stone. It's just some ideas to look at the different kinds of services that local governments provide and which revenue sources are appropriate. So some of the services local governments provide are private in nature. In other words, we can identify the beneficiaries. We can exclude those who don't pay, things like water, sewers, garbage, transit. And that's where user fees are the best way to pay for them. People understand what it costs to deliver those services to them, and they choose to buy a certain amount based on what they're charged. So user fees would be efficient. There are other goods that are more public in nature, things like police, fire, local parks, streetlights. We call these services with collective benefits. In other words, people benefit from it, but it's hard to identify the individual beneficiaries. That's where the property tax comes in, maybe a sales tax would come in. There are other services that are redistributive in nature, things like social assistance, social housing. You'd want something more progressive, maybe an income tax, maybe a value-added tax with mitigation for low-income households. And then you have services that spill over municipal boundaries, things like roads, transit, culture, social assistance. And this is where a provincial transfer might come in. So if 30% of the benefits of a road spill over into a neighboring jurisdiction, you may see an undersupply of that road by the jurisdiction building the road because it's not going to be concerned about those externalities. But a provincial transfer that's covers 30% of the cost would incentivize that municipality to provide the socially optimal amount of road. So different types of services, different characteristics call for different revenue sources. And you can see some of these services are in more than one column because they have more than one characteristic. We could look at infrastructure the same way. Again, user fees would be good for where you can identify the beneficiaries, but only for, well, that would be for things like transit and water. Taxes are appropriate, but only for those assets that have a short life. So, you know, police cars, computers, because otherwise you're going to have huge taxes in any one year to pay for infrastructure and then maybe nothing the next year. Land value capture taxes, and we could talk about that for a very long time, but infrastructure increases the value of the land around it. You build a transit station, increases the land value. Can we capture that increase in land value through a tax to pay for the infrastructure? Development charges for growth-related capital costs, transfers again for where there are spillovers. The last two categories, borrowing and P3s, are really more about financing, not about funding, because in both cases you still need the taxes or the user fees or something to pay back the loans in the case of borrowing, or to pay the private sector in the case of P3s. So the next question is, which taxes for local governments? And the fiscal federalism literature historically said that local governments should finance services with immobile tax bases because these jurisdictions are small relative to provinces or the federal government. People move around, businesses move around. So you want the local governments to just levy taxes on a mobile tax basis, and that would be the property tax. But that was a long time ago, and since then we've seen a lot of urbanization, we've seen globalization, and that means municipalities, local governments are doing more and more all the time. And so they may need a broader tax assignment than the conventional model would suggest. And so some economists have argued that local government should be able to tax non-residents who use services in the municipality. The second generation literature suggests that politicians might be more interested in taxing non-residents for the obvious political reasons, although we might want to constrain how much we tax non-residents. The other thing that we find is that if we levy these taxes on a regional basis, on a metropolitan level or regional level, there's going to be less mobility. And so some of these other taxes might still work. So the property tax is what municipalities make most use of now, and it is a good tax for local government. At least the residential property tax is a good tax for local government. Non-residential property tax may be less so. Richard Bird and Almash Tashani and I wrote a book a number of years ago called A Tale of Two Taxes, suggesting that the residential property tax is quite different than the non-residential. But in terms of residential taxpayers, the tax reflects the benefits received from local services. If you have sidewalks, a transit system nearby, parks, these are all reflected in your property value. It makes sense to tax property. It is an immobile tax base. The revenues are stable and predictable. And we've certainly seen that during COVID-19. Property tax revenues continue to come in throughout the pandemic. It's a very visible tax, which makes it a very accountable tax. It's visible in the sense that it is not withheld at source, like the income tax is. So every year you get a bill for property taxes and you have to pay it. So it's very visible to people. But it doesn't increase automatically over time the way income and sales tax revenues do. Partly it is not as sensitive to the changes in the economy, but also because of the way assessment is done and taxation is done in this country. There's often a lag between the change in values and when it gets implemented for taxes. But I think, as Richard Bird said a couple of days ago, you have to levy a tax rate every year. So very accountable tax, but very difficult to increase, very difficult to reform. The question is it enough? And I noticed that Bev Dalby and Mel McMillan are on this call. They've done work on this and suggested, yes, it is enough. Perhaps the province should get out of education property taxes, but they certainly felt for Alberta, the property tax is enough for local government. We have done studies at the Institute that suggest there is room in the residential tax to increase it without huge economic impacts. But I guess the question is it the right tax? And should it be the only tax for local governments, given the range of services that I described before? So a lot of us have been writing about the need for a mix of taxes to give local governments more flexibility to respond to local conditions, changes in demographics, changes in expenditure needs. We're seeing some of these changes now. People are working from home more and more. What does that mean for the commercial tax base in major cities? What does online shopping mean for the tax base? So there are, lots of reasons for a mix of taxes. Is this my 2-minute warning?
Yes.
What's that? Oh boy. Okay. So then municipal income taxes, sales taxes, we can talk about those later, but keep in mind, the province would need to approve any of these. They would be best implemented by piggybacking onto existing provincial taxes, and they would need to be levied on a regional basis. It would not be possible. It wouldn't work very well if each municipality levied its own tax rate. So on to my last point, which is talking about municipalities having a seat at the table on federal provincial discussions. And I put up these 3 studies, obviously, because I'm not going to be able to talk about this in much depth now. But local governments don't have a real role or voice in Canada's federal fiscal structure. We saw some quite substantial collaboration during the pandemic, where the mayors were talking to the prime minister, the city managers were talking to deputy ministers. There has been collaboration and communication during the pandemic, but it's not formal. And the question is, will it continue? The third study, A Policy in Place, which is an IMFG study by Neil Bradford, talks about trilateral agreements that have existed in Canada in the past. There's the urban development agreements that were in Vancouver, Edmonton, and Winnipeg, not so much about money, but a lot about cooperating. There have been sectoral arrangements on issues like homelessness. And of course, we heard yesterday about the gas tax fund, which is a transfer from the federal government for municipalities for infrastructure. Incidentally, it's misnamed as the gas tax fund. It has nothing to do with that gas tax revenues. It was $2 billion that increased by inflation and has now been added to, and I think in the last announcement, the government said they're going to change the name to the Canada Community Building Fund. I can see you're waving me off. Okay, well, I guess I'm just saying there's need for more formal multilateral communication and collaboration. We've seen increasing municipal expenditure responsibilities, little change in revenues. Is this sustainable? And the pandemic has highlighted this outdated federal fiscal structure. And I think we need to clarify the responsibilities and revenues of all 3 orders of government. And sorry if I went over.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you, Enid, for your presentation. And then the last one on this panel is from Steve Pomeroy, and it's entitled Des trous dans le toit, fissures dans les murs, fédéralisme et responsabilité en matière de logement, holes in the roof, cracks in the walls. It seems that you're describing my house. Federalism and responsibility for housing. So Steve is from the university, from Carleton University.
Thank you, Francois, and good morning, everybody. I'm speaking to you from the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe nations in the Ottawa Valley. I changed the title after I had written the paper, in part because I realized that Michael Prince had used a very similar title in a 1996 paper, but also coming full circle, does much more describe the pattern of federalism and particularly federal spending that I'm going to talk about. I think I will sort of review very briefly the evolution of the federal role and federal spending, which has ebbed and flowed over the last 60 or 70 years. And as an emerging issue, we now see an unprecedented level of federal involvement and federal spending in the housing area, most particularly in the social housing area. I think within the housing policy environment, we really see 2 aspects of policy. So the market side, which is largely uncontested in terms of the federal role versus provincial and territorial roles, drawing on constitutional responsibilities for taxation, finance, banking, those types of things, because capital is very much a part of the housing system. And certainly there's been a strong sort of federal policy support for access to home ownership, for example, non-taxation of capital gains on principal residence, which has been in the news fairly frequently in the recent weeks as we look at the expanding house prices. So I've got to put my timer on here. The other part, which I think is much more contested, is the social housing or non-market part of the housing system. 95% of households are on the market side, so the social part is actually relatively small in terms of the number of households impacted, but it's very significant in terms of the activities and roles of government, and particularly the federal government. If one, as I suspect most people on this particular conference have read the Constitution, the word housing doesn't actually appear in the Constitution. That said, I think there is generally wide recognition in jurisprudence that it is a provincial responsibility. And indeed, housing was identified in the failed Charleton Accord as one of the 6 sisters of exclusive provincial jurisdiction from which the federal government should exit should that accord have passed. But notwithstanding that, we have seen a very extensive federal role, drawing largely from the spending powers that have been used by the federal government to justify its involvement in this area, and others in previous sessions have talked extensively about the spending powers, so I won't spend any time on that myself. So in terms of the overall thesis of this notion of coming full circle, we really have seen sort of in the early post-war period, very strong federal government involvement, not just in the social area, but very much as part of post-war reconstruction and rebuilding and building the institutions that we've come to be familiar with, and also building a housing industry, a housing finance system, those activities, as well as a very sort of tentative entry into the public housing area through a period, evolving period of decreasing levels of federal involvement through which I'll come back to in terms of these competitive unilateralism, cooperative federalism, and eventually devolution. And then, as I mentioned recently, since 2017, with the National Housing Strategy, a very substantial re-entry and re-engagement of the federal level. In terms of the fiscal arrangements that are associated with these various areas of involvement, as I mentioned, the post-war period was one that was very much about reconstruction, troops returning home, exceptional demand for housing, and the need to create housing for a growing demographic and population, and a tentative, as I mentioned, entry into the sort of the social space. The amendments to the 1949 National Housing Act, or the 1949 amendments to the Act, created potential and opportunity for the federal government to provide loans and subsidies to municipalities, non-profits, and cooperatives and provinces. So it was really the Department of Finance was quite wary about the federal government getting directly involved, but in terms of facilitating, supporting, and financing the activities that were being pursued by the municipal and provincial levels, which really did build public housing programs essentially from 49, but really more from 1964 through 74. And we built large stocks of public housing owned and operated by the provinces, but with cost sharing, and in some programs, 75% federal financing and sharing of subsidy. One of the outcomes of that particular era, however, was that many, and particularly in Ontario and Toronto, but also in other large cities, we tended to build fairly large developments, which over time became increasingly targeted to low-income households and described essentially and stereotyped as large-scale ghettos of poverty. And I think the reaction to that, to paraphrase a 300-page report, was if large-scale public bureaucracies are bad, small-scale community-based must be good. And we fundamentally shifted away from that model of financing the provinces to build and operate public housing to funding and financing community-based organizations, nonprofits, and cooperatives across the country. Again, using the spending powers to leapfrog over the provinces and provide funding directly to the providers of housing at the local level, including municipalities, to pick up on Enid's point about the municipal role, that many municipalities created municipal housing corporations and took advantage of this particular federal funding. And this period is really, Keith Banting was the one that coined the term competitive unilateralism, which tended to exist. So you had the provinces and territories, having developed the expertise of building public housing, continued to evolve and expand their program mix in this period through the 1970s, as the federal government was unilaterally creating quite large scale, about 25,000 units a year, community-based housing programs. And we had sort of these two parallel streams of activity at the provincial and federal level, and think it was 1975, some 53 different programs were identified at the provincial level in parallel to half a dozen or so at the federal level. One of the consequences of this, and indeed the way that the federal government funded these local initiatives, was that they were providing insured lending, which was one of CMHC's activities. They extended that into the non-profit and cooperative sector to encourage private lending at 100% of the capital cost of each new social housing project that was built. And because they were trying to help low-income people and they couldn't pay very much rent, you needed a subsidy to cover both the operating costs and the debt costs. So you basically, they signed agreements with these community providers for 35-year operating subsidies, which was, in the early days, didn't really cost very much. But if every year you add another 25,000 units and another 35 years worth of subsidy, you've got a very long-term financial commitment to a non-discretionary expenditure, which you can see the steps adding up as an exponential growth in expenditures. And this, as you can imagine, created significant consternation at the Department of Finance, who would like to control things better and have a 5-year financing window and much better control over expenditure, which they found was running away from them under these particular programs. So there was a compelling push from the Department of Finance. We also saw interest rates going up to over 20% by the end of the 1970s, which was significantly increasing the subsidy costs associated with these particular loans and subsidies to the providers. And so when the government changed in the early 1980s and the Mulroney government came in and started a process of program review, the Nielsen Task Force, looking at what was going on, Department of Finance folks said, well, look, we're spending an awful lot of money in an area where we shouldn't even be. And maybe we should try to extricate ourselves from this particular responsibility, or at least get the provinces to come to the party and engage them. And so through a set of negotiations in the mid-1980s, the provinces were invited to become cost-sharing partners of all federal programs at the time. They at a minimum 25% contribution, 75% federal. The bigger provinces, Ontario, Quebec, BC, were 33 to 40%. The smaller provinces stayed at 25%. So the majority of the funding was coming from the federal level, but the delivery responsibility, the design of the programs, the administration of the programs, the flowing of the subsidies, the interaction with the community groups, was very much at the provincial level. And so CMHC very much took a back seat as the funder of these subsidies, as opposed to the direct delivery of programs. And that was really identified at the time as sort of a cooperative federalism of working quite closely with the provinces in this cost-sharing kind of arrangement, and very much an active role of the provincial governments, who had been, even though they had some parallel programs, were still growing and expanding. Many of them didn't have provincial ministries or housing corporations until the mid-1970s. So this was fairly early process of them getting involved. All of this, of course, came to a crashing end in 1990. The final budget of the Mulroney government in February 1993, when Don Mezinkowski announced that the federal government would be ending all new funding for social housing effective at the end of 1993. And one of the characteristics, of course, of cost-shared programs, where the provinces are paying 25 to 40% and the feds are paying the rest, is that 25% of zero is zero. So with the end of the federal funding, this was a convenient exit for somewhat fiscally pressured provinces to also walk away from any funding and delivery of social housing programs across the country, with the exception of Quebec and BC that did sustain at a smaller scale their unilateral programs. Initially, Ontario did as well until the government changed with the Harris government in 1995, and then that all ended immediately as well. So through this period, we really saw, in addition to the funding and the spending trends, a shift in the capacities, responsibilities, and roles of different governments, with the CMHC role having been very, very dominant and prescriptive, to one of a funder, and an atrophying really of its capacity and expertise in this area, both in program design, program implementation, which really had begun in 1986 when the provinces started taking over direct delivery, and of course was significantly accelerated with the end of that federal role in 1993. And then as we moved into the dark ages, as I call them, between 1993 and 2001, there was no funding for social housing in the country. Of course, that expertise was even more reduced. At the same time, again, still under these sort of fiscal pressures, obviously we had very, very high, as other folks have already spoken about in this conference in the last 2 days, significant levels of federal deficits, an attempt to reduce the federal deficit through the mid-1990s, a task that Paul Martin took on in particular in the Chrétien government. And as part of that process, even though the Charleton Accord had passed, there were efforts to implement some of the aspects of the Charleton Accord through administrative measures, one of which in the housing area was to transfer all of the ongoing administrative responsibility for these long-term operating agreements and funding agreements to the provinces and territories. The federal government realized they had a contractual obligation to those groups to pay those funds, but they said, we will continue to pay according to our contractual obligations, but we want to freeze our spending level at the 95-96 level as a way to contain expenditure. Of course, that's not a very good position to go into a negotiating agreement with the provinces. Say, we want you to take over these projects. Any inflationary increases down the road, you'll have to eat them. So please sign this dotted line. These were very, very protracted and difficult negotiations, obviously, with that starting position. The only negotiating point CMHC had was that the financing, which was 100% of the capital cost in these projects, was on 5-year rollover terms from private lenders, and we were now on the downward spiral of interest rates, having peaked at 21% in 1983 or 82. That now there were significant savings in subsidy that were going to accrue as a result of renewal of mortgages at much lower rates, and that was really the sales piece that CMHC used to negotiate these agreements. The smaller provinces signed on within a couple of years, but all the Alberta, BC, and Quebec did not sign the agreement, execute these transfer agreements. Ontario did, because they were in the process of devolving both the administrative responsibility and the provincial share of the cost sharing to the municipal level, which was a huge hit and completely inappropriate, as Enid has indicated that a social housing subsidy is effectively income redistribution and should be funded off an income tax base, not off a property tax base. It was very, very poor policy, but it was done. And some would argue you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So that the consequence of this was, again, significant reduction in the CMHC role. It had at its peak a branch network of close to 85 offices across the country with staff with very competent, capable people, which all disappeared, either went to work for the province and or retired. And the CMHC role, even though the federal government did re-engage in a partnership with the provinces and territories in 2001, under the affordable housing framework, again, it was cost matching 50-50, no more long range subsidies. The Department of Finance was absolutely against that. And the minister at the time, Gagliano, indicated that these were going to be upfront capital grants to facilitate the development of affordable housing, but they were not sufficient to achieve very low income levels that had been the characteristic of rent geared to income projects in the social housing era. And CMHC's role was very much just transferring funds to the provinces to deliver those programs. So again, from 2001 to 2017, the provinces were continuing to be in the driver's seat, the front line, delivering these programs. As we all know, 2015 came along, Liberal government was elected, both with a platform that was actually quite aggressive in terms of its promises around the affordable housing area, because they've been very, very active lobbying. The level of funding from 2001 had been very minimal, about $253 million a year on average over that period. The Harper government was quite politically expedient in choosing not to rock the boat, not to cut that funding off, because it was such a small amount. It was less than 1% of total government funding. So we kind of continued to muddle through with a very small program over that 16-year period, much of which was during the Harper regime. So there was this immediate attempt to show that the commitment to housing through doubling the funding for those particular the Affordable Housing Initiative, as it was called, in the 2016 budget. The mandate letters of the minister included direction to the federal minister responsible for CMHC to develop a strategy to re-establish the federal government's role in this area. So a very, very strong signal that they were going to, get back into the game and get back into direct delivery. And to some extent, the community housing sector and the advocates in that sector harkened back to the good old days of unilateral federalism in the 1970s, when they were producing 25,000 units a year. And there was this sort of ethos that when we had the feds in the driver's seat, things were much better. So let's get them back in the driver's seat. So in some respects, it was a political response to what they were hearing from in the consultation process from many of the advocates in the affordable housing space. I would say be careful what you ask for. We ultimately saw the announcement of the National Housing Strategy in 2017, which came with very much fanfare. The first ever National Housing Strategy, the largest ever federal expenditure on housing. Both points I would contest in terms of real-term expenditure and the fact that it was a 10-year budget, and we'd never done 10-year budgets before, and it wasn't really the first ever national strategy either. But there was a sort of tangential to the PR spin doctor exercise that was really very much part of the announcements. And we've subsequently seen, culminating in the budget this week, that level of federal spending is now reached in excess of $75 billion over the period that will end in 2028. So now we're down to the last sort of 7 years of it, but initially a 10-year spending program. Within that spending program, there were two streams, essentially those that were going to be delivered through the provinces and territories under bilateral agreements. And there were sort of 3 specific programs in there that were requiring 50-50 cost matching. And much of that actually was associated with continuing on the expiring subsidies of those 35-year agreements, making sure we preserve that existing stock of some 600,000 units, because it's cheaper to preserve than to build new. And there was some small initiative, and the investments in affordable housing program, the $253 million program that had existed since 2001, was actually cut in half to about 128 million a year in the aggregate being transferred to the provinces. So you significantly reduced the funding that was being directed to the provinces who had the capacity, the competencies, the delivery networks, in favor of massively expanding the federal role with very, very little experience, very little knowledge, a whole bunch of new hires with limited experience and expertise and understanding, and no delivery network. Yeah, and get my 2 minutes, okay, Francois. I'm getting
2
close.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. And the other part of it was as part of the PR around the announcement, the largest ever expenditure. As we can see here in this number, 54 billion in total. So 3/4 of the spending was on the federal side, but the vast majority, 2/3 of that, was through loans, which is a non-budgetary expenditure. Utilizing the federal funding facility, CMHC has 25 basis points and puts the money out in the form of loans, which doesn't cost the federal government any money. And secondly, the loan mechanism is such that it's not like deep subsidies, and it doesn't allow you to actually create truly affordable housing. So I think where we're at today in terms of some of the issues that this has gotten us to is that, as I've already sort of mentioned a number of times, the lack of expertise and corporate knowledge within CMHC and the need to sort of ramp back up again to get back into the direct delivery business has been very, very painful. There's been great consternation and frustration in the community sector trying to apply for funding. It's been slow and very onerous. Instead of actually building on the expertise of the provinces and territories that was well established, it leapfrogged right over them and belittled their role, which I think was a huge mistake, significantly reducing the funding that was flowing through those effective program delivery mechanisms. The fact that they did reduce the funding level there on the side, did reduce the cost sharing benefit and the levering of additional provincial resources into the National Housing Strategy, which in the paper I argue is not really a national housing strategy, it's a federal housing strategy. And I suppose in the context of comments made by others in the last few days of the unsustainability of provincial finances currently and going into the future, that not having this obligation perhaps is a good thing for the provinces and territories, and perhaps they might not argue against it. But in terms of the aggregate spending in the housing system, it's obviously less than it would have been. The other part is, in the past, we used to allocate the federal funds on a needs basis. Initially and subsequently on a per capita basis. The 54 billion that's on the federal side, there is absolutely no allocation mechanism. It's first come, first serve. It's very much biased in terms of where the funding is being allocated. Much of it in Ontario, much of it in Toronto, where the minister and the parliamentary assistant happen to reside. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence. And so there has been some issues around that. I mentioned the fact that they're loans, so they really don't achieve the deep affordability that's necessary. And in order for the big centerpiece program of the federal unilateral delivery, the co-investment fund, because it requires funding in partnerships from other partners, they're really enticing or forcing the provinces through the back door to come and contribute to making those programs, those projects successful, even though it's outside the bilateral agreement.
Could you conclude in 30 seconds?
I absolutely can. This is the last slide. So I think, and the other is, in the national strategy, the two objectives: reduce affordable housing need by 50% and reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. Out of the $40 billion initial announcement, only 5% of that was towards the homeless piece. There is an imbalance there in terms of, as the PBO has indicated, about the objectives and the funding. So I think as we go forward, as CMHC is taking stock of where they're currently at, I think there is a serious need to look at the division of responsibilities and the allocation of funding, and perhaps realign some of those funding envelopes to better utilize the expertise and capacity of the provinces and territories. So I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So now it's time for the Q&R period. I received several questions for each panelist. So here it's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to ask 2 questions at a time for each panelist. So we're gonna start with Donna. So I will forward 2 questions, and then I'll move on with Enid and Steve, and then go back to questions that were left. So Donna, I have 2 questions. So you asked a number of important questions at the end of your talk about the various options for indigenous self-governance. Or do you have a favorite option amongst the possibilities that you listed, and either from a fiscal perspective or more generally? Okay. And the second question is, given that municipalities get their revenues primarily from property tax, and most often them are not in the retail or service business sector, his question is, other than transit, how did the pandemic impact municipal revenues? I think it was a question for Enid, or perhaps for Donna. Up to you two.
I'm not sure if I can answer the second one. I think
okay, but I will redirect the second question to Enid.
Okay, great. Regarding the first question, I suppose I want to say 2 things before I answer. So the first thing is that my thinking continues to evolve around this. So my answer might change. So don't see this as my written in stone opinion. I feel like I'm always learning about new possibilities and options. And the second thing is, whatever is realized really needs to come from a combined voices of many First Nations together. And whatever option is ultimately pursued, I think it's going to need to be an opt-in option. So it can't be like broadly applied to First Nations who haven't agreed to be part of that process. So I think those are I guess it was 3 things that I wanted to preface my answer with. So it needs to be opt-in. It needs to be formed by the combined raising of voices of many First Nations across the country. And my opinion is evolving over this all the time. No, at the end, I actually did mention here, I'll just actually share my screen again. At the end of the talk, I just mentioned this idea of a First Nations province. I don't know if this is the best label for it or not, but it does seem to describe, I think, some of these ideas pretty well. There's not many people have brought this up. So, I mean, I think the first person to mention it was like the 19th, or at least recorded instance of somebody mentioning it that I've been able to find as a paper was in the 1930s. The Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples in the 1990s mentions this idea again. At the recent First Nations Leading the Way conference, the First Nations province idea came up as well again, right? So this idea has been around for a long time. And I think that part of why it's been around is it strikes many people, including myself, as extremely pragmatic. I think that it's a really interesting idea. So just to kind of flesh it out a bit more, the idea is that First Nations would form essentially effectively a province in Canada's constitution, but with discontinuous boundaries. So it would be formed on reserve land and settlement areas. And again, it's actually, in terms of what people have written on it, although this literature is quite old and I think it's worth updating, it doesn't seem totally implausible, and it actually seems fiscally reasonable, and it's unlikely to be more expensive from a federal perspective than now, and frankly, it's probably going to generate cost savings in the long run if you just thinking from that, and also just greater revenue sources for First Nations generally. So I'm not talking about like a shrinkage in budget or money is going to First Nations. I'm just talking about a reallocation of those monies and greater self-determination for Indigenous governments. The minimum population size would be 350,000 people, but I really think it's going to be way more than this. And reserve lands jurisdiction would likely cover non-Indigenous people who are actually in those areas or non-band members as well. The landmass would be greater than that of Belgium, a number of provinces, and this number is actually pretty old, right? So the recent additions to reserves and currently the amount of land that's currently under the comprehensive land claim process or the specific claims process, there's about 800,000 square acres of land under both separately, right? So we could actually be talking about a really large geographic area. Now, it's the reasons, it wouldn't look exactly like most of the provinces, obviously, for a lot of reasons. It likely would have an internal negotiated structure and a federation that honored the diversity of nations within it. It would have to have a slightly different funding arrangement than that of the provinces, at least at the current levels of own source revenue that First Nations are raising. There definitely need to be a bit of a different funding agreement that could evolve over time. Again, it's really pragmatic. I think that's why it's appealing and appealing to many people. It would definitely result in a lot more power, I think, for First Nations in the ability to be self-governing effectively. Many First Nations just frankly face scale issues. To ask a nation of only a few hundred people to deliver all the services that a government typically would provide is a pretty big ask. So this is one potential pragmatic solution. Now, one of the issues, of course, there are a number of issues, but I think one of the primary issues is whether it belittles the inherent right to self-governance by relegating First Nations to the level of a province and aggregating political power in this way. So whether it's truly able to honor the diversity that exists, I mean, that's a little bit more open. But I think a lot of people like it because it seems feasible, it seems pragmatic, it seems to be realistic as a possibility. But again, how realistic, I suppose, is an open question. And I think there's a lot of innovative ideas that exist out there or aren't articulated as fully as this one, which has been around for a long time. But I think this is an interesting idea. I think that's one of the most kind of, what's sort of looking for, the most concrete suggestions that I've heard. So hopefully that answers your question. But again, I feel like I'm learning all the time. Please don't write this in stone, being like, this is my opinion for life. But it's one idea that I've heard that I think is compelling.
Thank you, Donna. So the second question was in fact for Enid. So let me recall it. How and I would say to what extent did the pandemic impact municipal revenues?
Thanks for that question. And I think the question really should be, how did it affect municipal finances? Because a lot of the impact was on the expenditure side of the budget. So municipalities were dealing with increased expenditures on public health, emergency services, finding shelter for the homeless, childcare for first responders, implementing social distancing on transit, arranging the technology for people to work at home, more cleaning of municipal facilities, more PPEs for staff. So you had an impact on the expenditure side of the budget, although there were some decreases in expenditure because some of the municipal facilities were closed, like libraries and rec centers, etc. So there was an impact on the spending side of the budget. On the revenue side of the budget, I mean, the questioner is right. Property tax revenues did not go down that much. Most municipalities allowed for property tax deferrals. So you get your property tax bill, you don't have to pay it for 60 or 90 days, no penalty, no interest. That's a temporary loss of revenue, but not a permanent loss. Of course, the penalty and interest income was lost revenue. The real problem for the major cities was user fees, and particularly for transit. So as I said in my remarks, in cities like Toronto, ridership went down 80 to 90%. And when more than 50%, like 75% of your revenues come from user fees, there was a huge loss in revenues, but the transit system was still running. And as I said, they needed more effort to keep it safe. So, you know, the other revenues are fairly minor and didn't change all that much. But municipalities, particularly the large ones, did face these operating deficits. And I also mentioned that tourist municipalities that take advantage of a hotel tax, for example, would have lost revenues as well. But the impact on municipalities is not the same across the country. I mean, I've heard some municipalities say, it's business as usual, we're doing fine. I've looked at property taxes over for the 2021 budget. In some municipalities, it's staying the same. Some are reducing them, some are increasing them. It's a whole range. And the OECD's done a great study on the impact of COVID-19, and it says it really depends on your expenditure responsibilities. What are your revenue sources? What was your fiscal health going into the pandemic? What's your flexibility? What have senior governments done? And so it's going to be different in different places.
Thank you, Enid. In all fairness, I will redirect the third question to Steve. So the federal government continues to pass provincial jurisdiction with the Rapid Housing Initiative, nearly $2.5 billion outside of the CMHC Ontario agreement. Do you think this will contribute to vertical fiscal imbalance between the Fed and provincial governments and between the provinces and cities, as there are no operating expenditures attached to this?
Unmute first, that always helps. It's actually not 2.5 billion, it's 3.5 billion, because it was 1 billion in the fall economic statement and 2.5 this week in the budget. And for those who are unfamiliar, the Rapid Housing Initiative is an initiative to provide funding, half of it through municipalities and half generally, to enable the building of permanent supportive housing to assist in addressing homelessness, much through modular construction, which is intended to be rapidly delivered, which is hence the name. The program is entirely a capital program, which is great, and it covers off the entire capital cost, so there's no debt service required, because obviously the low-income folks are coming out of shelters and their income is predominantly income assistance who couldn't afford to cover debt. So it's good from that perspective. However, if it's permanent supportive housing, we have to fund the supports. And the expectation there is that all of those supports will be funded through existing provincial and or municipal programs, most of which are funded to the province anyway. So there is a direct implicit cost sharing. It's a program that was not delivered in negotiation with the provinces and territories and bilateral agreements to capture that cost sharing aspect. The federal government believes, and to some extent it's probably true, that if one is taking folks out of the shelter system, and where there are significant costs associated with delivering support services, health services, labor force adjustment kind of programs, addictions issues, that by enabling them to, that the housing first model is by giving them permanent supportive housing with wraparound services and stabilizing them in housing, they will be much more successful than living in a shelter, and we can actually redeploy the expenditures from spending them on the shelters to spending them when they're now in permanent housing. So there is a bit of an offset, but it does nonetheless impose a budgetary obligation on the provinces, which is ongoing forever, whereas the federal government are in, pay, and get out. So I think it does have implications for vertical equity and fiscal equity between the provincial and federal level. And I think it probably could have been negotiated a little more openly rather than being sort of to some extent foisted upon the provinces.
Thank you. A question for Donna. So do modern treaties provide First Nations with a much better fiscal position than nations governed by the Indian Act that have been able to marginally augment their fiscal autonomy? And why are there so few modern treaties?
So I think, so first of all, to my knowledge, there's never been a comprehensive study of all self-governance agreements and their finances to determine that, but I believe that the answer is yes, they do have greater fiscal powers. We do see that there is generally more economic development on their lands than there would have been otherwise, given the work of Aragon in 2016. So I would say my tentative answer would be yes, conditional on not actually having a summary of First Nations finances before and after. But certainly fiscal powers increased, control of lands have increased, the ability to generate revenues increased. So I would say the answer is yes. The reason why there are not more modern treaties, I think the answer is, I guess, at least twofold. One is they're very expensive to negotiate, and they're very time consuming. There are many First Nations who are actually in the process of still comprehensive land claims, which often come with self-governance agreements. And like I said, the ones that have been negotiated can take like 20 years, right? So it's a very lengthy process and an expensive one. So that's part of the reason. The other part of the reason is settling these comprehensive claims that also often come with self-government agreements is politically often fraught. Partially, there's negotiations between the spreads, the provinces, and many of the claims are actually overlapping. So solving these jurisdictional issues, or whose claims that would win and all these other things, becomes really difficult. So I think that's the other answer, because there's a lot of claims that are outstanding. Coming back to the First Nations province idea, which is not, again, I'm not going to say that like that's something that should be pushed at all. That needs to come from like a unified voices of many First Nations to make that a reality, if it's one that should exist. Part of what that does is maybe deals with some of the fact that there are these overlapping land claims. So none of it was created partly in response to the many overlapping claims that existed in the area and forming a governance structure over many communities that was more independent. So I think that hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Enid. So the next question is for, thank you, Donna. The next question is for Enid. So on May 31, 2019, the Prime Minister announced at the FCM conference that he would deal directly with municipalities, bypassing the division of powers and provincial responsibility over cities. Since then, the PM has provided cities with nearly 2.5 billion of funding directly to the, did I ask the question already? No, to the rapid housing initiative.
It's a similar question, but
Yeah.
a broader question.
Yeah, but at least 350 million to funding taxpayers funded lobbying network across the country using the Green Municipal Fund Endowment, and bypassing the provinces to provide municipalities directly for funding infrastructure outside of the existing program. So here's the question. Given local work and infrastructure falls within provincial jurisdiction, do you think this is appropriate in the fiscal federalism context?
There were lots of good questions in the chat. That was the one I didn't want to answer, but that's okay. I guess, you know, what I'm trying to say here is that there's a lot going on, and I think it's time to step back and look at clarifying the roles and responsibilities of each level of government on some of these issues, whether it's housing or transportation or green infrastructure. And I think we need to think in terms of trilateral cooperation, collaboration, agreements on how to address some of these issues, because it is a little bit ad hoc at this point. And I think everybody has to sit at the table, all three orders of government, to figure out who's going to take responsibility and then how we're going to pay for it. You're muted, Francois.
Lack of experience with Zoom. So a question for Steve. Municipalities are giving 35-year property tax exemptions, subsidies on its land. Do you think federal intervention in income foregone of the cities and controversial fast-tracking consultation democratic processes at the municipal levels to accommodate federal funding, or is good for fiscal federalism and municipal government? I think it was addressed to Enid again, or Steve, unless.
Yeah, I think it was to me. Yeah, but I think yes. You know, one of the key characteristics of this new federal program, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, you know, the key piece there being co-investment, is how can we spend somebody else's money? And so it does require partnerships, which is not a bad thing. But you know, in many cases, it is actually requiring or dependent on those partners appearing and you know, while there may be some community organizations, churches that have the surplus land, some fundraising, most of the non-profit folks that are trying to serve poor people don't really have many resources and don't have very deep pockets. So it does come back to other levels of government, particularly, as I mentioned, the provinces through the back door, and indeed municipalities who, as the question Nathan has indicated in the question, are being asked to forego substantial revenues, waiving development charges, waiving application fees for planning, in some cases, either giving reduced property tax rates and or waiving property tax rates for a certain period of time, which does reduce the already very limited municipal revenues that Enid has spoken about. So I think it is creating an increasing fiscal imbalance between the federal government and the municipalities, who are pretty strapped to be able to afford to do these kind of things. They've got strong commitments to it. The Mayor of Toronto has made this commitment to 40,000 affordable housing units, and so the federal government is kind of leaving off those sort of municipal sympathies, but I don't think it's good for fiscal federalism.
Thank you. Question for Donna. Are you aware of any studies that have looked at the huge gaps in fiscal capacity among the various First Nations covered in either framework?
So there is some discussion of that in so the Tulo Institute for Indigenous Economics, they have a textbook where they cover some of these gaps. Again, the textbook is a touch dated now, so it might be out of date. There may be ones that exist that I simply haven't seen, but that would be extremely worthwhile research. And there is almost undoubtedly private consultant studies of these things as well.
Okay, thank you, Donna. For Enid, there was a disagreement on Wednesday's opening session regarding whether cities have considerable scope for future fiscal expansion because of their ability to tax property, as apparently Louis Lévesque said, or whether they have little scope for such expansion because municipal voters are very unforgiving regarding increases in property tax. So do you weigh in, or where do you weigh in on this disagreement?
I say they're both right. I mean, we've done research on the property tax. A number of years ago, we did a study on looking at revenue hills, the old Laffer curve. If we increase the property tax rate, will revenues continue to rise, and at what point do they continue to fall or start to fall? And we did this for municipalities in the Greater Toronto Area, and we found for the residential property tax, there was room to increase the property tax rate, not for the non-residential, but as I said before, that's a different tax. But for the residential, there was room to raise the rate without huge economic impacts. Does that mean we can do that? I mean, that would be, Louis Lévesque would like that argument. He'd say, look, you can just increase property taxes and you're fine. And other people would say that as well. But Richard was talking more about the politics of raising tax rates. So, with the income tax or the sales tax, if the economy is growing, those revenues just keep coming in. You don't have to set a tax rate every year. The tax rate's the same. The tax revenues grow with the economy or shrink when the economy shrinks. The property tax doesn't work quite that way, partly because if property values are rising, that doesn't necessarily get reflected in the tax base. So for example, in Ontario, we have a 4-year lag in the assessment cycle. Every province does it a little bit differently. And we also have rules in many provinces where if your assessment goes up because of the market going up, you have to lower your tax rate so that it's revenue neutral. So the only way you can increase those revenues is by going to the people every year and saying, our budget has gone up X%, we're raising the tax rate X%. So it's very much in your face to people. And as I said before, it's a very visible tax because it's not withheld at source. People generally don't know what they pay in income taxes over the course of the year unless they're self-employed. We know what rate we pay in sales taxes, but we don't know what we pay in sales taxes over the course of a year. But we certainly know what we pay in property taxes. And so it's very visible, very hard, very accountable, but very hard to increase the rate, unlike this is different than other taxes. And there's the question that I raised at the beginning, whether, given the range of services that local governments are now being asked to provide, so much in the social service area in particular, whether the property tax is enough may not be the right question. Maybe the right question is whether it's appropriate to fund all these services. And I would suggest it is a good tax for local government. Gosh knows I have to say that we've written so many books about it, but it's not necessarily the most appropriate tax. And again, municipalities would benefit from having more taxes, a range of taxes to rely on.
Thank you, Enid. So the next question is for Steve, and it's a threefold question, and it's short. So you mentioned that around 2/3 of the national housing strategy funding comes in the form of loans. So what proportion of these loans have gone towards expanding social housing versus market rate housing? 2, do you expect that will change over the course of the next 10-year plan? And 3, do you think that these loan programs should have included deeper affordability requirements?
Yeah, so I think there are two things there. One is the loan programs in some of in the co-investment fund, for example, are actually available to existing social housing providers to retrofit the existing. So it's not just about expanding social housing, it's also about preserving it. And in those cases where the operating agreements have expired and they have some surplus cash flows, there is some capacity to borrow. So it is actually helping in a small scale some of the existing social housing providers. But that said, I mean, it's most of that money, I think of the loan funds in the co-investment fund and in the rental construction financing initiative, about 8 million of it is in co-investment fund, which is providing very cheap financing, essentially Bank of Canada 10-year rate plus 35 basis points. So it was under 1% for the last year. It's now a little above that. So that does help to stretch limited subsidy further for those providers, but it certainly isn't sufficient without significant co-investment from other partners to actually achieve very low affordable rents, as I mentioned in my previous comment. The other program, the rental construction financing initiative, and if we look at the growth of the National Housing Strategy spending envelope from 40 billion to 75 billion, almost all of that growth, not all of it, but vast majority of it, has been in the form of the expansion of the loans available to the construction initiative, the rental construction initiative. So it went from 2.5 billion to 25.75 billion. Those loans are the construction program, or the rental construction financing initiative is mainly a market-based supply program. It's not a social housing program. However, because government wanted to get some political points from it, when CMHC went to cabinet actually imposed an obligation that they should actually bolt on an affordability requirement, which I would argue is bad policy. If you want a supply program, do a supply program because you're trying to incent the private sector. If you muddle it up with red tape and affordability requirements, you undermine the intent of the supply piece. Having done so, they added on an affordability requirement, but it's a very poorly designed the benchmark of it essentially redefines what affordable is at 30% of median household income. In Ottawa, the median household income is $109,000 a year. At 30% of that, you'd be looking at rents of $2,700 a month. That's not affordable even to the policy assistant in the minister's office, let alone to low-income people. So I think it's a pig in a poke. It's a very poorly designed program, and it doesn't require redesign and better targeting.
Thank you, Steve. I'll follow the same order. So the next question is for Donna. Do you see royalties on natural resources as the main fiscal source for many First Nations going forward? And what happens with First Nations whose land does not have natural resources as valuable as others?
Okay, thank you for the question. So first, I actually wanted to just go back to the question that was asked in the last round very briefly. So there is a back of the envelope calculation that exists, but there's no detailed comprehensive studies on the fiscal gap. But the First Nations Tax Commission has given a back of the envelope calculation of about $31 billion annually because, and they argue that First Nations have less than 2% of the fiscal powers being exercised by other governments in Canada. So that's the back of the envelope. In terms of like a more detailed study, I'm not aware of it. If other people do know about these things, please do let me know because I'd be very interested. But to come back to this question about natural resource revenues, obviously that isn't an option for all First Nations. Own source revenues from natural resources have grown by a non-trivial amount, just obviously very unevenly across the country. I see this as a potential revenue source for many First Nations. Certainly not all, either because of lands that do not have natural resources that are as valuable as others, but also because of maybe just sovereign choices not to have those resources developed or developed in a way that maybe would be most lucrative just monetarily. In terms of other options, though, this is where fiscal power might come in. So even if your lands aren't really valuable for natural resource development, they may be very valuable as real estate, right? So you could actually increase but property tax revenues from increasing the values of your lands just for living, right? Either from your own people or members of the nation, or people who are not members of the nation. So again, that is another possibility. I do think eventually this is not open, and I know it's very controversial, but First Nations exercising income taxation, if there was, say, a First Nations province, that's also possible. And if you increase economic development, I mean, with the innovations in technology, and I think as we've seen through COVID, the expansion of broadband services and reliable broadband services on reservation and the development of tech industries, I don't see why that's totally impossible here. And that could be eventual sources of revenue as well. I don't think we should just be thinking just in terms of natural resources, because like the question, like the audience, the participant asked, there's some First Nations who don't have that option, right? And some may not want to take it. So, and there are other options, but certainly it's an avenue for some.
Thank you, Donna. So I have a series of questions for Enid. So I will ask you two in a row, okay? And then we'll see where we are at. Meanwhile, if I receive other questions for Donna or Steve, I will just raise them. So Enid, the first question is: the Supreme Court of Canada has agreed to hear the city of Toronto's case challenging the province's ability to unilaterally reform municipal institutions. Do you think the city of Toronto should be given charter status and a US-style home rule provision preventing provincial intervention? And the second question is, if I may, just continue. Given the fiscal impact of COVID-19 with the huge deficits we see and will see for years at the federal level, and to a certain extent at the provincial ones, what is the future prospect of a real change in the tax structure of municipalities?
Good questions, thank you. So charter status for cities. I attended last week a conference that Massey College held for 2 or 3 days on the constitutional status of cities. And these questions came up every day with a lot of constitutional and other experts. But one of the people said that, I think it was Zach Taylor at Western University, that, you know, why do you want recognition of the Constitution, or why do you want charter status? And municipalities are looking for 3 things. They're looking for more powers, they're looking for protection from interference by provincial governments, and they're looking for revenues. And I'm not sure charter status is going to give them the revenues that they need. We have city charters in Canada now. There's a Vancouver charter, there's a Winnipeg charter, there's the City of Toronto Act is in essence a charter. And so we already have these, and they have really made little or no difference to the resources that municipalities have at their disposal. The City of Toronto Act said that the city can levy any taxes it wants, with the exception of income, sales, fuel, and I would say anything that brings any significant amount of money. So it left them with a land transfer tax, which, although it's a bad tax, it brings in a lot of money. A billboard tax, a vehicle registration tax, which the city implemented and then got rid of. You know, pretty small stuff. So I'm not sure that charter status is the answer on the resources side of the ledger. I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference. And as Zach Taylor will point out, home rule in the US has meant that the state governments have walked away from a lot of their cities and left them to fend for themselves, when in fact, you know, it might be better if they were a bit more involved rather than less involved. So I understand where this is coming from, but I'm not sure charter status is going to answer the problems that are expressed. The second thing about whether the tax structure is ever going to change, given all of the deficits at all of the levels of government, you know, is this ever going to happen? And, you know, again, it comes back to who does what. I mean, when you look at Ontario in particular, where social service costs are shared between the provincial and municipal governments, that's not true across Canada, it's true in Ontario. You know, is that the right division of responsibility and how to pay for it? And I think we need to sit back and look at that. In terms of whether the province is going to give up taxing power, you know, that's a pretty hard sell, I get it. But maybe it's time for them to let the municipalities take some of the political fallout from raising taxes instead of taking it all themselves. So maybe it is time to say, well, you know, you can levy a bit of a sales tax or an income tax as long as you take responsibility for that, and we don't have to. Not sure this is the time, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you. The two next questions for Enid again, they are interrelated, so they address the same issue. So how should we think about equity and equitable funding across municipalities? Whose responsibility is it to ensure equitable distribution of funds across municipalities? Okay, it's a matter of equity and equitability. And the second question, your presentation touched on this, but to elaborate, what are your thoughts on giving the large dominant cities such as Toronto, Calgary, and Edmonton in a province with a new tax raising ability, income sale, and then redirect provincial transfer to smaller local governments by some measure of fiscal capacity? His observation today is that few provinces use explicit equalization local transfers based on measures of fiscal capacity. So if so, what political economy issues or barriers need to be overcome to address this problem?
Okay, so these questions are largely about provincial municipal equalization. And I think Richard Bird said he and I are doing some work on this right now. 6 provinces in Canada provide equalization to municipalities. Programs are fairly small. Some are based solely on fiscal capacity, but in 2 provinces, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, they're based on fiscal capacity and expenditure needs, some measures of expenditures per capita. I think it is the provincial role, to not necessarily the federal, to do this kind of equalization, because as I said earlier, there are lots of differences across provinces in terms of what municipalities do and how they pay for it. And so it makes sense within the context of a similar municipal finance world that we equalize in that particular context. I like the idea of giving more taxing authority to the larger cities. By larger cities, I hope we mean metropolitan regions, because as I said before, I think, you know, to deal with some of the economic effects, I think it's better to do it on a larger scale than just the cities, but rather the metropolitan regions or regional government areas. And then to use equalization for the smaller places, and I kind of like that idea. What are the barriers to doing that? Well, anytime you want to treat large cities differently in this country, people get very upset about it. Why are they different? Why are they special? But I think they have greater ability to levy these taxes. Giving access to income taxes to a small rural community won't help them. It won't bring in any kind of money that they need. But it would make more sense in a larger metropolitan region. So I think that's, I sort of like that idea.
Thank you. And then the very last question for this session for Enid. It's still more or less the same issue. Could municipalities make property taxes progressive with the luxury home surtax, for example, and how would that affect the vertical fiscal imbalance?
Well, I guess the question is, do you want to levy a progressive property tax? The taxes that people in larger homes pay are more than what people in less expensive houses pay. The question is, how progressive do you want that rate structure? I think there's a lot of technical and administrative problems with that. I think the number of assessment appeals will go up because people will want to be classified in a different category. I think the mechanics of it are difficult. I'm not sure that people in more valuable homes use more services than people in less valuable homes. So if the property tax is related to benefits received, I'm not sure that makes sense to do it. It would only affect the vertical fiscal imbalance to the extent that you're leaving the taxes where they are and then increasing them on the higher valued properties. If you made it a revenue neutral change, of course, then it would just redistribute the taxes among taxpayers and wouldn't have any impact on the overall tax bill. So that would have to be a decision the municipalities would have to make. We're certainly seeing this in other places. In parts of the US, we're seeing mansion taxes. It's a possibility, but I question whether it's a great option.
Thank you. This concludes our panel. I would like to thank the three panelists, so Donna, Enid, and Steve. The conference resume at 1 p.m. With the fifth panel, which is on the transfer system. So have a good lunch and stay safe, and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
Welcome back to the fifth panel of the virtual conference on fiscal federalism in Canada, hosted by the University of Ottawa and the Alex Trebek Forum for Dialogue. I'm Trevor Toom, an associate professor of economics at the University of Calgary and a research fellow at the School of Public Policy. So it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you back to the conference, or if you're just joining us for the first time in this panel, welcome. So I'm joining here from Calgary and the University of Calgary. So I'd like to take this opportunity first to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai First Nations, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation and the Stoney Nakoda. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. So in this fifth panel, we're going to be exploring with a number of distinguished scholars various components of our system of fiscal arrangements in Canada. First, we have Professor Robin Boadway, an emeritus professor from Queen's University, who will be exploring the system of health transfers in Canada. Professor Michael Prince from the University of Victoria to talk about social assistance and the Canada Social Transfer. And Jennifer Robson, an associate professor in the Riddell Graduate Program in Political Management at Carleton University, to speak about childcare within the Federation, which is a particularly topical issue in light of the federal budget on Monday. And then finally, Marcelin Joanis, professor at Polytechnique Montréal, to talk about the equalization program, which, if I may say, is a program near and dear to my heart, and one that gets a lot of attention here in Alberta. So I very much look forward to the insight from all of our panelists. If you're just joining us, the way we've proceeded is each presenter will have up to 20 minutes to present their work. Feel free at any time, if you have questions for any of the panelists, to submit them to me using your Q&A button that should be at the bottom panel of your Zoom screen. And then following the presentations by each of our scholars and researchers, I'll moderate a conversation among them and allocate questions appropriately. Also, before we get started, I'll note that there is simultaneous translation available that is also at the bottom of your screen. So we have both English and French, which you can select if you use the interpretation button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. So without further ado, we're going to turn now to Professor Boadway to kick things off and talk about the Canada Health Transfer. So, Robin.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much, Trevor, and thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference. I've found the session so far to be extremely interesting and stimulating. I've been asked to talk about the Canada Health Transfer, and this topic has come up repeatedly in the previous sessions. So some of what I have to say may overlap, but on the other hand, I may be able to economize on my slides because of that. I want to talk at a relatively conceptual level rather than a data-driven level, because I think the issues with respect to the CHT are conceptual. And I want to particularly emphasize the fact that the CHT is a component of a broader set of fiscal arrangements and very much complements some of the other elements in those fiscal arrangements. And I would just start by saying that I see the CHT as fulfilling three broad roles. One is the obvious one of providing conditional support for provincial health spending, which is the original intention. But I would also argue that the CHT contributes both to vertical fiscal balance and to horizontal fiscal balance, and I'll go into more details in that in a moment. So I want to look at this as from a very holistic point of view. Let me just start off very briefly with some stylized facts that you're all familiar with, but just to set the stage. And the only thing I want to emphasize here is, first of all, the importance of the CHT as an element of federal programs. It's 12% of federal expenditures, and with the CST and the equalization system comprises almost a quarter of federal program expenditures. Federal transfers make up about 20% of provincial revenues, which has been declining over the years, down from 26% in the early 1970s. The CHT itself is 22% of provincial health spending, and is projected to fall to 20% by 2030 and 18% later on. The only other thing I would emphasize is the pattern of debt GDP ratios that the federal government and the provinces have been following. Before the pandemic, federal debt to GDP ratio was 35% and the provinces were 43%. And those have changed quite a lot since the mid-1990s. The Parliamentary Budget Office has argued that the federal debt to GDP ratio is sustainable if current programs were continued, whereas the provincial debt to GDP ratio, at least for most of the provinces, is not. I won't spend much time on this slide. It really just recounts the evolution of the CHT, and it'll be familiar with most of you. I just would emphasize a couple of facts. One is the fact that it has gone from a program that financed 50% of provincial health expenditures to one that now finances around 22%. And I would also say that it originally, when it was set up, its growth rate was related to the growth rate of of provincial health expenditures, either the individual province that was getting the 50% share or the aggregate of all provinces. And now its growth rate is tied to the GDP, which is less than the growth rate of health expenditures, which is relevant for some of my comments. So let me just briefly recount where the CHT fits in as an element of the federal provincial fiscal arrangements, which includes both transfers and other elements. As you know, the CHT is an equal per capita block transfer with some minimal conditions attached. The provinces have a considerable discretion despite those conditions, and they largely abide by the Canada Health Act conditions. And I would argue that the federal authority, spending power authority, is largely based on sort of what I would say is moral and political arguments or consensual arguments. There are several other program transfers that are based on a per capita formula. The CST, Canada Social Transfer, is also equal per capita with minimal conditions attached. It's providing assistance for both for provincial social assistance and social services programs and also post-secondary education programs. The conditions are really only those involving mobility between provinces. There's no conditions on PSE, but I think it's relevant to note that despite that, most provinces don't discriminate against residents of other provinces, with some exceptions. Equalization, as you know, is also per capita, but it's contingent on provincial revenue capacity. The gas tax fund is also an equal per capita transfer. And then there's the fiscal stabilization fund. The point of recounting all these transfers is just to note how many of them are based on a per capita formula. There are other relevant components of the fiscal arrangements, which I think the CHT complements. The most important ones being the personal and corporate tax collection agreements and the HST harmonization arrangements. But there's also the Canada Free Trade Agreement and various other negotiated agreements between the federal government and the provinces. And taken together, this system of fiscal arrangements encompassing both transfers and these intergovernmental agreements address horizontal and vertical balance. They provide some fiscal insurance. They are aimed at promoting the efficiency of the economic union and also the social union. And I would also just say that kind of paramount to the way these fiscal arrangements have developed is the idea, I think, of the federal government as being, in kind of game theoretic terms, the first mover, the initiator of sort of national arrangements. Okay, the multiple roles of the CHT. It's the largest federal provincial transfer, as I mentioned earlier, and the magnitude of the CHT is a key determinant of vertical balance in the federation, which determines, importantly, the relative shares of revenue-raising responsibility of the federal government and the provinces. The vertical fiscal gap enables the federal government to influence policy harmonization, macroeconomic policy, fiscal stability, and fiscal sustainability. I'll go into a little more details on these in a moment. The CHT also implicitly equalizes the fiscal capacities of the provinces in a way that complements the equalization program and also complements the CST program in achieving horizontal fiscal balance. And of course, it's a sort of a weekly conditional block transfer in support of provincial health spendings, which encourages common objectives and harmonization. So let me talk about these in slightly more detail. The CHT and vertical fiscal balance. Vertical fiscal balance reflects both two sides. It reflects the size of the transfers made by the federal government to the provinces, but it also reflects the division of the tax room. One is a mirror image of the other. And both of these, I think, are important in terms of the influence of the CHT. It reduces the pressure on the provinces to finance spending from their own revenues. Provinces finance on average about 80% of their expenditures from their own revenues, which is quite high, and more so than all other federations except Switzerland. And so the issue is, should this be contained, or should it rise further? The relevance of the division of the tax room, which is the other side of the vertical balance, is that the system of tax transfer harmonization, which is quite well developed in Canada relative to many federations, is, I would argue, highly affected by the federal share of tax room. And I think one of the most important things about the existence of a vertical balance is that it allows the federal government to maintain a significant foothold in the major tax bases, and contributes to harmonization of both the tax system and the transfers that are delivered through the tax system, which contributes to the efficiency and equity in the Canadian Economic Union. And of course, there's a balance to be had between the benefits of achieving this harmonization versus the benefits that would be achieved by reducing the size of the vertical balance, including the benefits of whatever fiscal competition might bring us, and the benefits of provinces having their own discretion. The vertical fiscal gap is also related to fiscal sustainability of the provinces. And I think the two dimensions to this, one is the long-run sustainability of provincial budgets, which is affected by the fact that the program expenditures of the provinces are growing much more rapidly than federal transfers. Provinces are increasingly having to rely on increases in their own revenues to finance their budgets, and this is gives rise to issues of long-run sustainability of program spending, and whether the provinces are able to fund their own programs out of their own resources. The other element of fiscal sustainability is the short-run sustainability that arises when shocks hit the provinces, and primary shocks, when they hit the provinces, hit their revenues. We have relatively few instruments for insuring the provinces against shocks. Equalization is actually a relatively poor insurance device, and fiscal stabilization program is inadequate. The way in which the vertical gap contributes to sort of short-run insurance of provincial revenues is by limiting the size of reliance of provinces on their own revenues. The more that provincial revenues come from transfers, the less is the impact of fiscal shocks on their revenues. And this is sort of influenced by the fact that the federal government and the provinces have different borrowing abilities. There are, of course, many downsides of the vertical gap. There's the temptation for federal spending to be too intrusive if the provinces are relying on federal transfers for their revenues. There's a possibility that federal government might pass on their fiscal problems to the provinces in the event of a fiscal shock, as happened in 1995. There's a possibility that the provinces will become dependent and treat the fiscal system as being a source of a last source of revenue, and think of themselves as having a soft budget constraint. This is mitigated. This could be mitigated to some extent by making the transfer system as formula-based as possible, and discouraging the federal government from bailing out provinces who are in fiscal trouble. One way to do that is to avoid bilateral agreements in response to provincial problems. There are some other innovative ways out there that I'll talk about a little bit later on. The CHT is also a component of the horizontal balance. In fact, the CHT combined with the CST and the gas fund are essentially forms of an equalization. They're forms of a net equalization system. They represent equal per capita transfers funded out of federal general revenues. So they are actually equalization systems, which are sort of partial in the sense that they don't equalize all provinces up to the same level, but they equalize the have provinces down and the have not provinces up. And they do that because of the fact that they're funded out of federal general revenues, which are more, their incidence is borne more by high income provinces, and they provide all of the provinces with an equal per capita transfer. There's an important interaction between horizontal and vertical balance. The lower is the vertical gap, the more is the provincial reliance on their own source revenues, the greater are the horizontal fiscal disparities. So if the fiscal gap is reduced, horizontal fiscal imbalance is increased, horizontal fiscal disparities increase, and the need for equalization increases. So there's more pressure on the equalization system. So in some sense, the existence of a vertical balance mitigates the problems of horizontal imbalance. And then the other object of the CHT is to fund provinces' healthcare systems and notionally to encourage them to abide by some national standards as set out by the Canada Health Act. The spending role of the Canada Health Act is limited, though. The CHT is not directly related to provincial health spending. There's a notional attribution to health indicators, and the conditions are really very broad. Enforcement of the Canada Health Act conditions relies really more on moral and political persuasion, and the ability of the federal government to influence provincial acceptance of these conditions is influenced by the size of the federal contribution. The federal contribution then reinforces the notion that national equity and efficiency objectives are served by provincial health programs. And I note at the bottom that there's some limitation on the need for federal influence. Provinces' needs and preferences differ. There's efficiency advantages to be had by allowing provinces to make different choices, to experiment, to innovate in their policies, and to be subject to yardstick competition from other provinces. Okay, well, I want to then just finish my discussion by going through policy options for the CHT. And I want to think of these policy options again in the context of the kind of tripartite objectives of the CHT. One is to facilitate vertical balance, another is to contribute to horizontal balance, and the other one is to address the conditionality associated with the healthcare system. With respect to the reform of the CHT for vertical balance, as we've mentioned, the rate of growth of health spending exceeds the rate of growth of the CHT, and this would be more so if the provinces expand their health coverage. Provincial budgets are not sustainable, whereas the federal budget is. How would we address this problem of provincial budgets not being sustainable and the CHT growing less rapidly than health spending? Well, one option is to transfer more tax room from the federal government to the provinces. This would be a short-term solution, but you would require a continuous increase in the transfer of tax room in the future, given that the rate of growth of health expenditures, in particular provincial government expenditures, is going to be more rapid, is likely going to be more rapid than the rate of growth of GDP and the rate of growth of their tax bases. So that would compromise the objective of the fiscal gap, I think. Alternatively, we could increase the level and rate of growth of the Canada Health Transfer. The Forum of the Federations recommends, the Council of the Federation, I should say, recommends a 5% escalator. An alternative is to set the escalator at the rate of growth of national average provincial health care spending, which is something that was done back in the 1960s when the health transfers were first introduced. To address the soft budget constraint issue, how do we find a way of constraining the federal government from bailing out provinces and thereby encouraging the provinces to engage in risky and too much boring behavior.
Sorry, Robin, about 2 minutes.
Okay, one proposal that I find kind of attractive is to reduce the incentive for the federal government to bail out the provinces by both combining an increase in the CHT and an increase in its rate of growth with what Kyle Hanniman has proposed, which is to enable the provinces to have access to what he calls a conditional bailout facility, so that if they run into trouble, they can get money from the federal government, but only with conditions attached. Obviously, the details of that would have to be worked out. Reform of the CHT for horizontal ballast. The drawbacks of the existing equalization system are many. One of them is that it's a gross scheme. It equalizes the have-not provinces up, but it doesn't equalize the have provinces down. Another one you could argue is a drawback is it doesn't take any account of differences in needs and costs across provinces. The CHT addresses the first to some extent, because it is a kind of a gross scheme rather than a net scheme. It could in principle address the second, at least with respect to health needs and costs. It could adjust the per capita transfer in a relatively simple way by demographic factors. It could also adjust the per capita transfer by differential wage costs across provinces. And I think if you were going to adjust for needs and costs, you probably should go in both directions, because quite often the high needs provinces are also the low wage cost provinces and vice versa. And then I have a couple of slides on the reform of CHT as a conditional transfer, which I may not be able to get through. The provinces have in fact expanded health coverage beyond the categories that are conditioned under the Canada Health Act. And they provide these expanded health coverage according to different formulas. They apply different local needs and preferences. These expanded health coverage don't always abide by the Canada Health conditions. They may not be universal, they may not be public funded, they may not be free of use, but they nonetheless contribute to escalating healthcare costs by the provinces, and therefore I think warrant federal support. Should the government use the CHT to encourage new health programs? Well, most of the new programs that are being proposed are already being offered on terms that deviate from CHA conditions. You could use the spending power as a carrot and stick approach, but that would be, I think, blunt and controversial. Alternatively, you could combine an increase in CHT funding with maximal provincial discretion. You could take an approach similar to the gas tax fund or the tax collection agreement or the HST approach, which is to base per capita funding on a series of bilateral agreements drawn from an agreed list of health priority areas. Or you could simply do what we're doing now, which is earmark the CHT increases for support of new areas, the minimum restrictions on the provinces, relying on the moral suasion associated with the federal contribution to encourage the provinces to abide by it. And I think I better stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that very interesting talk. I think these demographic challenges and rising health costs in particular are going to be a really important conversation for years to come. And a few questions have rolled in. I'll collect those until the end. So just a reminder to any attendees, the Q&A button at the bottom. Feel free to submit questions as we go. But now turning to our second presenter for this panel, Professor Michael Prince from the University of Victoria will talk to us today about social transfers and social assistance. And so I think we'll, Robin, if you end your screen share and you can switch over to Michael.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you, Trevor. And I will be speaking from notes. I had some slides, but they are on another computer. I've had an odd morning, so I'm glad I made this at the last minute. Sorry for any anxiety that might have caused you, Trevor, and the organizers. But
Oh, not at all. Great to
anyways,
have you.
glad to be here. So the title of my talk is called Ceremonial Fiscal Federalism, Social Assistance and the Canada Social Transfer. So I'll be focusing on that part of the CST that deals with the transfer of federal funds to the provinces, ostensibly for the purposes of funding provincial and territorial social assistance programs or income support programs, the so-called safety net programs across the country. And just as a quick reminder, when I'm talking about social assistance, we're talking about a program that's funded from general tax revenues. And these are government administered financial support programs. And often will include in that a bundle of community delivered welfare services as well. Sometimes social assistance not only refers to the cash benefits, but also the service delivery programs that are covered as well. Historically, and still today, we call these a last resort set of programs in our Canadian social security system for people whose needs are not met adequately by earnings and or by social insurance programs, such as employment insurance. Social assistance constitutionally, in some respects, is a co-jurisdiction. Historically, it has been a policy instrument or tool used by both the Government of Canada. Going back to the 1930s, there was a social assistance program for veterans from World War I. There's been social assistance for status Indians delivered by the Government of Canada. And provincially, there was a solely funded social assistance program for much of the 20th century called the Mother's Allowance for dependent mothers with children. But when we think of social assistance, we tend to think of it as a shared jurisdiction, primarily a provincial jurisdiction with federal spending power involved in transferring funding. So that's really the federal perspective, the fiscal federalism perspective I'm going to be bringing in this talk, is thinking of social assistance as a shared area of jurisdiction where there's a role through the federal government through its taxation and spending powers, but operating in an area of primarily provincial jurisdiction. In the social policy field, social assistance is the bête noire of this field. It's disreputable. It's seen as an intrusive, complex, stigmatizing set of programs, imposing controls and perpetuating dependencies and stereotypes on a lot of Canadians. So it's the least popular, both from, I think, a politician's point of view and also recipients, and certainly people who write about and work around these programs, social workers, other academics. The history of, and my paper really looks at both history and the current context of the Canada social transfer, but the organizers, I think, invited us to consider some of the background in the past. So let me briefly suggest that over the last 100 years, and that's how long the Government of Canada has been involved in transferring monies to the provinces and or the municipalities for social assistance, starting in 1919, right after World War I, federal government began providing relief for unemployment assistance to municipalities. So for the last 100 years, we can divide it up into three broad periods. The first period from about 1920 to the early 1960s is really a period of categorical social assistance. Over time, the Government of Canada introduced 4 different cost-shared programs for 4 different categories of, quote, people in need. The first and most significant was the old age pension, brought in 1927, followed in the 1930s for assistance for blind persons. And then in the early 1950s, permanently disabled persons. And later on in the 1950s, through the Unemployment Assistance Act, for people who were considered unemployed employables, was the term used at the time. Except for the unemployment assistance, the other 3 programs were means tested. And the federal government transferred funds to the provinces, typically on a 50-50 cost share basis, and leaving control over the design and the delivery and the details of the administration and the setting of benefit rates for assistance to the provinces. And so right from the 1920s onwards, that has been the pattern of how fiscal federalism and the intergovernmental relations around co-funding of social assistance tended to operate in Canada. As I mentioned, there were 3 other social assistance programs that were not cost shared, federal programs for status Indians and for veterans, and there were provincial programs for dependent mothers during this period. Interestingly, looking back at some of the work done by the Royal Commission, one of its background studies noted that by 1939, federal transfers for the old age pension program was by far the largest single federal transfer program in the country. In fact, it surpassed all the others combined. So the funds for educational instruction, agricultural, venereal disease, highway construction, all the very early cost-shared programs that were introduced in the around 1910s to 20s to the 30s quickly got surpassed by what could become the foreshadowing of the Canadian welfare state. So you had this major expansion of federal transfer payments in the social assistance field prior to World War II. But as I say, the programs got continued through the 50s into the early 1960s. And as a result of that, you got the building up of provincial welfare administrations, sometimes called province building. Some of the administrative capacity and policy capacity that emerged as a result of the fiscal transfers. The second period in the history of fiscal federalism and social assistance goes from 1966 to 1996. And this is a period of what I call comprehensive social assistance and fiscal federalism. And of course, this is referring to the Canada Assistance Plan, CAP, which was brought in 1966. And really, in part, was intended to consolidate the 4 previous categorical programs. Provinces were complaining about rigidities in those programs, excessive federal controls over those programs, and they wanted to simplify and consolidate the programs. The initiative for CAP came in large part the design details from provincial governments and provincial welfare officials. It was described when it was established in 1966 as the ultimate in cooperative federalism during that decade in the 1960s, when there were so many other intergovernmental arrangements and negotiations going on. It also then added a 5th program, which was the Mother's Allowance, which up until then, for the previous 50 or 60 years, had been solely financed by provincial governments. The federal government agreed to cost share that categorical program as well. What that did was instantly bring in over 200,000 women and children into a cost share arrangement. It also brought in people that were involved in child welfare services, an additional 50,000 children in care. So it was not just a tidying up and consolidating of programs. There was a notable extension of the reach of the cost sharing and the support. It was cost shared 50-50 until 39. The funding also, the federal funding also was expanded to include funding for the first time the costs of welfare administration at the provincial level, the cost of staff training and development at the provincial level, and funding for research and evaluation as well, and efforts to do more outreach to some anti-poverty measures that were being influenced by the thinking in the 1960s in the United States and elsewhere, the war on poverty and the Great Society of the Kennedy-Johnson administrations in Washington. Relatively few federal conditions, and the program, although there were efforts over this 30-year period to reform CAP, particularly in the 70s and 80s, there were intergovernmental discussions. None of them really bore fruit in terms of any significant, substantial changes to the legislation and to the arrangements. And then we enter what I call the turbulent 1990s. And at the beginning, we have an expenditure control program brought in the 1990-91 budget, where the cap on cap, so an expenditure limitation on the 3 non-equalization recipient provinces, or quote, the 3 richer provinces of Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia. That sparked a set of court challenges that went to the Supreme Court in a reference case. The federal government's actions were upheld. So we had then not only the cap, then challenge in the courts, and then additional cutbacks brought in subsequent budgets in 1993 and 4, and then the dramatic replacement and termination of cap introduced in the 1995 budget. So CAP, although it was born in a period of the 1960s of cooperative federalism, it ended its period or life under a very turbulent and controversial set of arrangements in politics and intergovernmental relations. We then come to the third period in the history of social assistance and fiscal federalism in Canada, and that's the contemporary period from 1996 to today. And that's social assistance in the CHST, the Canada Health Social Transfer, and then the CST, the Canada Social Transfer. I would describe the CHST as the ultimate in coercive federalism in the 1990s. And I do that to contrast it with the birth of CAP 30 years earlier as an intergovernmental arrangement. CHST was unilateral, it was abrupt, and it was a major contraction in funding, as well as Robin noted around the CHT, a narrowing in the policy objectives and conditions, particularly around social services and social assistance. With the end of CAP, we lost the incentive effect of matching grants. And we also lost, with the death or the termination of CAP, a counter-cyclical stabilization function, which CAP had performed. And arguably, one might say the unemployment assistance program brought in 1956 had also performed in fiscal federalism in the late 50s and 1960s. The CHST years for social assistance were from 1996 to 2004. And this is where social assistance, the old CAP program, had been embedded in with healthcare and early childhood education and post-secondary education as well. And in those years, we saw, as the federal government came to a budget surplus, increasing pressure by the provinces on reinvestments into healthcare in particular. And, Robin has spoken to that. And not surprisingly, we saw in the second and third Jean Chrétien mandates, reinvestments into healthcare, First Minister agreements, summit federalism around what was the future of healthcare in this country. So we saw additional increases in the cash base of the CHST, earmarked specifically for healthcare. We saw additional investments in the early 2000s. We also saw some new money going into the CHST designated for early childhood development. What's notable is that there was no additional investments for social assistance. In fact, social assistance was barely mentioned in the federal provincial relations and politics of those days. Then we come to the CST, which was formally split. We had the creation of the Canada Health Transfer and the Canada Social Transfer in 2004. And the CST then had post-secondary education, early childhood development, and social assistance and social services wrapped into it. And in those subsequent years, again, we saw this pattern of additional investments for post-secondary education in the CST and additional investments earmarked through the CST for early childhood development. And again, the absence of any additional investments earmarked for social assistance or social services through the CST. As Robin mentioned, in 2007, the per capita formula was inserted into the transfer. And a few years later, the annual escalator of 3% was instituted into the CST as well as with the CHT. So that kind of gives you the broad sweep of the history of where we've come from. In my paper, I suggest that we can think of the Canada Social Transfer as what I call ceremonial social policy. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it's an unconditional block fund. I would argue it's essentially a fiscal mechanism that's effectively decoupled from social assistance and social services. For some politicians, it may create a respectable appearance of helping some vulnerable Canadians. But unlike the CHT and unlike equalization, the CST holds relatively low symbolism. in the national discourse and the national mythology and the national attention. There's really no political discourse in this country that speaks of social assistance as a nation-building instrument, as a source of social cohesion, or as a proud source of civic pride that distinguishes Canada from other countries like the United States. It's just absent. And also, when you look into the program and its history, the CST for social assistance, there's no substantive vision, there's no actual policy objectives, and there's really no effective intergovernmental governance arrangements. Yes, there still remains the FPT social service ministers, but they have not really been an effective mechanism, I would argue, in terms of moving an agenda forward on social assistance or social services for some time. Indeed, you might argue that throughout the entire 21st century so far, there's been a real absence of federal provincial diplomacy in the area of social assistance. We have seen federal provincial meetings and first minister meetings on healthcare, on childcare, on early childhood development many times, but it's been a notable absence on this field of social assistance. And within the CST itself, I would argue that social assistance is both politically and fiscally overshadowed on the national policy agenda by concerns around post-secondary education and by early learning and childhood development. And I just think that the latest federal budget with this new major announcement on childcare raises interesting questions as to what the future of the early childhood learning and development portion of the CST is, and what will happen to it. When you look at federal budgeting over the last 25 years in this contemporary period of CST, fiscal federalism, and social assistance, what's notable is that the federal government has continued to have an interest in social assistance, but outside of the CST, and basically in four ways, in four themes. First, the federal government has continued to have an interest in looking at work incentives for the welfare poor and for the working poor in this country. And that's been obvious through both the working income tax benefit that was brought in back in 2006, which is morphed into the Canada worker benefit, introduced into the 2018 budget. And again, in this latest budget, we see some modest progressive changes to expanding the reach of that Canada worker benefit. In other words, to make work pay and to make it more attractive compared to welfare. The second theme is the focus on poverty reduction in Canadian families with children. We saw with the National Child Benefit brought in 1998, which was the last real effort at federal provincial diplomacy around income support or social assistance. That morphs into the Canada Child Benefit, brought in 2016 by the Trudeau government, which has continued to have some increases in the subsequent years. A third way that the federal government has funded, 2 minutes, thank you, Trevor, is funding through grants and contributions to community service organizations, notably for First Nations and for Inuit families. A fourth is a more technical area around the interaction between the federal tax system and tax measures and provincial programs. Best example is the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the RDSP, where the federal government got provinces to agree not to claw back for people who made contributions to RDSPs and have that income that was a tax sheltered plan counted as assets or income against eligibility for social assistance. Quickly to COVID and the pandemic. What has been the experience of social assistance in the last 2 years? First of all, I think we see what I would argue is the powerful persistence of residual practices and relative inattention to social assistance policy. Most provinces offered little, if any, additional financial help to people who were social assistance recipients over the last 2 years. More dramatically than that, when the federal government introduced CERB, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit last spring, and the federal government formally requested that provinces and territories not claw back that benefit for people on social assistance. The only province that did that was British Columbia, where they allowed the money to fully flow through to people on income and disability assistance. all the other provinces either fully clawed back or partially clawed back the CERB benefits from people on social assistance. I would call that a failure in executive federalism. Finally, just from future policy options for the role of social assistance, if we look at recent parliamentary reports, think tanks, work by academics, including Robin Boadway and some colleagues, and other professional associations like the Canadian Association of Social Workers, we get a nice set of agenda of ideas. One is continuing the block transfer, but adding new federal investments, both in and outside the CST. Another one would be to revising the Indian welfare agreements and making new investments for Indigenous peoples. Another one is enacting federal legislation that deals specifically with social services or social care and trying to revive a more collaborative cost-shared model. And perhaps most dramatically is the idea of moving social assistance up to the national level, to the federal order of government, and transforming its design as part of a major basic income guarantee agenda. That would look at maybe focused on working age people 18 to 64. It would replace the income support components of provincial and territorial social assistance programs. It would complement the Canada Child Benefit for families and children living in low income. It would also complement the OAS GIS for seniors. Social services could be negotiated in a separate arrangement. Now with Canada's official poverty rate and the market basket measure agenda. So I know I've run out of time, Trevor, but I wanted to end on something a little more provocative, because really the takeaway is that the CST has been in the shadows of Canadian politics and fiscal federalism that's been dominated by healthcare debates, childcare debates, and more recently pharmacare and long-term care. And regrettably, the last resort program continues to be the last topic often in fiscal federalism and Canadian politics. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. And I think provocative it was, judging by the number of questions that have been rolling in here in the Q&A. So that's great. I look forward to circling back. I will proceed to our third speaker, Professor Jennifer Robson, someone whom I've gained a lot of insight from and has provided lots of real-time, very topical, thoughtful, and important analysis, especially over the past 12 months. So it's really great pleasure to welcome her, an associate professor at Carleton University, to speak about childcare. Again, something particularly topical since the federal budget on Monday. So Professor Robson, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers. I am joining you today, of course, from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin. Very happy to be and very honored to be part of this panel, and what a week to be talking about childcare funding. So let me proceed with my slides. Let me start with a brief sort of setting of the stage. I'm petit survol. This is an area of fiscal arrangements where the political context matters like a lot. There are really active and highly vocal advocacy networks in the early learning and care, or ELCC, I'm going to be saying throughout my presentation for short. So networks who have for several decades been calling for national funding for childcare, and some who would also really like to see a national shift in the balance of policy authority. And this is like in heavy contrast to some other areas that this conference has discussed. I'm not aware, for example, of any grassroots Facebook groups that are dedicated to the reform of the equalization formula, unless, I don't know, maybe Trevor or Marcelin have started one, I'm not sure. So earlier this week, of course, Budget 2021, the federal budget, announced a significant change to the fiscal arrangements related to childcare. So Ottawa is proposing to gradually increase transfers for ELCC to provinces, eventually to just over $9 billion per year, and to make that funding level permanent by 2025. There are some very high hopes and expectations, but of course this money is all conditional on reaching new intergovernmental agreements, in addition to the existing bilateral agreements that were signed in 2017, which may serve as a template. So in the coming months, I think we may see an emerging tension between the terms and conditions that advocates and some federal policymakers may want to attach to the significant spending increase, and the flexibility and respect for jurisdictional boundaries that might be required to get to yes with enough provinces. As we heard from Professor Oliver yesterday, while Parliament and the Executive can set conditions related to the modalities and subjects of their spending, the pith and substance cannot be to regulate in an area of provincial jurisdiction. I note that the federal budget was very careful to use the term principle when talking about the proposed childcare spending and legislation, even when it used the word standards when talking about long-term care and mental health services. So I think the federal government may be finding that to meet their political goals of the budget, they're threading a very fine needle in distinguishing principles from policy conditions on the funding. And I'd be happy to say more about this in Q&A. Okay, so what does ELCC currently look like through the lens of fiscal federalism? And of course, because the funding of ELCC is actually quite complex, I'm also going to be looking today beyond intergovernmental arrangements to include jurisdictional differences in how Canadians and governments negotiate the cost sharing of ELCC services. So I've collected data from a decade of public accounts federally and in the 4 largest provinces. The focus here for my presentation is on actual expenditures rather than budgetary announcements or allocations through the business of supply, and more on this distinction in a moment. So in addition to some of the interprovincial diversity in how ELCC services are funded, there's also some diversity in how spending is reported. So for the sake of consistency, I've had to make some choices to harmonize the data, and you can see a summary of these on accounting rules, treatment of revenues, and administrative costs as well. Transfers between governments are netted from comparisons by order of government, just to avoid potential for double counting. For tax expenditure information, I'm of course using published tax data for relevant credits and deductions. And I have left out cash child benefits because the focus here is on the cost sharing of early learning and care, not on financial support for the care of children more generally. Household expenditures on ELCC were drawn from the Canadian Income Survey public use file for 2012 to 17 and are based on household reports. Fortunately, the existing research suggests those are not necessarily completely skewed. In Ontario, a lot of ELCC spending is actually devolved to the 47 different municipalities and comes with an expectation of cost sharing. But if there's inconsistency in the financial reporting between provinces, then there's even more inconsistency amongst Ontario's cities. So to deal with this, after sampling many municipal budgets, I have estimated municipal net spending as a fixed share of provincial spending in Ontario at 15% annually. And of course, because the goal is to understand how all of this is working in practice for ELCC, I also pulled provincial administrative data on licensed spaces. So as promised, why focus on using actuals rather than allocations? There are some reports and studies of ELCC that do seem to use budgetary allocations rather than official records of actual expenditures. But the variance, that is the actual over or underspending annually, can actually be significant, as you see here in terms of the estimate of the mean variance over the study period, the full decade. And so what we see in general is a trend towards spending less than what has actually been allocated. Let me briefly describe the components of federal spending on ELCC. There are those dedicated ELCC transfers to provinces and territories that have been since 2017 allocated on a per capita basis. These are governed by existing bilateral agreements that cover 2017 to 20 and another short-term renewal agreement for 2020 to 2021. And those agreements expressed commitment to stable funding at 2017 levels all the way through to 2027. So the money in budget 2021 is going to be new on top of this. The text of the bilateral agreements, of course, specify the purposes for which the money can be used. These in practice essentially describe the main ELCC funding activities of the relevant provincial or territorial government. And the agreements allow the federal government to withhold money if a province fails to produce an audited statement for funds already received. Note that the conditions are on the modalities and subjects of payment, not on the regulation of childcare. And as you'll see in the graph in a moment, there's also a sliver of spending in the form of direct transfers to ELCC providers. These are often done under Health Canada or for First Nations organizations. And of course, ELCC is also supported by the Canada Social Transfer, but there's a big question around how much of that large block transfer should we be allocating for ELCC. So I have counted only that portion that was added to the base of the CST in 2007 that was specifically earmarked for childcare. And lest you worry that I've completely made this up, here's the text from page 128 of the federal 2007 budget, noting the 250 million addition to the CST base with the escalator clause kicking in 2009-10. So I'd be happy to say more again about this in the Q&A. Other components of federal spending, finally, we have the Canada Childcare Expenses Deduction, or CCED. The dollar limit, by the way, did increase during the decade period that I have looked at by $1,000 for all categories of children in 2015, and we do see some of that effect in the graph that is coming on the next slide. No, this deduction does not fund the creation of or operation of childcare spaces, but neither does it function in practice as a measure just to preserve horizontal equity in a decision to work or provide unpaid care. To actually have true horizontal equity, you would also need to have an equivalent recognition of the value of the marginal increase in unpaid reproductive labor that is performed by parents who are not in the labor market. And furthermore, the traditional argument in favor of the CCED assumes that there is a voluntary choice available to all families to have one or both parents employed in paid work. And for there to be a choice, you have to presume that one income would be sufficient and that the marginal loss in unpaid reproductive labor is properly priced in childcare fees that are later deducted from paid work income. And both of these assumptions are frankly kind of stupid in 2021. So if you instead view ELCC in 2021 as a family expense and one that should simultaneously support child development and gender equity, and as an expense that is necessary but not sufficient as a precondition for positive labor market outcomes for parents, particularly mothers, then regarding this purely as an employment-related expense just doesn't make any sense. It's bonkers. So as we see here by Finance's own recent evaluation of the deduction, it is heavily skewed towards higher income households who in fact have the greatest ability to pay ELCC fees and frankly the most choice on whether to live on one income or two. So what does this all look like in terms of the data? This is a decade's worth of federal spending on ELCC in constant dollars. And of course, we see that the CCED is doing the biggest part of the lifting at nearly $1.5 billion of the little more than $2 billion spent overall. For today, I'm actually only going to be discussing the two largest provinces, Ontario and Quebec, because I think they actually offer a useful comparison set. Both provinces fund the creation of new spaces through capital spending, through different levels and obviously with different objectives. Both provinces support the operating costs of ELCC services through transfers to providers, including subsidizing fees paid by parents. In Quebec, most licensed spaces are subsidized with fixed parental fees of $8.50 per day. In Ontario, subsidies are income tested to family income and as such reach a far smaller share of families. Median fees for full-time space vary, of course, by age of the child and the location of the provider in Ontario, but according to the Ministry of Education, are somewhere between $47 and $66 per day, so significantly higher than in Quebec. Quebec is unique in offering pension and other benefits for eligible ELCC workers. This has actually represented an important and growing line item in the province's ELCC spending, which we'll see in a moment. And of course, both provinces currently offer refundable tax credits. A key distinction here is that Quebec's credit is independent of the federal CCED and can be received in advance by a family. Ontario's credit, now only in its second year, can only be claimed and paid to a family at tax time after fees have been incurred. And it is also tied to receipt of the federal CCED. There are other important distinctions in the generosity of the credits, but maybe I'll leave those aside in the interest of time. So here's total provincial spending on ELCC in Quebec in constant dollars and for the last decade. Let me point out a couple of things that I think are worth noting. First, and most obviously, is the size of the spending. It's quite big at $3.3 billion, or about 1% of provincial GDP. Second, while spending has increased in real terms, the fastest growth at 112% over the decade has actually been in the refundable tax credit that supports unsubsidized spaces in the province, rather than the spending that supports the operations or creation of new subsidized spaces. And here's the same data for Ontario, again, in constant dollars over the same decade, and including the imputed share from municipalities in that lighter blue color. A few things to note here. First, obviously, the public spending is significantly lower in Quebec. So just for contrast, they're on the same scale. You can see there's Quebec, there's where it drops in Ontario. And in Ontario, it amounts to just 0.04% of provincial GDP. Second, the capital spending to create new spaces in the province of Ontario has been very sporadic and basically disappears by 2019-20. I note that there's only 1 year here, 2013-14, where the spending for capital expenses related to childcare in public education schools was included. And actually, you do see that, that slight bump in 2013-14. So Ontario may be wanting to count spending on full day kindergarten and extended day programs as part of their overall ELCC spending, but at least for the data that I was able to access, these are not identifiable in their public accounts and are not, frankly, strictly comparable to other jurisdictions. Finally, absent the introduction of the new tax credit in the 2019-2020 fiscal year, public spending on ELCC in Ontario would actually have fallen in real terms over 2018-19 levels. I'll have more to say on the implications of that last point towards the end of my remarks. So here's a visualization comparing the mix of public spending, not the levels, in the two provinces. Ontario's data here, by the way, does include the municipal contribution as well. So you can see that both provinces, the refundable tax credit is doing a similar share of the lifting at about 20% of overall expenditures, but Quebec's approach is slightly more diversified than Ontario because they have the mix of capital and especially also the spending on benefits for ECE workers. So if we think about ELCC services as something that is currently cost shared between households and governments, then who's paying for what share? Furthermore, what are governments paying per licensed space? And what is the system-wide cost, including household spending and public spending for the licensed spaces that we do have? This data, by the way, that includes the household portion, only covers the 2012-13 to 2017-18 years, because that's when we have the Canadian Income Survey data. So looking at the two line graphs at the bottom of the slide, in 2017-18, the most recent year we have, Quebec collectively spent the equivalent of $51,000 per licensed space, while Ontario spent the equivalent of $49,000 per licensed space in the province. In 2019-20, public spending per licensed space was $12,500 in Quebec, while it was significantly lower at just $7,200 in Ontario. Sorry. 7,200 in Ontario. In practice, of course, an important share of the spending is actually flowing to unlicensed spaces, whether that's because parents can't find or just prefer care outside of the licensed system. And overall, you see that households in both provinces still pay the lion's share of ELCC costs in direct fees, but there is a significant difference between the private and public mix in Quebec versus Ontario. So turning to those relative shares, budget 2021 set a goal to get the federal government to a 50-50 cost share with provinces by 2025 based on current provincial spending. So the two graphs at the top of my slide use the most generous definition of federal as well as provincial spending as outlined earlier. And I think we start to see at least two potential challenges here. First, moving from the current ratio of 85-15 to 50-50 in Ontario over 5 years is not impossible and could reduce the burden on households. That's the hope anyway. But this will only be true in practice if there is no displacement of provincial funding. So advocates will be expecting the federal money to translate into higher capital and operating spending. But in 2019, as we saw a moment ago, Ontario slashed capital spending and barely increased operating transfers in favor of introducing a new refundable credit that is not favored by advocates and does not create new spaces. And that policy change happened without consequence, notwithstanding the bilateral funding agreement that did not list tax credits as an eligible purpose. And the federal transfer at the time, of course, was just $145 million to Ontario. So maybe that was a small enough amount for the displacement of provincial funding to be kind of negligible, right? Easy to hide. The text from the bilateral agreement, by the way, has a non-displacement clause only for the Canada social transfer, but I see nothing to prevent a province from simply swapping provincial dollars with federal ones. The second problem is related to Quebec. So the federal government has set an envelope for ELCC spending. The current bilaterals use per capita funding. So long as the budget 2021 envelope remains the same, we have an inherent tension between a per capita funding formula and a 50-50 cost share, particularly as it applies to Quebec. So while the language in the budget was careful to say that the medium and long-term goals of reduced fees did not apply to Quebec, it did not exclude Quebec from the commitment to bring the federal government to an equal spending level on ELCC. 2 minutes, perfect. Pulling this data together, I have to say, was difficult, and I actually still only managed it for four out of 13 provinces and territories. I don't want to do that again. It was painful. I've tried to document all of my methodological choices in case someone else wants to pick this up, replicate, or continue the work. But for me, this will be sort of my farewell on ELCC. We need, though, better and public data, especially as we ramp up federal spending on ELCC. Federal policymakers and advocates have said that the new and permanent investments are meant to build the next pillar of social services in the Federation, on par with public health and education. So we're going to need good data and published analysis of that data to understand where the money is going, what policy choices are being made or incentivized, and to enable jurisdictions to learn from one another. I think this budget proposal may also create a new test of the federal spending power. And as I've already noted earlier, potentially a test of the distance between the expectations of advocates to drive policy change in provincial systems, and on the other hand, the flexibility that may be needed to enable intergovernmental agreements in cooperative federalism. But whichever way those political or policy debates unfold in the coming months and years, they are going to be shaped by where they start from and the recent history of how costs on ELCC have been shared in different parts of this country. So I hope others might pursue this avenue of applied research, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I found that Quebec-Ontario comparison really interesting and impressive, as you noted, how painful it is to gather data from different sources, but what an incredibly valuable contribution. So to complete the session, I will turn to Professor Marcelin Joanis on equalization, the gift that keeps on giving for those who think about fiscal arrangements in Canada. So, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Trevor. Bonjour. Bonjour à tous. Je partage l'écran. Can you see my slides?
Yep, looks good.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Well, first thing to say is that I've done something on this first slide that we see maybe oftentimes in this country. I have a different message in French and in English. I've translated in actually the only part of my presentation that's going to be in French is this title here. My title in French is La péréquation 20 ans après la Commission Séguin. On a personal note, this conference comes almost exactly day for day, 20 years after I left a promising career in the federal public service at Finance Canada to join Quebec's Commission on Fiscal Imbalance that we've learned to know as Séguin Commission. We heard yesterday a talk by one of the commissioners, actually, Alain Noël, who talked about it briefly. But I want to make sure, I mean, I left this federal job to join this thing, so I better be there to make it live on, and so I'll talk a little bit about what the Séguin Commission had to say about equalization and other things. Well, to set the stage, let me first say that I mean, I'm a firm believer that a well-functioning equalization scheme is a necessary condition for a meaningful decentralized provision of public services. A weak or limited equalization is a centralization force. So I have a favorable bias to having a good equalization system in place. That's true for both for federal provincial relations, but also for provincial municipal relations as well. Something I will not touch on, but that others have. I think it's fair to say that among the many brands of equalization that are available out there, so from the menu of equalization options, Canada picked a rather complex one. So we made our job a little difficult. This complexity, though, I think is both good and bad. On the good side, I mean, complexity allows for sophistication. So in the case of Canada's equalization program, it is based on a representative tax system. So we're trying to compare provinces to an average, to what would be a fictional average province. And at least from an economist's point of view, this is an appealing thing to do. But that complexity is less appealing in other dimensions. I would argue it has led to frequent changes to the formula, idiosyncratic interaction between the various program parameters, thinking about caps, for instance, and so complexity is linked to variability in the in equalization payments, and that's an issue. I would also argue that it has created room for politics to play an important role in the evolution of the program. So it has created room for let's say political tinkering with the creation of ad hoc mechanisms, often targeted officially or not towards single provinces or single issues. And I think this is where the Séguin Commission is interesting to go back to. So this is 20 years ago. And Alain talked about that yesterday. I mean, what I take from the Séguin Commission is, when thinking about equalization, is let's go back to basic principles of fiscal balance, autonomy, fiscal capacity, accountability, and see where this leads us. I think it's also worth looking at what the Commission recommended at the time. My talk is on equalization, but just very briefly on the social transfers, it has been pointed out briefly by Alain as well yesterday. The Commission was advocating getting rid of the social transfers, so the CST and the CHT, and replace it with a once and for all tax point transfer. The Commission had a soft spot for doing this at the GST. I've always had a soft spot for doing it at PIT. So both options were in the report, but the GST option was the preferred one. Of course, this has not been done. On institutions as well, the Commission had advocated changes mainly to reduce the federal government's ability to arbitrarily make changes to fiscal arrangements. Advocated a common strategy with other provinces, something that has been done in the years that followed, leading to a report on fiscal imbalance by the Council of Federation. On equalization, what was in the Séguin report, going to the 10 province standard as opposed to 5 province standard. This has been done. Getting rid of all those caps that have been present in the program in some instances. Those are still in place today. No methodological changes or data changes between 2 5-year plans. I would argue that there's no guarantee of that in the current system. But the key takeaway on equalization, I would claim, from the Séguin report is the importance of an integral application of the representative tax system approach. So basically, if you're going to do equalization based on a representative tax system, well, go all in and make sure you include all revenue sources. So that includes property taxes, fees. I would add natural resources as well, and so on and so forth. So this has been done in a way, but we've moved to a 5 bases representative tax system as opposed to the 33 bases that existed at the time. Property taxes are one of them, but fees are excluded. Sorry, we have partial exclusion of natural resources and so on and so forth. So the program has changed quite a bit in the.
Stop sleeping all day, okay? Réveille-toi.
Sorry, I think I'm hearing the translation as I'm speaking. The program has changed quite a bit in the years that followed the Séguin Commission. I'm not going to go through all of those changes. I guess it's going to be in the paper, but the major changes is moving to a fixed budgetary envelope for the program. The partial inclusion of natural resources, and the introduction of a 3-year moving average. So the fact that that payments are now determined by a formula that is based on 3 years of past data. Of course, the fixed budgetary envelope has been removed briefly and then came back. So quite a lot of changes actually in the years that followed the Séguin Commission. Many changes, but I would say that overall the Séguin Commission's analysis remains to a large extent relevant today. Needs to be updated, I have to say. I mean, for sure. I mean, 20 years later, a lot of blind spots. Of course, if you go back to the original text, natural resources, of course, a lot of action occurred since then. The rise of municipalities as well as a key player, but overall, I think it stands the test of time. The program has somewhat drifted away from the integral respect of the representative tax system approach. So the approach is in a way coarser, five tax bases considered, partial inclusion, natural resources, ad hoc fixes as well, the Atlantic Accords that were renewed following that, and of course the caps that are still in place. One thing, the one thing, and that's where the main title of the presentation comes in, is have we gained a program that is overall more predictable? Because this was an important critique at the time, that the program was very hard to forecast, especially from the perspective of receiving provinces. So I think this is an important issue to look at. It's by far not the only one, but that's the one I chose to focus on because the Séguin report had an analysis specific to that. You can look at it from the federal government's perspective, and you can look at it from the province's perspective, of course. From the federal government's perspective, my impression is that the federal government has been very successful at isolating itself to a large extent from pressures related to federal transfers, and in particular to fluctuations in the degree of horizontal imbalance. I mean, it can go both ways, right? I mean, the federal government does not reap the benefits when the degree of horizontal fiscal imbalance goes down, but when it goes up, the program does not automatically become more generous. For the provinces, well, there exists uncertainty about the future evolution of transfers. And it comes from first federal decisions and the very nature of the program. So calculations are complex. So it's hard to reverse engineer the program, and the interaction among the program's many features also lead to uncertainty. Just going to show you some data, and my focus is on let's say the 5 core equalization receiving provinces, those that have received payments over the last 20 years. So those are, of course, Manitoba, Quebec, PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. This is what the program looks like right now. Those are the per capita amounts received by each of the provinces. So going back to the Séguin Commission, what was the analysis in 2002 at the time? Well, equalization. So that the report actually is available in English. It's been translated. So I'm referring to the translated version of the report. Equalization payments vary widely over time. Maybe I would have used wildly over time even. And the commission pointed out that it is difficult for the provinces to manage such erratic changes. So that's the commission's language at the time. So, and we're talking about provinces that are less affluent and whose overall revenue often depends to a significant extent on those payments. That's a graph that's directly taken from the Séguin Commission report. It looks at equalization payments, say, over the 10-year period before the commission, and you can see that's payments to Quebec. You can see years, where it's plus or minus 20%, actually. So those were quite wild variation at the time. Commission had an analysis of where this variability comes from, and of course, I mean, a key message is that it's perfectly normal that business cycles and changes in the economic situation affect equalization payments. That's what the program is meant to be. So it's a program that is meant to fluctuate with the economy. A second factor, though, that was pointed out at the time was all that mechanics of data revisions, and that for the commission was much more difficult to accept. This is where the most changes have occurred since then. And then the commission highlighted completely unexpected technical changes that can also add to the uncertainty. So at that time, what we had was this logic of a long set of estimates so provinces didn't know basically after, so a few years afterwards, what the final amount would be. So this kind of thing we don't have anymore. So the conclusion from the Séguin Commission at the time was, when such variability is caused not by the economic situation, but by deficiencies in revision or calculation methods, it is clearly unacceptable. Language was pretty, Commission was seeing brutal increases and reductions announced at irregular intervals, attributable to more or less obscure calculations or estimates, lack of transparency in the calculations. So I went back a little bit of data. This graph gives a bit of a headache, but is the five provinces, and looks at year over year change in equalization payments. So it's kind of a continuation of the previous graph that I showed earlier. I mean, the first thing we see. So this is from so I went back to provincial budgets. I think we should do that way more. They're much easier now to get our hands on through the internet, of course. So what we see there is of course periods of increases and declines. Missing here is, of course, Ontario, which plays an important role in some of the declines that we see in that middle period here, starting 2009, and the recent period, where basically what we see is increases. But we still see today changes in the neighborhood, year over year changes in the neighborhood of 10%. Mostly in the positive side, though. But when it comes to forecasting error, so looking at within a budget cycle from a provincial perspective, we have basically eliminated the problem there. So there are a few glitches here and there related to protection payments, probably, especially in Nova Scotia. Some interesting budget language in the Nova Scotia documents. But basically, that problem, the very short run problem, has disappeared, has been solved. But the bigger picture, has the bigger picture problem been solved? Well, no. Because of pluriannual fiscal planning. Increasingly, provinces do budget projections over more than 1 year. Actually, Nova Scotia has been doing it for quite a while, but as far as I know, they do not release distinct federal transfer projections, so we cannot see equalization as opposed to other sources. And provinces are doing it increasingly through those pre-election reports that they publish. New Brunswick has done it. Without, I think, again, showing distinct federal transfer projections. However, Quebec has done it. And in budget documents for Quebec, we also always have an additional year for the equalization forecast. So Quebec is interesting there because we can look at how hard it can be. So this is the T+1, or I mean, estimate for fiscal T in the provincial budget of T-1, and we can see that, and that is still it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still, you still have some years where you have 10% declines or increases. So in particular, the period from 2014 to 2018. Quebec Finance has been underestimating the transfers, in particular the equalization transfers in this case.
2 minutes, Marcelin.
2 minutes. This has been noted by Quebec's Auditor General, who has to do produce an opinion on the pre-election report. And she does raise the point that equalization is, so the forecast for equalization on next 4 year, on the next mandate is uncertain, specifically because of the complexity of the program. So the predictability issue has changed, but it's alive and well. And what I want to leave you with, so that's one issue. And of course, other issues need to be addressed. And here are a few that I think we need to think about collectively. And it's in the form of 4 questions. Should federal public finances be isolated from pressures due to increasing horizontal fiscal imbalances? Second one is, while the representative tax system is desirable in principle, it seems hard to sustain for technical and political reasons. Sorry about that. Would a macro approach work better? Should equalization, Robin has mentioned that as well, should equalization take needs into account or costs? And how could the institutional framework be transformed to explicitly include provinces in decisions on fiscal arrangements? And on that note, I'm going to leave you with a final quotation from the fiscal imbalance report. A genuine process of exchanges and discussion between the 2 orders of government should be initiated on all facets of intergovernmental fiscal relations. The Commission recommends that the Quebec government pursues its efforts to ultimately establish with the other provinces a genuine, permanent, and effective process of exchanges and discussion between the 2 orders of government on intergovernmental fiscal relations. And I think that the conference that we're having is definitely a step in the right direction. So from Quebec to Alberta, over to you, Trevor.
Thank you very much. And very nice quote to end on. Some progress still to be made there, indeed. So I've received a lot of questions from attendees to each of our panelists now. So I'm just going to dive right in, I guess, circling right back to where we started. Professor Boadway, I'm going to toss 2 questions your way that are somewhat related. One asks about ways of designing the health transfer to best provide provinces with the incentives to find cost efficiencies, in particular with an eye towards demographic challenges that they face going forward. And this is kind of related to another question that observes in the last budget that while there were increases in different program areas, there was not in healthcare. And so do you think even the federal government should be thinking about increasing its health transfers to deal with an aging population?
Okay, thank you for those questions, which are not easy ones. Let me begin with the latter one first. I have to admit, I prepared my paper and my slides before the federal budget came out, because I was sort of thinking of the issue of the CHT as being a long run issue. The question, if I understand it, is talking about the fact that the federal government made enormous, have I got the right question? The federal government made enormous transfers for
housing infrastructure, childcare, and putting aside the pros and cons of those, there was no real change in health transfers. Does the federal government play a role there in your eyes? How should it approach demographic challenges that provinces face?
Right. Okay, I took that question partly to mean, is this enormous increase in other sorts of transfers detracting from the role of the CHT, CST system in addressing the vertical imbalance, which after all is a vertical imbalance, which is at least partly driven by demographic considerations. And that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I think I think it depends on whether you think that the transfers that the federal government is making for childcare, infrastructure, and housing are funding things that the provinces would have been obliged to spend anyway. Because if they were, then any federal transfer that supports those expenditures is, by definition, addressing the vertical balance. And my impression is that it's probably the case that in all three of those categories, that the provinces would have been engaging in some expenditures in those areas. So the fact that the federal government is contributing, to me, is at least a movement in the direction of vertical balance, albeit one that doesn't address the healthcare issue. The first question has to do with the incentives for provinces to design their health system so as to minimize costs. And I think the answer is a simple one. I mean, that the CHT is designed to be an unconditional transfer at the margin. That is to say, provincial cost-saving measures or expenditures, whichever way, are neither rewarded nor penalized by the CHT system. The CHT system, like the equalization system, is a system that leaves it to the provinces to find the most efficient ways to provide their to design their systems.
Well, I will toss only difficult questions to our panelists today. So I appreciate that I started with a particularly difficult one for you, Professor Boadway. Thank you. Turning actually next to Professor Prince, this question I found actually really fascinating and revealed something I didn't realize. So social assistance is provided to individuals below the age of 65, and then they transition to OAS, GIS when they reach 65. But that's not the case for recently arrived immigrants, for example, who remain on provincial social assistance programs. So I wonder what your thoughts are around changing the CST to better align with immigration and refugee policy. Or I don't wonder. I do wonder, but that's the question. Sorry, this is from an audience member.
Yeah, that's a great question, because we often think of the rhetoric around OAS is that it's a universal benefit or a near universal benefit still, but you're right, there's a sizable portion of newcomer Canadians or recent immigrants or people who have lived here for even 10 years or more. This often gets raised by Liberal MPs who represent certain ridings outside of Greater Toronto every few years. And it's been raised as, does it offend the Charter of Rights? Well, it does in one sense, but is it fair and reasonable? It goes back to the history of how OAS was funded, and that there was a residence requirement attached to OAS, as there has been historically for social assistance. We've moved away from those in large part, but I'm quite surprised in the federal budget with the increases in the money targeted for OAS, huge new expenditures, which I think, quite frankly, could be going far more effectively to other groups and programs. I'm dodging your question, Trevor. I think, you know, a lot of the logic of my paper is that the federal government is moved away from using the CST as its preferred policy tool to federal grants and contributions, and moved away from needs testing programs to income testing. This is more Jennifer's wheelhouse than mine, but it raises the question of the future role of the Canada Revenue Agency as a continuing delivery agency for benefits. So the more we've moved away from thinking about traditional 50-50 cost share programs on social assistance using needs testing to federal policy tools, income tested with, I would say, an unhealthy reliance on the CRA as a delivery agency. So how you fit then immigrants, newcomers, you're right, you'd have to start rethinking from a GBA plus analysis, certainly they're being excluded. And the logic of a GBA plus analysis would suggest that we would ease or liberalize those eligibility requirements to other Canadians. Certainly in a year of election fever, you would think that would be something that certain political parties would be all over. It's an obvious group that didn't get money in this budget. Anyway.
Indeed. All right. Well, that is 2 in a row then for difficult questions for me. Let's see if I can keep this up. Professor Robson, there's one here that I thought was particularly interesting around the flypaper effect and transfers for early learning and childcare effect. So, and you briefly touched on whether there would be a crowding out of provincial funding for childcare if the federal government increases there. So I wonder if you have a sense, or do we have any evidence around how much a dollar, say, of federal funding in this area would actually lead to increased spending in that area?
Okay, that is a very good question. I did take a look at this just for the period from 2012 through to 2019. And if there is a relationship, like in other words, if new federal money actually does trigger increases in provincial funding, it's not eminently visible from the data. Now, maybe further work, maybe trying to lag some variables or something might uncover a stronger relationship there. But yeah, in fact, actually, the shape of the curves for the federal money in Quebec versus provincial spending, it actually makes an X shape, which sort of tells you like, wow, that's not what you would expect if you were looking for a flypaper effect. So that's all I can tell you from that.
Interesting. More work needed then. And maybe just quick follow-up. I saw your strong agreement and nodding when Michael mentioned the CRA as a benefit provider. Do you have any thoughts there? Or
oh gosh, do I ever? So I won't take up too much time here, but I will put in a shameless promo. So Trevor, your Finances of the Nation seminars that I know you're helpful, or that you're part of organizing, I'm going to be talking about it there. But long story short, look, it's an agency that has spent a very long time building itself up as the scary tax collectors. They are just not equipped institutionally or frankly culturally to do the work of benefit testing, except in the case of benefits that have very, very, very limited eligibility criteria and are only paid annually. And when we're thinking about the needs of low income Canadians who are the most vulnerable, who often experience within year income shocks, who have often like complex financial lives, like you need higher touch services than what the scary tax collection agency is able to provide.
Interesting. And appreciate the plug there. That is May 7th. So anyone interested in hearing more from Professor Robson, visit financesofthenation.ca/seminars. All right, now turning to equalization finally, Professor Joanis, question here asking about, I guess, what your thoughts are of what would updated recommendations of the Seguin Commission look like today?
Good question there, and I like that I succeeded in a way in making the Seguin report relevant to today's discussion. As I said briefly, I think my main takeaway on equalization is the idea. I mean, the Seguin Commission was all in on the representative tax system, and my reading of it is we like this approach, and so we like the idea that we have a equalization system based on a sophisticated model of how provinces tax and get their revenues. So that's one thing I think we need to think about. I think we're kind of at a crossroads in a way that we need to either go back to that approach more clearly. And I mean, natural resources are kind of a departure in the current formula from the standard RTS approach, or we go the other way and we say, well, for a variety of reasons, it's been hard to sustain this approach. If we want to have it, then we need to each and every year change something to make it acceptable, and so on and so forth. And that's where, so I see basically there's a full-on RTS approach on one extreme. On the other extreme of the spectrum, there's a macro approach. And the current formula is kind of somewhere in the, maybe not in the middle, but it's somewhere in between. So that's a theme that I would see as being taken up. The other thing is, and it has been, and I was glad that it was touched upon at least yesterday, this idea of replacing the social transfers by once and for all transfer of tax room. This is an interesting approach. It was, I think, mainly justified in the Séguin report by accountability reasons. So I think this is worth having again. And I mean, it's obviously not my role to say we should do this or we should do that, but I think these questions should be discussed more in the Canadian conversation, more than they have been, definitely in recent years. So those are interesting options and interesting discussions, and an update of these kinds of analyses, Séguin and others, seem necessary.
So actually sticking on the topic of equalization, the very first question that we received in this session came in only 1 minute after we started, so long before your talk, but it was, I think, quite topical in light of some of the municipal challenges we've faced. Another participant in the conference, Mary Janigan, has written about thinking about equalization for municipalities. And so the question is asking, does one dare ask a question about extending the equalization formula to the 5 big cities? So they dared ask, and so I thought I would pitch that to you. What do you think of the pros and cons of that?
That's definitely an interesting question. When you look at the current equalization formula, I mean, it has property taxes in there featured prominently. So the property taxes are in the mix, and they're taking into account, but directed to provinces. So my initial reaction would be to think about it in a sequence. I think we need to think about how provinces do equalization between local governments. And my quick answer would be, I think I would prefer that we do it separately and not, I mean, the federal provincial equalization is already complex in itself. I'm not sure that adding municipalities in the mix would go in the direction of making it less complex and less unpredictable. However, we need to bring into the conversation the role of municipal governments and how. I mean, the Séguin Commission, and to be extremely honest, the easy way to dodge that question is to say, well, municipalities are creatures of the provinces, and hence it was outside our mandate. You know, that's one thing that I would say 20 years later. I'm not comfortable with that answer. So we need to talk about that. Okay, and there are different ways of doing it, of course.
Interesting. Professor Prince, one actually just came in here specifically to you, noting that the clawback of CERB payments, or you noted the clawback of CERB payments from social assistance recipients. Certainly an interesting development over the past year, but they observe that CERBs may have changed the way people think about basic income programs. And so I wonder about what you think of, or whether you think there has been insights during the COVID period, positive or negative, for programs that move further towards guaranteed basic incomes.
Well, I'm in the camp or school of thought that CERB is not a pilot for a basic income, or that, geez, if we can do CERB, why can't we do a GBI or a UBI or whatever the hell you want to call it? So that's the first thing. Secondly, as I use CERB as an example in my paper to kind of look at what did it tell us about 2 or 3 groups that felt left behind. CERB was it got out fast and so forth. It's done a couple of things, I think, Trevor. One is one is in the disability community, who had to wait months and months and months for a one-time $600 payment. And part of that was trying to figure out how to use existing federal programs, which include things like veterans programs in one department, the Canada Pension Plan Disability, which is a complicated intergovernmental agreement, and EI, and the disability tax credit, which is over with, as Jennifer said, with the scary people over at CRA. And in other words, the federal government, unlike with CERB or with the OAS GIS, lacked a national robust federal program to deliver benefits to millions of Canadians in low income who were not eligible for CERB. And so that's a takeaway. And in the budget this week, there's a commitment to looking at a new Canadian disability benefit with 3 years of consultations to look at the redesign of existing programs and moving towards that. CERB to me showed that, and just the pandemic, that people in social assistance were overlooked and forgotten. As I said, 4 provinces partially exempted CERB. One was Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. The 4 other provinces fully clawed it back. Only BC let it flow through. The other thing about CERB, it set a new benchmark for, Jennifer talked about active and mobilized policy networks. A lot of poverty groups see the $2,000 a month benchmark. Forget the Ontario basic income pilot of 17 or 1,800 bucks a month. 2,000 is now the floor for a lot of groups' aspirations, or 2,000 plus. And saying, if that was good enough for CERB and the recovery benefits, why isn't it good enough for my community or our constituency? So how much lasting power that has is an interesting political question, but certainly in the short term, I think its more lasting effect will be looking at categorical targeted programs and seeing how we can reform them with the aspirations of CERB behind it.
Interesting observation. Yeah, and that'll be definitely interesting to keep watching over the coming years for sure, as we come out the other side of this. Professor Robson, during Marcelin's talk, I was struck by emphasis on the predictability of some of the payments, or maybe I'm going to phrase it as the policy risk that provinces might face when they're reliant on transfers from the federal government. And we have one question here who is curious about if the federal government injecting this multi-billion-dollar commitment for childcare and then down the line retreats in the same way that I guess we saw in the 1990s, or that more gradually we're seeing with the health transfer. Do you have any thoughts on how provinces should think about a boost in federal transfers, or whether that does expose themselves to risk and future challenges?
Sure. If you're if you're a provincial finance minister, of course, the idea of there being sort of bilateral agreements that will be for a fixed period of time does leave the potential for longer term risk, right? If you create new subsidized childcare spaces, you, as a province, still have to be able to keep them going, right, after the initial creation. So I think that there has been this tension between federal policy that on the one hand has said, we promise stable funding all the way through to 27-28, which was the commitment, sort of like 11 years worth of funding as promised in 2017 at predictable levels, given that there's no guarantee that it will be the same government in office by the time 2027 comes around. So there's been this tension, right, between sort of the promise of predictable funding at stable levels and in practice, the decision to enter into agreements that are kind of only for a short, stretch of time. So those sort of 4 years and then extended for another year. Now we're going to enter into a cycle where the federal and provincial and territorial governments are negotiating yet new bilateral agreements. No indication at this point in terms of the duration of those agreements. And frankly, it's also a little unclear whether those will, so they are, in addition to the existing 2017 ones, it's not entirely clear whether they will be proceeding in parallel or whether they will be harmonized. Right, so you also now have this level of complexity that you've got a long-term commitment to 2017 money, which was about 400 million a year in federal dollars, with no indexation, by the way, right? So that's important to think about as well over the longer term, combined with a commitment of yet new money that they are saying will be permanent at a future date. So this is not risk-free, right, for provincial governments looking at this. And I note, like, there has been a bit of a mix in terms of the provincial response and reaction so far, at least initially. The choice of what they end up using the money for, right, capital and operating, which of course is the goal in terms of creating new and affordable spaces. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time for the negotiation tables for sure.
No question. And I guess recognizing there's just a few minutes left for today's session, I'll end on a question here, actually the very last one I received to all panelists, and that's in general, how you seeing what the questioner phrases as a more carrots approach for federal transfer, which I'm going to say is federal transfers used to induce provinces to make certain choices. And we do see increasingly what appears to be an appetite by the federal government to move more into areas that are typically of provincial responsibility. So how do you view that? Something that is good to see, less so? What are the cautionary notes maybe, or hope that you hold there? And just maybe brief answers, whoever wants to jump in, because I think it touches on each of your topics. No one wants to go first. Marcelin, I know you want to say something.
Well, I mean, this is a proposition that is very far from the spirit of the Séguin report for sure. However, it's true that 20 years later, one thing that we can see is that it's becoming harder to see different areas of responsibility as very separate between the federal and the provincial and even the local governments. Worldwide, we do see that, I mean, pretty much each level of government is involved in pretty much everything, with a few exceptions. So a move towards more a shared responsibility, federalism, perhaps. To go in the direction that is suggested, I think there are missing links in the institutions, in the decision process. So for this to happen, we need provinces to be officially and formally involved in federal decisions, something that I think is a conversation we need to have. So it's not a definite no, but I think there are missing links in our institutions to make that possible.
Interesting. I think that's a very good point. Any other thoughts to finish us off, or?
Yeah, I'll just add one brief thing, because this, I think, this kind of goes to the nub of the issue with the early learning and care money, right? So in order for the carrot to be voluntarily accepted by a province, there's an important question around the extent, how far the federal government is willing to push on the conditionality, right? You can't, as a provincial government, voluntarily take on an agreement. It's one thing if the province wants to, voluntarily adopt the same conditions, but it's not truly voluntary if the modalities and substance part is checked, but there are so many policy conditions, right, that it starts to become somewhat coercive. So previous rounds of VLCC spending by federal governments with provinces have allowed a lot more flexibility. And I think the more that policymakers federally and with some of the advocate networks as well talk about moving ahead with willing provinces, but really holding on tight to that those policy conditions and stating that funding otherwise will be withheld, the more you start to drift into this space where it's sounding like the pith and substance, like the goal here really is to move provincial policy. And that's not quite a carrot, right? That starts to look like a really big carrot that has something really sharp at the end.
Weaponizing carrots. Yeah. Well, I will give then that the last word from Professor Robson there. So it's 3 o'clock Eastern, 1 Mountain now, which brings us to the end of the session. And so thank you to all of the panelists for your thoughts today. And I really do look forward to all of these being collected together. And thank you also to the attendees for taking some time to be with us today. And before I close, I'll remind everyone that panel 6 on the process of the transfer system, which will end and conclude the overall conference events, does begin 30 minutes from now. So we have a good break to stretch our legs before returning. But thank you all and take care.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to this great conference on fiscal federalism in Canada, organized by the Center of Governance, the University of Ottawa, with the Alex Trebek Fund. This has been an amazing conference. This is our last session of the day, our last panel of the day. And we've been this afternoon talking about components of fiscal federalism. And for the last panel, we'll be talking about the process of fiscal federalism. And we have with us 3 experts, very well known in Canada and abroad for their work. First, we have Professor James Feehan from Memorial University in Newfoundland, who's Professor of Economics. Secondly, we'll have Kyle Hanniman from Queen's University, who is in Canadian politics and comparative politics. And thirdly, we have la professeure Geneviève Tellier de l'École d'études politiques à l'Université d'Ottawa, le programme d'administration publique. So we have 3 speakers for this session. Please note that the session we have simultaneous translations. So for those of you who want to listen to the conference in French or English, you just have to click at the bottom of your screen on interpretation. And also if you want the transcripts automatically on your screen to appear, you just have to click as well and it will appear. And great kudos and thanks to the people in the back scene doing the translation and all the technical work for making this possible. It has been great so far. And this is, as I was saying, for those who just arrived, this is the last panel. And it's a panel that is starting now at 3:30 that will go on possibly until 5:30 Eastern Time. Donc pour cet atelier, donc nous parlons des éléments, des processus du fédéralisme fiscal. La conférence, je voudrais juste dire, la conférence a permis de faire vraiment un travail d'ordre pédagogique pour tous les gens qui s'intéressent au fédéralisme fiscal. Le fédéralisme fiscal, c'est sans doute dans les études sur le fédéralisme le domaine où on est le moins tenté, pour lequel on est souvent le moins tenté. On préfère souvent parler des relations fédérales-provinciales en matière constitutionnelle ou sur certains enjeux bien particuliers. Mais cette conférence nous a vraiment initiés au sujet, nous a permis de voir toute son importance dans la société canadienne et en même temps a permis aux spécialistes de nous faire part de données très intéressantes, de propositions très intéressantes et de lancer des débats très intéressants sur l'avenir du fédéralisme fiscal au Canada. So, donc, sans plus tarder, I would like to ask Professor James Feehan to present his paper. He's going to be talking about his paper is called Reconciling Fiscal Autonomy. No, sorry, Fiscal Federalism and Natural Resources Revenue. So, please, Mr. Feehan.
Okay, thank you very much and good afternoon, everybody. I've changed my title slightly just to emphasize that I'm talking about provinces' natural resources as opposed to natural resources that might be in the territories or involving any Aboriginal or First Nations land claims. And let me just start with the observation that, you know, we know Canada is a federation. And of course, as soon as you're a federation, you have to start thinking about how to make it work. And that requires a system of fiscal federalism, which has to do both with revenue raising and intergovernmental transfers. Revenue raising, we know in Canada, is an area in which both governments, levels of government, provinces and the federal government overlap, except for international trade and natural resources, at least as far as the resources are within provinces. And typically, or at least it is the case that the federal government always has an advantage in raising revenue because the tax elasticities are to the disadvantage of provinces. So we have to have some sort of arrangement whereby if we're going to exploit the federal government's superior ability to raise revenue, the revenue has to be transferred to some degree to the provinces to make sure that total revenues are in alignment with the responsibilities of provincial governments. And to ensure, of course, that the federal government has enough revenue to do what it's responsible for. So the focus of this presentation, though, is on the interplay between natural resource revenues and those two elements of fiscal federalism, the revenue raising and the intergovernmental transfers, particularly federal transfers to the provincial governments. Natural resource revenues. Well, we've seen that from the very beginning, natural resources have been the property of the provinces. When we start with the BNA Act, now the Constitution Act of 1867, the three British colonial governments that agreed upon creating a federation, the Canadian Federation, was very much in favor, or at least they agreed on, the fact that the provinces would own the resources and the associated revenues. There's various sections of the Constitution where that comes into play, 109 about ownership and section 125 regarding one level of government not taxing the other. So the federal government, of course, by implication, can tax the province's natural resources, maybe indirectly, but at least not directly. Now, and at the time, I guess we could note that Canada was a pretty small country. It was Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, a portion of what is now Ontario and a portion of what is now Quebec. And there was no other territory, at least immediately in 1867. So all the resources were in provincial territory. There was nothing else. Now you could ask whether this was a good idea. Maybe we should have had a unitary state. Maybe we should have had a federal state where the federal government owned the resources. But the reality is those that created the Federation created it that way. And, you know, for the next century or so, it wasn't really a problem. I'm not a historian, so perhaps I'm going out in a line there, but, you know, the joining entities, the British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland, when they joined, they retained their resources as per the creator provinces, the three that created Canada and became four, as the province of Canada split between Quebec and Ontario. The federal government shortly thereafter, though, after 1867, acquired Rupert's Land, the Northwestern Territory. So that was a massive area of land, so many times bigger than the area of the four provinces at the time. And over time, a lot of that territory was ceded by the federal government to other entities. We had massive territories going to Quebec and Ontario, completing their vast northern areas with all the resources in there and under their jurisdiction as per their original amount of resources when they joined. And the federal government created provinces, Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. And eventually they too got their resources and authority over those resources. The problem, I suppose, came in the 1970s, in particular with oil shocks. This is what made the revenue issue more complicated. Now, for the first time, there was an enormous windfall. So producing provinces had a lot of money, especially and in particular Alberta. And the federal government's reaction to this was perhaps not the best in retrospect. I mean, it decided to set or control oil prices rather than let them rise to world levels. That in itself would impose costs on the economy. Even though it would change the distribution, there would be a net cost on society doing that. They imposed taxes on oil production, export taxes on oil. They had the National Energy Program. So they were pretty aggressive in that area, reducing the windfall to the producing provinces and redistributing some of the windfall to themselves, intervening in the industry. And at the same time, while this was around the same time, provinces, Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, were looking for jurisdiction over offshore oil and gas, and the federal government wasn't keen on that either. So, of course, that was a time of great intergovernmental conflicts between the federal government and the provinces, and some provinces against the other. Involved litigation and all sorts of political debate. But eventually it was resolved. Price setting was dropped, the NEP was dropped, accords were made with Newfoundland and Labrador, Section 92A came into play in the Constitution Act 1982, and it was basically resolved. There were no similar interventions the next time we had a substantial oil boom. Now, in some sense, then the whole issue has been resolved. But there's new challenges to natural resource revenues, and that's something that we have to look ahead to. It's probably going to be another type of conflict with the federal government because we have stricter federal environmental assessment, carbon taxes, and so forth. But I would argue the motivation here is quite different. It's not about getting prices wrong, it's about getting prices right. And some of the inputs that are used in natural resources, and of course, these things apply not just to natural resource industries, but natural resource industries will be affected, and so revenues will be affected. The idea here is to get the prices right, to price the things that are required to exploit your natural resources, and to price the things that we didn't price before, like carbon, the emissions, and to fully price the environmental damage, or to price in the efforts required to mitigate environmental damage. So this is sort of a different environment, but it will have an effect on natural resource revenues. And that's going to be an ongoing issue, I would suggest, as we go forward between at least the resource-rich provinces and the federal government. So what about switching from revenue now to transfers? Well, we've seen a lot about the transfers. We have the CHT and the CST. People have said quite a bit about those, and there are very important programs, the CHT in particular. But those two programs really don't directly involve issues related to natural resource revenues of the provinces. I suppose you could say, to the extent that natural resource revenues in a province makes it particularly rich, some people might argue, well, maybe the federal government might adjust those transfer programs, but that's problematic. And, it's still a question not of a province having resource revenue as being a province that's rich, but we've pretty much got a consensus that these are per capita, and they, at least in the direct sense, alleviate or reduce or address the vertical fiscal balance. The remaining two programs, equalization and fiscal stabilization, these all four, of course, are covered by the Fiscal Arrangements Act. Natural resources play a big role in both. Of course, they're more about natural resource revenue, but natural resource considerations are directly involved in both. We see the money involved with equalization is almost 21 billion, or 6.2% of total federal revenue. So it's a significant program, certainly not nearly as significant as in terms of money as the CHT, but still pretty substantial. Fiscal stabilization was zero for this fiscal year, but we've seen in recent discussions that this is a new topic, and that little known program has become a focus of some debate now. And it's certainly, I would say, inadequate in terms of what it's done. It's sort of a thing that was there, not used much, but now there's a good reason to go back and revisit it. Well, let's look at equalization payments. The objective is pretty straightforward. It's to reduce the horizontal fiscal imbalance, not to eliminate it, but certainly to reduce it. And equalization payments to any particular province have always followed this basic sort of formula. There's lots of caveats and adjustments and everything else, but it's involved setting a standard that typically represents some sort of average of the ability of provinces to raise revenue. And then it looks at each province's fiscal capacity or ability or index of its ability to raise revenue. And the difference between the two, when positive, results in a province receiving an equalization grant from the federal government. And of course, if there's no positive difference, then a province receives no equalization from the federal government. They're in what we call them half provinces. There's a long history to equalization, but I think it's good to start with the 2007 expert panel, which provided a systematic overview and recommendations how to update and modernize the equalization and design an equalization formula. That was, I think, a good system by most accounts. We've had deviations. The current system is essentially based upon what the expert panel recommended, but we've had deviations. The federal changes have been discretionary, have been arbitrary. I won't get into many of them other than to note that one in particular plays a role here, and that's the federal government's decision to prefix the amount of equalization payments, the total for any given year. And that total rises with GDP growth. And now what I want to talk about is three natural resource issues. In the interest of time, I'm not going to say a lot about each one, maybe more about the third one than the first two. One issue is the better of provision. This is the provision within the formula to say a province is entitled to a certain amount of equalization based upon the sort of formula we saw on the preceding page, where natural resource revenues are included at 50%. So 50% considerations go in the standard, 50% of resource revenues are counted in the province's measure of fiscal capacity. But then we have the better of. You do it again, essentially another formula or the same formula with the change in it, namely that the resource revenues aren't included at all. And then a province gets the better of the two. This was not recommended by the expert panel. The zero inclusion was simply the result of a political move by the federal government at the time, based on an election promise. It introduces inconsistency in the treatment of provinces. And going back to the other arbitrary change by the federal government, a far more recent one, the total envelope being fixed means that if one province, and it has to be a resource-rich province, benefits in its equalization entitlement, assuming it's entitled, from the zero inclusion option, then it comes at the expense of other equalization recipients because the envelope is fixed. It's a fixed amount of money in any given year. So if I get the better of something because of a different formula, the better of the two, then the others must get less. So this is a zero-sum outcome is not a particularly desirable element. Another issue that's worth considering is the effect of the fiscal capacity cap, what I call the fiscal capacity cap trap. And this occurs, of course, as directly as a result of the natural resource provisions, the partial inclusion. This can result in a province getting a dollar for dollar loss as its equalization plus its full natural resource revenue exceeds the cap, which is generally the province that is a non-recipient or those with the non-recipient with the lowest fiscal capacity otherwise. Losing on a dollar for dollar basis is perhaps not a good way to treat resource revenue. Maybe there should be a clawback of a substantial amount, but perhaps not that much. Another issue is foregone natural resource revenues. To the extent that provinces don't fully collect their revenues to reflect their underlying values, but dissipate or don't collect all the revenues, and in turn provide indirect benefits by allowing the resources to be used by local industry or consumers, then they're really, in some sense, their full resource potential from natural resources is being hidden, and only actual resource revenues are included in the formula. So this is an issue that has popped up from time to time, sometimes a matter of debate and then died down. What the most pronounced case of it is in the case of hydro-rich provinces. They may be under collecting resource rents in order to keep their electricity rates low. This has been a practice for a long time. It predates equalization, so it's not like equalization caused it. But if you're collecting lower royalties because you've decided to keep your water rental revenues low in order to benefit consumers, then that means you have lower revenues because they're really going indirectly or in a roundabout way to your residents, but they're not explicitly resource revenues anymore. Then you appear to be a less rich natural resource province, and then as a result, you get greater equalization. This might be a big issue. The numbers here might be involved. It could have been sort of a minor issue, but let's just perhaps look at some numbers. We see electricity rates are very different across the provinces, and those that actually brag about their low rates, Quebec and Manitoba in particular, are very well endowed with abundant hydro resources. So if we look at the differences there, it's not too much of a stretch to say their lower electricity rates to their customers, and it's similar with their not just residential consumers, but it's equally true. The pattern is about the same for industrial customers and business customers and general service customers. If that gap is due to the resource richness of their hydropower, then that's potential revenue that's not collected. Is it big enough to matter? Well, a quick check of the numbers shows the comparison. The first bars in blue here show the status quo. If we adjust hydro rents for those two provinces, taking into account their domestic consumption of electricity and the price differentials from, say, provinces like Ontario and British Columbia, we see the difference becomes fairly small for most recipients. Even Manitoba, which is hydro rich, only suffers a small reduction, but Quebec's is almost cut in half, and this is on a per capita basis. So the numbers here are indicative. They're not definitive numbers by any account, but they're certainly worth making it important, I think, to re-examine this issue. If this happened, and without the total fixed envelope, this would reduce equalization payments from around 21 billion to about 15 billion, based on the numbers I chose. So it's a really question of what the true numbers are. But I think this shows that they're big enough to matter. So more investigation is warranted on that. And there has been quite a bit of research on that over time. The next program where natural resource revenues matter is the Fiscal Stabilization Payments Program. Now its purpose is to provide protection to provinces in the event of extraordinary year-over-year declines in revenues, in particular in their own source revenues. But payments under this plan discriminate against declines in natural resource revenues. Natural resource revenues must really fall by 50%, by more than 50% before a province gets anything. And even then, its other revenues have to go down. But the other revenues must fall by more than 5. And in fact, this is very much conditioned on different circumstances. And I don't want to get into the details of the formula, but it does matter whether your resource revenues goes up, whether it goes down by between 0 and 50%, or whether it goes down by more than 50. But if you're resource rich, the 50 is what really matters. And if you're resource rich, of course, a big share of your revenue is going to be from natural resources. That 50% takes a lot out of it. And we've seen with Newfoundland and Labrador and Alberta, the dramatic declines of oil prices recently have caused substantial reductions in their resource revenues, but they still may not qualify for much or any of the equalization payments because you only qualify, even if you do qualify, you only get compensation of losses beyond the 50%. You don't get the first 50%. So there's a lot of considerations in play there. You want provinces to capture their resource revenues. Oil revenues are volatile, but you still want them to capture fully the resource rents that they're capable of capturing. It's good for the economy, it's good for efficiency. There's a moral hazard issue because if you compensate provinces too much for big drops in revenue, they may focus on revenue sources that are highly volatile. But if you look at the actual amount paid out over the years, it's so little, you really have to wonder about the viability of that program, its credibility, unless it's reformed. And the only reform so far has been to change the total cap, which is, but it's not actually much of an increase. It brings it up to what it was in real terms in 1982. So my closing remarks, I know time is up, but here we go. I think there should be a national institution. Lots of these things that I've suggested and other panelists have suggested shows that these are ongoing things that need to be discussed and debated. I think there's a case for an institutionalized expert panel for equalization, the fiscal stabilization program, and both the CHT and the CST. Let's have an expert panel that's institutionalized. Let's have something maybe along the lines of the Australian Commonwealth Grants Commission. Have an arm's length and independent institution that plays a role here. It would offset fiscal federal discretion. Right now, they have an asymmetric position. They call all the shots. All the changes are whatever they arbitrarily decide, despite any meetings with the provincial governments. And it leads to less politics and misinformation. We saw a lot of that about a year ago as provinces argued over equalization and showed resentment towards Quebec because they had money and other provinces with big deficits didn't qualify for equalization. So let's get some of that politics out of it and some of the misinformation out of it. Some sort of institution like this, which has been recommended by a number of people, including a number of people who are participating in this conference. So I think that's something to look forward to and to investigate as we move on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Feehan, and thank you for your closing remarks, calling for perhaps some depoliticization of fiscal federalism. Now, our next speaker is Hanniman, and his paper is titled Reconciling Fiscal Autonomy, Discipline, and Solidarity, Essential Challenges for Canada's Federal-Provincial Transfer System. So Kyle, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you. that title probably doesn't quite fit right now. Maybe some of you will have some suggestions for me at the end of this. I'm just going to start my timer. So first of all, I'd just like to thank the organizers for having me. I've really enjoyed the panels I've been able to attend this week, and it's been nice to see some people I haven't seen in a while, if only virtually. So I was asked to talk about the problem of provincial debt. Sorry, did you? Oh, I thought, okay. Sorry, I've been asked to talk about the problem of provincial debt, whether it can be addressed with higher transfers from the federal government, and how this challenge might relate to the politics of fiscal federalism in Canada. So I'll just start by stating the obvious. Canadian governments have accumulated a lot of debts over the course of the pandemic. Many people believe the federal government has borrowed the most, but many people feel the federal debt is sustainable. Over the long run, however, the provincial debt likely isn't, and provinces are going to have to make some serious adjustments. But as Trevor indicated yesterday, taken together, federal and provincial debts may be sustainable, suggesting that the federal government may be able to ease some of the burden of adjustments for provinces with higher transfers. And my question for today is whether and under what conditions a strategy of stabilizing provincial debt through higher transfers might work. And while I'd like to be optimistic, because I'm ideologically inclined to support higher transfers, I at least don't see an obvious way in which it does. I think stabilizing provincial debt the right way, that is a way that ensures equity, efficiency, as well as fiscal sustainability, requires both fiscal discipline and capacity. And I don't think our fiscal federal framework provides enough of either. The vertical fiscal imbalance robs provinces of fiscal capacity, and an implicit bailout guarantee allows them to borrow beyond their means. And I don't think recent shocks in provincial credit markets have fundamentally changed this fact. So if I can take some inspiration from Alain's presentation yesterday, I think this presents Canada with a provincial debt dilemma. Increasing transfers is, I think, the best way to address the issue of capacity, but it may weaken incentives for fiscal discipline further. Easing this trade-off, to be clear, is difficult in any federation, but I think institutional and sociological features of Canadian federalism make it particularly difficult here. And I worry that a more ad hoc approach may emerge. So first I'll talk a little bit about provincial debt, the problem of it. Then next I'll talk a little bit about it from the perspective of fiscal capacity. Third, I'll talk a little bit about it from the perspective of incentives or fiscal discipline. Fourth, I'll talk about a brute force method of dealing with or reconciling these issues that we often see in many unitary countries and some federations. Next, I'll talk about two modest proposals, both of which try to work within our very considerable constraints for collective action on this and other issues. And then finally, I'll conclude with what might be a more realistic outcome in terms of how we deal with this problem. Okay, so the problem of provincial debt. So I'll keep this brief because people have been talking about this a lot the last couple of days. So provincial debt to GDP was at record highs entering the crisis. Canada's subnational sector also entered the crisis, the most indebted subnational sector in the world, according to some recent data from Standard & Poor's. That's true whether you look at subnational debt as a percentage of GDP or of the revenues of that sector. The provincial sector in Canada also pays the highest interest payments as a percentage of GDP, though I think Indian states pay roughly the same now. Canada isn't actually running the highest deficits as a percentage of revenues during the pandemic, according to S&P, but they are third behind, and this was a bit of a surprise to me, Indian states and Australian states. I think it's important to keep all this in perspective, though. Debts are at record highs, but lower interest rates mean interest payments to GDP are well below 90s levels for the provinces. So while provinces will have to adjust, I think the low interest rate environment means that this process can be gradual. And I also think that there's good economic reasons to take a gradual approach to consolidation, even if provinces have. So thinking about debt in provincial debt in terms of a problem of capacity. Here I argue that there's a strong case for raising transfers for provinces, and the argument hinges on a certain take on the vertical fiscal imbalance. Provinces are on the hook for the demographically sensitive expenditures expected to grow, while the federal government occupies a disproportionate share of the revenue raising space. Now, we could of course deal with this problem by transferring tax points, but that could obviously lead to significant inequities, particularly if we start taking varying and diverging fiscal needs into account. And as Trevor notes, the federal government has superior revenue raising capacities. Thus, transferring tax points might mean fewer resources for healthcare, but it could also mean fewer resources for responding to national and provincial shocks. This was probably less worrying in the 1990s, when everyone believed governments should get out of the business of managing business cycles. But I think that's less desirable today, when aggregate demand is weak, interest rates are low, and central banks are actively encouraging central governments to run bigger and longer deficits, because those same central banks don't think they can hit their inflation targets otherwise. Now, we could, of course, rely on provinces, as we long have to some extent, to support national stabilization efforts. And to some extent, I think we have to, even if it's not what the fiscal federal textbooks recommend. The provinces aren't running deficits alongside Ottawa in a recession. They could easily undermine the country's stabilization efforts, as the US states famously did, for example, during the Obama stimulus. But we generally want to limit this sort of thing for several reasons, one of which I'll highlight, and that's provinces' relative borrowing capacity. So provinces aren't federal government borrowers. They pay higher interest rates in Ottawa. They don't experience the same drop in interest rates during recessions, when investors seek both liquidity and safety in federal bonds. And they often have difficulty issuing bonds when financial markets come unhinged, which they have at several points since 2008. Now, one consequence of this is a longer and more challenging path to fiscal sustainability for provinces when they get hit with a shock. Trevor and I talked about this in a recent Finances of the Nation post, in which we compare provinces' growth in long run interest rates provincial growth levels and long run interest rates from 2006 to 2018. And we showed that growth rates in some provinces actually did exceed their long-term interest rates over this period, meaning they, like the federal government, could potentially lower their debt to GDP without running a surplus. But not all provinces were able to do that. The differentials for the two largest borrowers, Ontario and Quebec, were more or less zero. And the volatility in these differentials was much higher for provinces than Ottawa, especially for provinces with large resource sectors. And this is just another reason why Ottawa's path to fiscal sustainability will be easier, and perhaps another reason to support provinces with additional transfers. Or is it? So increasing provincial transfers might boost provincial fiscal capacity, but what about incentives to balance budgets? Now, many of you are likely aware of a large empirical literature in fiscal federalism, suggesting that increasing transfers often leads to higher rather than lower deficits. And at the conference, I think we've heard a number of reasons why that might be the case. Higher transfers might undermine political accountability at the provincial level. They could also create perceptions of a soft budget constraint. Now, we can mitigate these risks, as we usually do in Canada, by allocating transfers according to clear and fixed criteria that opportunistic provinces can't game. But in many cases, I think these are probably just mitigating measures, and they don't necessarily solve the problem completely. And no matter how well designed transfers are, they won't address a deeper challenge. And that's the belief widely held in provincial bond markets that Ottawa is unlikely to let a province default. I've done interviews with institutional investors on this issue, and very few of them think that that's a realistic possibility. Now, this expectation does not mean that provinces get to borrow on federal terms, as I just indicated. Bailout expectations are high, they're not certain. Thus, many investors will take provinces' own capacity to service debts into account when pricing the debt. And provincial credit conditions are also highly sensitive to volatility in global financial markets. In fact, this, rather than basic concerns about creditworthiness, has been by far the biggest driver of movements in federal provincial spreads and provincial access to credit markets in recent years. And yet, provincial borrowing costs remain very affordable most of the time, and the implicit bailout guarantee is a big reason why. Thus, increasing transfers might address the problem of fiscal capacity. Incentives are another matter. And I think we need to try to find a way to reconcile these. Now, the obvious solution, in theory only, is combining additional transfers with national fiscal rules or borrowing constraints. And we often see some version of this in unitary countries and in certain federal countries as well. But this poses a very obvious collective action problem. Stabilizing provincial debt would provide huge macroeconomic and fiscal benefits, big national benefits. But it would also cost provinces a number of private benefits. And that's why Germany, Brazil, Spain, and a number of other multi-level systems didn't get serious about this kind of thing until the subnational sector was in crisis or on the ropes. So thankfully, I don't think we're likely to see anything like that happen, a crisis like that happen in Canada soon. But what if we did? I think beyond the standard distributive challenges found anywhere, two other problems plague collective action in the Canadian case. One is powerful regional identities, which often translates into powerful demands for self-rule and autonomy, irrespective of the material implications of those institutional outcomes. Another is a lack of an integrated party system or any other set of national institutions that might help us resolve these distributive or identity-based conflicts. Now, none of this might matter if a province faced a prolonged debt crisis. They would have to accept presumably they would have to accept Ottawa's fiscal dictates or default, or maybe not. So Saskatchewan floated with a default in '93, but it quickly turned it around, first with a small stealth and unconditional bailout from Ottawa, which allowed it to maintain its investment-grade credit rating. And then by a series of austerity measures motivated in part by the fear of requiring a larger and thus likely conditional level of federal support. Now, I think this is a very natural response in the country that avoids centralization at all costs. The provinces might say we're struggling, maybe they're on the brink, and then they ask Ottawa whether there's something Ottawa can do. Sorry, I just want to check my time here. The feds will say, we'll do a bit, but we don't want you to become dependent. They're concerned about moral hazard. So we'll do just enough to see it through. The provinces say, fine with us. We don't want Ottawa telling us what to do with our money anyway. We'll take it from here. And that's basically how I interpret the Saskatchewan response of the 90s. It's a natural response. I think it's probably Canada's equilibrium response in that context, but it's also the sort of ad hoc response we should try to avoid. It's not the kind of arrangement that's going to encourage these gradual fiscal adjustments that provinces need to take. So how do we get ahead of the problem of provincial debt? So I'm going to discuss a couple possibilities, both of which try to work within are very serious constraints for collective action. The first, and one I discuss in a 2020 IRPP paper, is the establishment of a conditional bailout facility to lend at federal rates. Now, only distressed provinces would use this facility, and they would only have access to it on the condition that they commit to some form of fiscal consolidation plan. And perhaps there could be an independent party that could monitor compliance with that plan, which might make it easy, which might ease provincial opposition and commit both parties, federal and provincial, to the bailout terms. Now, if Ottawa launched the facility with a significant increase in transfers, the message might be this: Ottawa is willing to address the vertical fiscal imbalance, but there are limits to that support and no free bailouts for provinces to fail that fail to live within that envelope. Now, obviously, consolidation plans imply a loss of provincial autonomy, but the use of the facility would be voluntary, and the stigma of application alone might enhance incentives for fiscal discipline. Hopefully, I think, the facility would never be used. Another objection, of course, is that this might transform the federal government into the IMF, or the old version of the IMF, allowing it to impose austerity on vulnerable provinces through conditional loans. But combining the facility with additional transfers, including ones that reflect differing spending needs, might challenge those beliefs. And I think it would be a lot more forgiving and solidaristic approach than the one Ottawa took in 95, when it slashed provincial transfers and left the disciplining to bond markets. So none of this would be easy. Fiscal rules would have to be robust enough to stabilize provincial debt. They would also have to be general and flexible enough to protect provincial autonomy, accommodate swings in business cycles, and ensure adequate levels of public investment. We need to monitor compliance and commit both the federal and provincial governments to the deal. These are daunting collective action problems, even for relatively centralized federal systems. And we may decide our highly fragmented and contested model of governance is not up to that. And I certainly wouldn't blame the federal government for coming to that conclusion. If I'm to be honest, I think I've basically come to that conclusion myself. A second possibility is the creation, and this is in line, I refer to a proposal along these lines, a few proposals along these lines, is the creation of an independent council responsible for monitoring and evaluating Canada's transfer system and providing recommendations for its reform. So several people, including André and Danielle, have proposed a body along these lines, but advocates often have different motivations for doing so. Some think it would be helpful for challenging popular misconceptions and misinformation, as Jim just indicated. André and Danielle place a lot of potential, a lot of emphasis on the potential to depoliticize this debate around transfers. But in theory, I also think it could provide a tool for reconciling concerns about fiscal capacity and incentives. When thinking about the transfer system, I assume the council would ask me the same questions we do. Are existing transfers fair, equitable, and predictable? Do they provide adequate levels of risk sharing? And do they support provincial budgets without undermining autonomy or incentives for fiscal discipline? And the council's answers might discipline a lot of the ugly and self-interest bargaining and debate a lot of us are anticipating in the coming years. Now, obviously, an independent council isn't worth pursuing unless it's influential. And this invites a couple different types of concerns. On the one hand, are those worried about the federal government surrendering decision-making to technocrats and weakening provincial influence in the process. On the other hand, are those who think the council won't influence anything, either because it will be ignored or because premiers will question its views or even its independence and legitimacy. But I think there's a middle ground in which technocrats just become one of several voices, but an unusually technical one and an otherwise heated and self-interested intergovernmental debate. I don't, perhaps not everyone would find that mix attractive, but some would. And I think it's probably a more realistic expectation of how the politics would play out if dominance or relevance. Okay, so in conclusion, I just say though, the thing that strikes me about both these proposals is that they both feel simultaneously partial and ambitious. It's not obvious they would resolve the provincial debt dilemma, partly because they wouldn't necessarily impose a lot of constraint, and yet they both be very controversial because they imply at least some constraint. And I think that's just a reflection of some of the basic facts of Canadian federalism. So I'll just conclude on the question of, what might be a more likely outcome here. I think a reasonably likely outcome in coming years might be a version of the ad hoc approach Ottawa took with Saskatchewan in the 90s. Provinces may have occasional difficulty borrowing, and the federal government will help, but just enough to prevent the situation from getting out of control. And I think we may be seeing some evidence of this with Newfoundland and Labrador currently. This time, however, it's going to play out in a low interest rate environment and possibly with the central bank providing liquidity support under certain conditions. And I think provinces should be able to, so provincial borrowers should be able to survive in this environment for some time, but the debts of many, if not most, will steadily grow, putting them at considerable fiscal risk, and in the Federation at considerable fiscal risk if we see a significant turn in the macroeconomic environment. And putting off what I think we really need to do is try to find some systematic approach to reconciling concerns about capacity and discipline. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Kyle. We'll move on to our next speaker, Geneviève Tellier. Et Geneviève va nous parler du fédéralisme fiscal dans le cadre des processus de budgétisation des provinces. Alors, Geneviève, la parole est à vous.
Bonjour, bonjour. Merci beaucoup, Linda. I will do my presentation in French, but I will answer your question in English or French as you wish. J'aimerais remercier les organisateurs de cette conférence de m'avoir invité. C'est vraiment un sujet qui est très intéressant. Puis, j'espère pouvoir contribuer d'une certaine façon à cet échange d'idées qui se produit depuis 2 jours. Je vais juste vérifier, Linda, est-ce que ça va bien? Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, très, très bien.
D'accord, OK. L'avantage de passer en dernier, c'est que j'ai entendu beaucoup d'idées très intéressantes au cours des 2 dernières journées. Les désavantages, c'est que peut-être qu'il y a des choses que je vais dire qui ont déjà été dites, alors vous m'excuserez si je me répète. Le sujet dont je voudrais traiter, c'est de prendre la question du fédéralisme fiscal, mais de le prendre du côté des provinces et regarder un peu les effets que le fédéralisme fiscal a sur les politiques budgétaires des provinces canadiennes. En général, une petite note d'introduction, en général, lorsqu'on discute de fédéralisme fiscal, et ça c'est le cas surtout au Canada, on va se porter l'attention sur les échanges financiers ou monétaires qui sont faits dans les différents paliers de gouvernement. On l'a vu beaucoup ces 2 dernières journées, on a parlé beaucoup de paiement de transfert, de péréquation. Mais j'aimerais souligner que le fédéralisme fiscal, c'est plus que ça. Ce n'est pas juste des échanges monétaires, mais c'est aussi l'étude de tous les arrangements financiers qui existent au sein d'une fédération. Alors, les règles, les procédures, les institutions, les acteurs, les décideurs, les lois, etc. Donc, lorsqu'on aborde la question du fédéralisme fiscal, je pense qu'on aborde aussi la question de qui décide à propos de quoi. Première remarque, je pense qu'on oublie souvent que les provinces ont de très grands pouvoirs de décision en matière de finances publiques. On oublie que les provinces peuvent taxer, elles peuvent dépenser, elles peuvent emprunter sans s'en remettre à autrui. Elles n'ont pas besoin de consulter qui que ce soit le gouvernement fédéral ou que ce soit les autres provinces, pour prendre leurs décisions. Elles n'ont pas besoin d'avoir la permission d'autrui, elles n'ont pas besoin de s'entendre avec les autres partenaires pour fixer les grandes lignes de leur propre politique budgétaire. Parmi les fédérations, l'État canadien est sans doute l'un des États qui accorde le plus d'autonomie à ces États régionaux. Donc ici aux provinces, j'ai entendu lors d'une présentation qu'il y avait peut-être la Suisse qui nous dépassait, mais à part ça, on est pas mal au sommet des pays pour ce qui est de l'autonomie des provinces. Je voudrais concentrer ma présentation sur ces grands pouvoirs et sur l'effet qu'ont les décisions du gouvernement fédéral sur cette autonomie. Je vais donc prendre un peu une approche qui est différente de celle qui a été prise par plusieurs lors de cette conférence. Puis je vais essayer de me porter à la défense de l'autonomie des provinces canadiennes. Un petit mot en passant, je vais parler de provinces et non pas de territoires. Je pense que la situation des territoires est est très différente de celle vécue par les provinces. Et donc, à soi, c'est un sujet distinct que je vais laisser de côté. Ce n'est pas parce que je trouve ça inintéressant ou peu important, mais c'est tout simplement que je pense que les problématiques sont différentes. La thèse que je voudrais défendre avec vous aujourd'hui, c'est que le gouvernement fédéral mine l'autonomie des provinces canadiennes, parfois de façon très directe et très visible, mais aussi parfois de manière plus subtile et je dirais même insidieuse. Pour m'expliquer, je vais développer ma présentation autour de 4 grands thèmes. J'aimerais aborder la question du pouvoir de taxation des provinces. J'aimerais parler des lois d'équilibre budgétaire aussi. Ensuite, le fonds de stabilisation, dont on parle beaucoup ces derniers temps. Et finalement, la taxe sur l'essence qui est versée aux municipalités. Alors, je vais commencer par le pouvoir de taxation des provinces. Pour commencer, je pense que la Constitution crée une asymétrie dans le traitement qu'elle fait en matière de dépenses puis en matière de revenus. Quand on regarde les dépenses, la Constitution est très claire dans son partage des compétences. Alors, le palier fédéral a des compétences dans certains champs, les provinces ont d'autres compétences dans d'autres champs, et il y a très peu de compétences partagées. En fait, il y en a 2, c'est l'immigration et l'agriculture. Donc, un palier est responsable d'un certain domaine de politique publique, alors qu'un autre palier est responsable d'un autre domaine de politique publique. Par contre, la situation est différente pour les recettes, pour les revenus. Quand on regarde la Constitution canadienne, le libellé même des articles dans la Constitution canadienne permet un très grand chevauchement dans l'autorité des 2 paliers de gouvernement. Alors, si on regarde l'article 91.3 de la Constitution à propos des recettes ou des revenus du gouvernement fédéral, on apprend que le gouvernement fédéral peut prélever des deniers par tout mode ou système de taxation. Il n'y a aucune limite à ce que le gouvernement peut faire, à l'exception des ressources naturelles dont le professeur Feehan a parlé plus tôt, mais c'est vraiment une exception, je vous dirais l'exception qui confirme la règle. Par ailleurs, pour les provinces, l'article 92.2 limite les provinces à utiliser la taxation directe. Par contre, la définition de la taxation directe a été précisée par les tribunaux au fil des temps et la définition qui a été donnée est très large et probablement ne satisfait pas beaucoup les économistes parce qu'en tant qu'économiste, on aurait peut-être une interprétation différente. Mais la taxation directe comprend à peu près tous les modes de taxation, que ce soit les taxes à la consommation ou l'impôt sur le revenu des particuliers, des entreprises, etc. À vrai dire, il y a juste 2 sources de taxation qui échappent directement au contrôle des provinces. C'est les frais de douane et c'est l'impôt sur le revenu des entreprises. Ce chevauchement-là dans l'autorité pour aller générer des revenus a eu pour conséquence de privilégier le gouvernement fédéral, car c'est lui qui, initialement, a commencé à utiliser la taxe au Canada, l'impôt sur le revenu, les taxes à la consommation. Et quand les provinces sont arrivées par la suite, plus tard, tardivement dans l'histoire, pour avoir leur propre système de taxation, l'espace fiscal était déjà occupé en grande partie par le gouvernement fédéral et donc il est venu beaucoup plus difficile d'aller chercher des revenus d'impôts pour elles-mêmes. Les économistes connaissent bien ce phénomène-là, c'est le phénomène de la courbe de l'affaire. Et donc, plus les taux de taxation s'est élevés, plus ça devient difficile d'aller chercher des revenus supplémentaires. Donc, les provinces sont moins efficaces au point de vue de la taxation et c'est plus difficile, comme je disais, d'aller chercher des revenus supplémentaires. Par conséquent, leurs sources de revenus sont plus diversifiées. Ce qui veut dire que la présence du gouvernement fédéral dans le champ des taxations a limité la capacité d'agir des provinces. Puis ça, c'est un argument qui a été aussi très bien documenté par la commission Séguin que le gouvernement du Québec a mis en place en 2002. Deuxième point, la question des lois d'équilibre budgétaire. C'est surprenant de constater, si on regarde historiquement, que les lois d'équilibre budgétaire ont été très populaires dans les provinces, mais pas chez le gouvernement fédéral. À une certaine époque, au début des années 2000, jusqu'à la crise financière de 2008-2009, 8 provinces sur 10 avaient des lois d'équilibre budgétaire. Pour le fédéral, ça a pris l'arrivée des conservateurs de Stephen Harper pour penser à cette idée-là, puis d'essayer de mettre en place une loi d'équilibre budgétaire qui n'a jamais été vraiment appliquée par contre, parce que les libéraux sont arrivés par la suite. Mais on aurait pu penser que les libéraux, sous Paul Martin par exemple, Paul Martin qui était très fortement préoccupé par l'équilibre budgétaire, à vrai dire c'était sa préoccupation, Paul Martin s'est toujours opposé d'avoir une loi d'équilibre budgétaire. Les conservateurs l'ont appliqué, mais ils ont fait un peu comme les conservateurs l'ont appliqué, mais très tardivement. C'est-à-dire Stephen Harper ne l'a pas adopté en 2006 quand il est arrivé au pouvoir, mais elle l'a adopté à la toute fin de son dernier mandat. Et ça devait être mis en place lors du début de son 4e mandat qui n'est jamais arrivé. Et comme je vous le disais tantôt, Justin Trudeau l'a aboli dès qu'il est arrivé. La loi fédérale aussi était différente des lois provinciales. On n'en parle pas beaucoup, mais je pense que ça mérite d'être souligné. C'était la seule loi qui pénalisait les fonctionnaires s'il y avait des déficits. Très peu de lois au Canada, très peu de lois d'équilibre budgétaire pénalisaient, c'est-à-dire avaient des sanctions pécuniaires si un déficit se produisait. Mais les sanctions étaient seulement appliquées aux membres du cabinet, donc aux politiciens, là, à l'aspect politique. Par contre, pour Stephen Harper, s'il y avait eu déficit, les fonctionnaires auraient dû payer une pénalité, les hauts fonctionnaires, les sous-ministres auraient dû payer une pénalité au même titre que les ministres. Cet aspect-là n'a jamais été abordé, mais c'est intéressant de voir que pour Stephen Harper, la présence de déficit n'était peut-être pas nécessairement causée par les politiciens, mais était aussi causée par la fonction publique. Je vais revenir aux lois provinciales. Les lois provinciales ont commencé à être adoptées au début des années 90, mais ça a été fait de manière beaucoup plus soutenue après le budget fédéral de 1995, après le fameux budget fédéral de 1995, qui a vu une coupe drastique des paiements de transfert versés aux provinces. Les provinces se sont donc trouvées devant un dilemme, c'est-à-dire qu'elles devaient soit couper leurs propres services elles-mêmes, soit augmenter les impôts ou soit augmenter le déficit. Bref, une décision fédérale a eu un impact majeur dans les finances publiques de chacune des provinces canadiennes. Les provinces, si elles avaient ou si elles ont coupé leurs services, augmenté les impôts ou augmenté le déficit ou fait un peu une combinaison des trois, aurait été vite blâmé pour des décisions très impopulaires. Et je pense qu'il faut regarder les lois d'équilibre budgétaire dans ce contexte-là. Les lois d'équilibre budgétaire, en général, ont été faites pour se prémunir de cette impopularité-là. Et elles ont été faites pour blâmer davantage d'autres personnes que soi-même. C'est-à-dire que grâce aux lois d'équilibre budgétaire, les provinces pouvaient dire « ce n'est pas notre faute si on fait des décisions qui sont difficiles. On a une loi qui nous force à équilibrer notre budget et on n'a pas le choix, sinon l'état des finances publiques va être encore plus préoccupant. » Je suis convaincue pour ma part, et si on regarde l'historique des lois d'équilibre budgétaire, que les lois d'équilibre budgétaire sont davantage un exercice de communication de la part des gouvernements plutôt qu'une règle stricte à laquelle il faut se plier. Les lois d'équilibre budgétaire ont permis aux gouvernements provinciaux de minimiser les effets négatifs des décisions du gouvernement fédéral et ensuite des décisions qu'elles ont dû prendre elles-mêmes pour se prémunir contre ces baisses drastiques ou dramatiques des paiements de transfert. En même temps, je pense que les lois d'équilibre budgétaire ont montré jusqu'à quel point les provinces canadiennes sont très vulnérables vis-à-vis les paiements de transfert fixés par les gouvernements. Troisième point, le fonds de stabilisation. Comme vous le voyez, je suis plutôt ambivalente par rapport aux lois d'équilibre budgétaire. Je ne pense pas que celles aient été décidées pour nécessairement avoir une plus grande discipline budgétaire. Ça l'a peut-être aidé dans certains cas, mais comme je vous le disais, c'est davantage un exercice de communication. Par contre, il y a eu des choses intéressantes qui sont arrivées avec les lois d'équilibre budgétaire. Et ce qui est particulièrement intéressant dans le cas des provinces, c'est que plusieurs se sont penchés sur la question de la viabilité des finances publiques à long terme. et souvent parallèlement à l'imposition de règles budgétaires très strictes en matière d'équilibre budgétaire, plusieurs provinces ont dit ben ça nous prendrait peut-être des fonds de réserve, des fonds de prévoyance, des fonds de contingence, des fonds souverains, etc. Et donc, on a vu une grande diversité de politiques, d'instruments mis en place par les provinces pour justement essayer de contrer les effets futurs d'une dégradation des finances publiques. Alors souvent, dans certains cas, dans certaines provinces, on mettait un fonds annuel, c'est-à-dire on mettait de l'argent de côté. Si à la fin de l'année, l'argent n'avait pas été utilisé pour se prémunir contre des événements imprévus, on pouvait l'utiliser soit pour baisser la dette, soit pour financer les dépenses de l'année suivante. Dans d'autres cas, les provinces avaient une vision à plus long terme, donc voulaient mettre de l'argent de côté pour justement financer des projets de plus longue durée comme des infrastructures, mettre en place aussi des mécanismes de financement. Je pense par exemple au Fonds des générations au Québec pour justement assainir un peu les finances publiques, puis avoir des fonds pour un développement économique futur. Donc, il y a eu une très grande variété de mécanismes qui ont été mis en place par certaines provinces. Ces initiatives-là étaient variées. Et ce qu'elles ont permis de faire, ce qu'on a remarqué, c'est quand la crise économique de 2009 est arrivée, la crise financière mondiale est arrivée, certaines provinces ont pu réagir ou ont pu se prémunir pendant un certain temps vis-à-vis des effets négatifs de la crise parce que justement, elles avaient ces fonds-là. C'est le cas du Québec, puis c'est le cas de la Saskatchewan. Dans les deux cas, oui, la crise les a rattrapés parce que les sommes mises de côté n'étaient pas suffisantes, mais en même temps, elles n'ont pas été frappées de plein fouet immédiatement par la crise. Elles ont pu aller chercher une partie ou en fait tous leurs fonds pour essayer de passer un peu mieux à travers la crise que d'autres. Considérant l'expérience que les provinces ont faite, considérant que c'est possible pour les provinces de mettre elles-mêmes de l'argent de côté pour prévoir un peu les mauvais jours. Je me demande si l'idée du gouvernement fédéral de bonifier le fonds de stabilisation est une bonne idée. À vrai dire, je pense que c'est questionnable parce que ça enlève une part de responsabilité pour les provinces de déterminer elles-mêmes quels sont les meilleurs mécanismes pour assurer la viabilité de leurs propres finances publiques. Donc, ce que je veux dire, c'est que par le passé, les provinces ou certaines provinces ont été capables de prouver qu'elles pouvaient mettre de l'argent de côté et de financer de tels fonds. Et en plus, je pense que ça revient aux provinces de penser à plus long terme à la viabilité de leurs finances publiques. Et donc, comment elles veulent se prendre pour prévenir pour les coups durs qui peuvent survenir. Évidemment, là, on est en contexte de pandémie. Je ne pense pas qu'il y ait aucune province qui aurait pu réagir par rapport à un événement de cette ampleur-là, mais quand même, la question de mettre une certaine somme de côté pour essayer de prévenir les mauvais jours, je pense que ça serait dans l'intérêt des provinces d'y penser elles-mêmes et de ne pas compter sur le gouvernement fédéral pour le faire. Le fonds de stabilisation, si vous voulez, à mon avis, ça serait une façon pour déresponsabiliser les provinces et je ne pense pas que ce serait une bonne idée. Enfin, brièvement, je veux parler de la taxe sur l'essence qui est versée aux municipalités. En passant, le nom vient d'être changé dans le budget qui a été déposé cette semaine. Maintenant, ça va s'appeler le Fonds pour le développement des collectivités du Canada. Je pense qu'encore une fois, on est devant une initiative qui empiète directement dans le champ de compétences des provinces. Nous le savons tous, les municipalités, constitutionnellement, c'est des créatures des provinces. À mon avis, je pense que la structure des transferts devrait vraiment être financement du fédéral versé aux provinces et ensuite les provinces versent l'argent à leur municipalité. Et pour moi, de court-circuiter l'autorité des provinces, ça pose un problème. Pour commencer, pour la simple et bonne raison que les provinces ont elles-mêmes leurs propres mécanismes de financement des municipalités qui sont très différents d'une province à l'autre. Dans certaines provinces, on va financer fortement les budgets municipaux, alors que dans d'autres provinces, on va les financer très peu en laissant une plus grande marge de manœuvre, un plus grand espace fiscal aux municipalités. Donc, la création d'un tel fonds, à mon avis, va uniformiser certaines pratiques. Je ne suis pas convaincue que ce soit la bonne chose à faire. Chaque province a sa propre histoire, sa propre façon de faire les choses avec ses municipalités et je pense qu'il faut laisser faire un peu les choses, un peu comme avec les lois d'équilibre budgétaire où on a vu une très grande variété de politique entre les provinces, on peut laisser aussi cette variété-là dans les provinces. Donc, encore une fois, je pense que la taxe sur l'essence, on remet le principe de l'autonomie des provinces à rude épreuve. Ce qui ne veut pas dire, par contre, que je suis insensible à la situation des grandes municipalités. Il y a effectivement un problème de financement pour les grandes villes. Et je ne dis pas qu'Ottawa et les provinces ne pourraient pas collaborer à cet égard-là, mais je m'inquiète du fait que le fédéral puisse, comme je vous disais, court-circuiter l'autorité des provinces. Donc, pour conclure, ce que je voulais faire aujourd'hui dans ma présentation, puis je ne m'étendrai pas là, dans mon propos, c'est vendredi après-midi, puis je pense que avec Zoom, on est tous conscients des contraintes de temps qu'on peut avoir, mais ce que je voudrais dire, ou le message que je voulais lancer, c'est que je pense qu'il ne faut pas oublier de respecter l'autonomie des provinces. On entend, je comprends qu'il y ait des problèmes en matière de fiscalité, de fédéralisme fiscal, de transfert aussi entre les provinces. On va essayer de trouver un peu le juste mécanisme pour arriver à la meilleure solution. Mais il ne faudrait pas oublier que les provinces elles-mêmes ont leur mot à dire, qu'elles ont l'autorité, qu'on leur donne d'énormes responsabilités de par la Constitution canadienne. C'est la Constitution qu'on a voulu. Effectivement, elle a évolué avec le temps et les provinces ont davantage de responsabilités à prendre. Mais je pense qu'une partie de la solution passe essentiellement dans cette asymétrie entre les responsabilités en termes de dépenses puis les responsabilités en termes de revenus. Et donc, le fameux déséquilibre fiscal dont on a souvent parlé, je pense qu'il existe encore de nos jours. Ottawa a une capacité pour aller générer des revenus qui est considérable par rapport à celle des provinces. Et si on voulait conserver l'autonomie des provinces, il faudrait rétablir un peu ce déséquilibre-là. Et à mon avis, le gouvernement fédéral devrait soit donner des points d'impôt ou se désengager de certaines sources fiscales pour donner cette marge de manœuvre-là qui est nécessaire aux provinces. Et donc, je vais m'arrêter ici.
Merci beaucoup, Geneviève, pour un propos très intéressant qui a permis aussi de remettre les acteurs dans la réflexion sur le fédéralisme fiscal et d'approfondir un petit peu plus aussi toute la question de l'autonomie des provinces par rapport au rôle du gouvernement fédéral dans ce fédéralisme fiscal. We now have time for questions. I've already received a certain number of questions. I have questions for both James Feehan and Kyle Hanniman. So the question is the same for both of you. Since you both have discussed the proposal for an arm's length entity to review fiscal arrangements and referred to Australia in both cases, can you tell us if other countries have explored this solution? And secondly, could you tell us if Australia's relatively weaker, smaller subnational governments allow the solution to work where it is not in Canada? So I'll ask James first to answer, and then I'll ask Kyle to follow up.
Okay, thank you. I haven't done much comparative work. I know there are other institutions, I believe in India, that had a similar sort of mandate, but what I had in mind was a made in Canada type of institution, not sort of to take the Australian example. Australia has its Commonwealth Grants Commission. And what I know of it is that when it makes recommendations, it's pretty much accepted. The federal authorities don't really deviate from what's recommended. I think that's a good principle to have. And I think if we had some sort of, again, made in Canada institution that was a good fit for us, it would be a nice buffer between the federal government and the provinces. It would be informative. It would help depoliticize, but it also would give constant research and thought to the important issues in fiscal federalism as they developed. But I can't really say much more about comparative institutions, so maybe I'll turn it over to Kyle. He may have more to offer on that than me.
Go ahead, Kyle, please.
Yeah, there's certain aspects about that model that I like. I do think it would work very differently in Canada. James suggested it would be good if we just took its advice. I have a difficult time imagining it happening quite like that. I think that happens in Australia for a few reasons. The person who posed the question talked about the weaker states, but also just sort of a more homogenous political culture. And this, in my remarks, I was trying to get at this point, right, where, on the one hand, I think there's a group of people who think it wouldn't work at all. On the other hand, I think there's some people who are actually fearful and might just take the advice. Some people would like that. Some people are fearful, might just take the advice of the council. But I just kind of see it as, maybe opportunity to insert this expert, independent, or technical voice into what will probably still remain a pretty intense and highly politicized debate over transfers. I should just say, like, one thing, my colleague and I, Elizabeth Goodyear Grant at Queen's, and I are doing is we've done a bit of this already, but we're going to run some survey experiments where we try to see whether the intervention of a hypothetical independent council can affect public opinion over transfers. And we're particularly interested in situations in which the federal government has proposed a reform that might not be in the economic or fiscal interests of the residents that we're surveying. So this might be one way to see whether it would work. I think what we also want to do there, though, is see what happens if a premier attacks the council's opinions, or even questions its independence and legitimacy, because I think that that's a very real possibility as well.
Thank you. I find interesting the whole idea of an ad hoc solution. I find that's very Canadian for some reason, since we don't like anything formal, especially not touching the Constitution. Now, Geneviève, I have a question for you in English. En fait, je dirais que dans ton propos, il y a une certaine confiance que tu as, toi, dans les provinces. C'est-à-dire, tu considères que les provinces comme des acteurs ou des actrices. Mais je pense qu'il y a une question ici qui est très intéressante de Nathan Gomez qui dit « Geneviève has chosen not to use its generation fund despite setting money aside to use it towards COVID-19 economic stabilization and receiving more than 13 billion in equalization. Can provinces be trusted to use money to stabilize themselves, or should this be something the federal government should take on? Also, do you think the federal government should be bypassing the province's constitutional jurisdiction to fund them directly for stabilizing in the Rapid Housing Initiative 3.5 billion without the provinces? Donc, Geneviève, des belles questions pour toi.
Yes, so many questions in this one question. Thank you very much for those. So I'll just share a few view, and if I miss something, just let me know. I'm not pleased how the Quebec Generation Fund is used currently. I'm not pleased how it was set up either. I like the idea, but I think it failed. Although initially it tried to, but it failed to put money aside coming from to have a long-term vision on public finances. So for instance, if you were saying we'll take a revenue generated by natural resources, and one of the source was at the time, and I think it's still there, license for for water, using water in Quebec. So we have plenty of water, and so the money taken by the government could be put in the generation fund to fund long-term projects. So there is an adequation in time about non-renewable resources, for instance, and taking care of long-term projects. now that has changed in recent years. And so now they are taking a resource coming from cigarette, for instance, and that kind of much shorter term sources. And I don't think that's the right way to do it. So I would like to see a big societal project with the Generation Fund, which I don't see. And on top of that, I don't understand why they have put money aside during this pandemic. I mean, we need the money now. And so for me, it was kind of bizarre doing that. I probably want to reassure financial markets, but I don't think that, I question that. So I'm not sure about that. Should the federal government intervene and set up itself stabilization funds? If I understood well the question, it would go counter to the autonomy of the provinces. So I don't think that the federal should step in the field of the provinces. And so I would be skeptical about that also. Should it bypass the provinces like social housing and that kind of a thing? It's a society decision to make. Then again, the federal government has the money to intervene, and that's the spending power that we have talked about. And maybe I'm not very fond of that, but if the money is there, maybe we don't have any other option. Last thing, I'm not sure, I did not write down, but I just want to say a word. Politicians are politicians. And so establishing a contingency fund or a fond de génération is not an easy thing. And if you look at provinces now, they don't do it anymore because they have all used it. And so what has happened is that one government has set up a contingency fund and the next government has used it. And so that's basically the story. That being said, if you establish the tradition, it becomes harder and harder to use it to use it for not the purpose it was set up to be used. And so we see it in Quebec. In Quebec, I think if we abolish the Fonds de Génération, there will be a lot of discussion about that. So it takes time, that's what I want to say. So with time, practices get established and then people use it a bit better than before.
Thank you, Geneviève. It's really a discussion about the kind of dialogue we want between the provinces and the federal government around fiscal federalism, isn't it? Kyle, I have another question for you. And it says, does Kyle see the Australian Loan Council of the 1930s or the current Indian Fiscal Commission as his model? So would you mind commenting on that?
I don't think I have a precise sort of model worked out. But as I indicated in response to the last question, oh, I'm sorry. Can you the Australian? Are they talking about the Commonwealth Grants Commission or the Loans Council?
The Loans Council of the 19th.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, okay, sorry. This. I'm not sure. I mean, this idea of a voluntary bailout facility, it's a very difficult issue from a technical perspective. Trying to get a bunch of you're dealing. It would be on a case-by-case basis. Actually, maybe I'll take this time. There's another question in chat. I can answer these simultaneously. Someone asked about the difference between this and the fiscal stabilization payments. Fiscal stabilization is an unconditional transfer for provinces experiencing these year-on-year drops and significant drops in revenue. The facility I have in mind would be for provinces that are distressed. Maybe they aren't able to borrow, or they're facing crippling sort of interest rate payments. And they would go to this facility, but there would be conditions attached, some kind of consolidation plan. In some respects, it looks a bit like, I don't know how many people would be familiar with the European stability mechanism, but with some very important differences. You know, it would be something set up in the context of a fiscal union, a robust fiscal union where there's all sorts of cyclical and structural support for provinces in terms of transfers, something Eurozone member states obviously don't benefit from. And while it would involve some kind of fiscal consolidation plan, inevitably, I think that these plans would be far less austere and detailed than anything you would find in the Eurozone. That's partly because of limits of what you could do with the federal spending power, but it also reflects the fact that it's being negotiated with a national government that's accountable to voters in whatever province is receiving the bailout. Whereas in Germany, there's just these brutally austere consolidation plans that get imposed, and it's basically because the Germans, the Dutch, et cetera, can just sort of credibly walk away and sort of leave the Greece or Portugal to fend for themselves with the bond markets. So it would be a gentler approach, both because of the fiscal union and because of the incentives of the federal government. So the thing is, like, it's still very abstract for me, because I think it's a very difficult technical issue to try to figure out how to get that consolidation plan right, because it's not just about fiscal sustainability. You have obligations to people in that province. You have concerns about the cyclicality of deficits, ensuring adequate levels of public investment. And to be honest, as I said, when I wrapped up my comments on it, I myself am less keen on this idea than I was even just a few months ago, just because I think it would be so difficult to negotiate.
Thanks, thank you. Now for Jim, I have a question for you. Very simple one, actually. How should resource revenues be treated in equalization?
I think right now they're treated not that badly. I think the 50% inclusion rate has seemed to have worked. I did point out that having the option, the 0-50 option, I don't particularly care for that. But by and large, I think equalization is doing what it's supposed to be doing right now. You can get into broader issues about whether or not it should be adjusted for needs, but that's going well beyond its current design. And the needs component could be addressed through things like demographic adjustments under the Canada Health Transfer. So if needs is handled in that direction, I think the formula right now is not so bad, except for this idea of a fixed rule that says every year the envelope is going to be growing with the average growth rate of GDP. So you have a fixed amount of money in equalization. So if the horizontal imbalance gets much smaller, you have excess money, but you still spend it in equalization. If the problem or if the imbalance gets much wider, then provinces get cut back because they're forced to live within a fixed envelope. So it doesn't adjust to changing circumstances. And actually, that's an observation I think that is an issue with a lot of the federal transfers. They're either, they follow these fixed growth rules, whether it's the cap on fiscal stabilization payments or the CHT, CST, they're following fixed rules, and therefore they're not changing with circumstances. So I think within equalization, I see that as the main difficulty, the fixed envelope per year. Otherwise, by and large, I think it's working pretty well.
Thanks. Well, Geneviève, j'ai une question pour toi qui fait un peu le pont aussi avec ce que vient de dire M. Carleton. Est-ce que tu penses que les variations dans les paiements de péréquation représentent un véritable problème pour les processus budgétaires fédéraux provinciaux?
Les variations dans le temps, c'est-à-dire... ouais,
les variations dans les paiements de péréquation.
Oui, mais les variations en province ou dans le temps, ça peut être...
Non, en province. Ça, les deux, en province.
Oui, c'est ça, je pense. ça serait bien d'avoir, oui, effectivement, bon, 20% des revenus des provinces viennent de paiements de transfert du gouvernement fédéral, en moyenne. Mais dans certaines provinces, ça peut atteindre 40%, alors c'est énorme. L'incertitude qui entoure les paiements de transfert, dont la péréquation, mais j'aimerais bien peut-être les paiements de transfert, je pense que c'est la même incertitude, est considérable. Puis c'est une insatisfaction qu'on a depuis très, très longtemps. Puis c'est là que j'entends ce comité d'experts qui, des fois, pourrait faire de l'allure, c'est qu'il y aurait une certaine stabilité et prévisibilité où la politique ne rentrerait pas automatiquement dans la décision. Puis je dis la politique, mais disons l'unilatéralisme fédéral. Mais en même temps, c'est pas mauvais d'avoir de la politique. Je ne suis pas nécessairement en faveur d'un mécanisme, d'un panel d'experts en tant que tel. Je pense que certaines fois, ça peut justifier. Mais les experts peuvent amener d'autres problèmes. Souvent, il y a une question de transparence. Puis on le voit avec la pandémie en ce moment, là. Si on est expert, ce qui est super important, c'est de bien vulgariser les décisions. Puis quand je dis on le voit avec la pandémie actuelle, nos politiciens vulgarisent l'avis des experts, puis on voit les bénéfices de ça. Ça serait la même chose pour n'importe quel panel d'experts, donc il faudrait faire attention. Mais effectivement, le fait de ne pas toujours savoir, parce que ça change dans le temps, ça change avec le gouvernement, les critères changent, tout ça. Il y a cette imprévisibilité-là qui est problématique, à mon avis.
Merci beaucoup. Kyle, I have another question for you. We're going to benefit from your expertise once more in comparative politics. The question is, we've seen in Europe's central government at the EU level borrowing to cover many COVID-related costs of member countries. What do you think the barriers are for such central borrowing in Canada during crisis moments? It's already within the fiscal stabilization law, but has just never been used. The person here says, I'm curious why that might be. So
I'm going to be careful here because I'm not sure I remember the details of that feature in the fiscal stabilization law. I don't know, maybe if I go astray, James, you can correct me maybe. But I believe there's an option for the federal government to provide some kind of loan for provinces, but it's at the discretion of the federal government. And it's my understanding as well that it's not being used. I think, I think the reason it's not being used is probably the same reason that I think that this conditional bailout facility would be so challenging. It's a really difficult issue for a province and a federal government to sit down and figure it out. Because I think that I think the federal government would be very reluctant to do that for a province without some kind of condition attached. Now, there have been sort of these behind the scene bailouts, like the Saskatchewan one in '93 is kind of interesting. They were having trouble rolling over their debts. Janice McKinnon, the finance minister at the time, called up Don Mazenkowski, told him about it, and said, we're going to lose our investment grade credit rating. And she got on a plane with the deputy minister, and they worked out a deal to get rid of the potash clawback and equalization formula. So this was done behind the scenes. I don't think anybody knew why it was being done at the time, but this had been a proposal on the table, and they picked that, so it looked like just a sensible reform to the equalization program. When provinces get into a jam, I think I wouldn't be surprised if something like that had happened. There are other examples of that. It just kind of goes on behind the scenes, but when it comes to actually negotiating a loan in public and setting potential precedents for helping provinces in distress, that's a very touchy issue for both the province and the federal government involved. So I think that there'd be great reluctance to go down that road, and they're going to do everything they can to avoid that. And that's why I think Saskatchewan, pulled up its bootstraps and started slashing spending and raising taxes after it got that bit of support just to get it through.
Thanks. I have a question for the three of you. I'll ask it in both official languages. Geneviève, dans les discussions sur le fédéralisme fiscal, on néglige en général de penser le Canada comme une fédération multinationale. L'égalité des provinces est présumée. Devrait-on accorder plus d'attention à cette réalité qui sous-tend notamment la quête d'autonomie du Québec dans une fédération quand même très décentralisée? So my question here is, in the discussion on fiscal federalism, we usually neglect the fact that Canada could also be thought as a multinational federation. The equality of provinces is taken for granted. So should we give more attention to this reality, which is Canada as a multinational federation? Canada as a multinational federation, sorry. Especially with regards to autonomy, Quebec's request for autonomy, even though Canada is a pretty much decentralized federation to begin with. So I'll ask James to answer the questions first, please.
Okay, interesting question. I think maybe it's a bridge too far to say multinational country. I mean, it is a federation, and no doubt Quebec has a special place in it, you know, given its laws and language and so forth. But if we don't go beyond fiscal federalism, we stay in an area where I'm more comfortable, rather than going the broader issue of federalism. I don't think there's an obvious way that the fiscal federalism as it operates or how it may be reformed would come into play there. I see the question being raised as being a broader question about the nature of federalism and how decentralized and how autonomous regions or provinces should be. I don't know that that changes much of the game as far as fiscal federalism is concerned, but I'd be interested to hear what others think on this one.
Thank you. Carl, do you want to go ahead?
Well, it wouldn't have come through in my presentation, except maybe in small ways, but it's always in the back of my mind. You know, when I think of the problem of provincial debt, I just think of it as sort of a classic collective action problem. There's sort of a huge functional sort of motivation to try to deal with it. We would all benefit if we could, you know, stabilize. We would all benefit if we could stabilize provincial debt. Then you start thinking about obstacles, and there's a standard sort of distributive sort of concerns you might have. Then you start thinking about institutions to try to help groups or negotiate through that. But then there's issues of regional identity, and in particular identity in French-speaking Canada, that, you know, when it comes to designing various types of institutional solutions, you know, there's this very heavy emphasis laid on self-rule, and that desire often is completely divorced from the sort of material considerations you would have when you just set up a simple a problem as a simple collective action problem, and you're just trying to find that, you know, Pareto optimal outcome or something like that. So it's another constraint. So that's always in the back of my mind. And I also think about the experience of Spain, which has tried to, which has adopted a balanced budget law in its constitution to try to deal with some of the fiscal difficulties the autonomous regions have, and the real strain that's put on the federation, particularly with respect to Catalonia. So, and I consider that another multinational federation. So I know it doesn't seem like a big concern of mine, but when I'm trying to figure out how to deal with that dilemma with capacity incentives, the multinational stuff that's another thing that has to be reconciled with those principles, and so yeah.
So it was in your title anyway, autonomy and solidarity.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's right.
Geneviève, veux-tu répondre un peu?
Yes, I'll answer the question also. Thank you for the question, because I think we forget often that the federation was based because it was a multicultural country. And so we did not establish a federation, the Canadian Federation, for check and balance like it was done in the US. And so when we look abroad and we look for comparison, we should compare apples with apples and make sure we understand where we come from and what kind of federation we're looking or what kind of problem we want to tackle. Up till now, I think that there are already some mechanisms to try to accommodate provincial differences. Equalization is one of them, where we acknowledge that not all provinces are equal. So that's one part of the feature of the Canadian federal state. The spending power of the federal government that sometimes intervene because it thinks that it has a big role to play. Like for upper education, post-secondary education, the issue of opting out, and so that was pushed very strongly by Quebec, and so it is starting to be recognized, and so we heard about childcare services in the in this week budget, and so we acknowledge also that some provinces want to do things differently, and so the government will respect that. Now, you talk about Quebec versus the other provinces. I will bring you on another terrain because I think there is a pressing issue, and I was puzzled by that in the last days, is what's happening to minority Francophone communities in Canada, and what's the role of the federal government. And so if you look at what's occurring at Laurentian University, well, most of the French program has been slashed. And so the French community will be harmed by that. Should the federal government intervene? And we are seeing something new, I think, now in the country, is that there is, so before it was, well, it's the spending power of the federal government to spend in post-secondary education. But now it's no more the spending federal power. It's the main reason, the main rationale of the federal government to go to protect the rights of the minority, the linguistic minority. And so it brings another layer to fiscal federalism. So are we supposed to say now that program for post-secondary education in a minority community or for a minority population is not part of the responsibility of the federal government? We haven't had this discussion now, but with the event occurring now, I think we're gonna have that discussion, and it's always there. So yes, the multinational states is really present in Canada, but it's not just a question of provinces, it's a question of community diverse across the country. I talk about French minority communities, Indigenous community for sure also, it's another important aspect of it. So yes, that's part of the fabric of the Canadian Federation.
Thanks, Geneviève. Merci beaucoup, Geneviève. To James Feehan, I have another question here. Since pollution is not free anymore, should carbon emission be considered a dissipated rent too? And should we include carbon emissions in equalization?
Well, carbon tax revenue is included in equalization. Now it's included as a revenue source. So that's taken care of. I think as well, the fact that we are moving to price carbon is important because that stops the dissipation aspect of it. There will be less carbon if it's properly priced, as appropriate as it should be priced. So that reduces the dissipation, that reduces the actual amount of carbon emissions. And on the other hand, the revenue from the carbon tax is counted in equalization.
Thanks. So now I have a question for Kyle and Geneviève. It's from Kathy Brock. Given the impact of COVID on the provincial deficits and debts and the projections that health pandemics are likely to occur again, would you recommend that the federal government establish a permanent fund to provide for provinces to stockpile PPE and other healthcare equipment and to build up a financial buffer against future pandemic debts, a fund similar to the old Alberta Heritage Fund or the one established by Norway for the resource sector. So Kyle and then Geneviève, and let's hope there's not another one like this, but anyway, go ahead, Kyle.
Sorry, a sovereign wealth fund at the national level?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Actually, I may give that one to sorry, James, don't mean to put you on the spot. You're probably a person to speak to that than me, though. But I'll start with the pandemic one. Just as I would have to think about the details of the fund and you know who's paying for what and under what conditions. But just as a general principle, I think when it comes to macroeconomic stabilization, but also emergency responses, I think that there should be a very large federal role in responding to that. So I'm going to refrain from commenting on the details, and but I would be very sort of open to a very well-defined federal role, a better defined federal role for responding to these crises in pandemics, including pandemics.
Thanks. I'll ask Geneviève and then James, if you want to give your point of view or answer to the question, feel free to do so. Geneviève?
Yes, thank Cathy. Hi, Cathy, for the question. I agree with Kyle. It's a national problem, so it requires a national response or intervention. We already have reserves. The issue was that those reserves were not enough and were out of date, so the expiration date was well passed over. So it was a question of managing the reserve that we had for PPE, for instance, and the vaccine. The good news, there was a lot of good news in the budget. So yes, the federal government will launch a national program to make vaccine in Canada. So already part of the answer is there. More generally, I'm not sure that stockpiling reserve is the way to go. However, I think we need to have a system that our industry could change what they are doing if we have a pandemic, and so we don't need to provide automatically all the equipment, the material, the medical equipment that we need right away. Maybe it's cheaper to still buy it elsewhere. But when a pandemic arrives, could we change rapidly the manufacturing structure and have Canadian company provide within days equipment that we need? I hope the government is thinking about that. But as Kyle, I am in the view that this is a national problem that must be dealt by the national authority.
James, would you have anything to add?
Well, I'm sorry, the portion of the question maybe I missed was this also a question of also having a sovereign wealth fund at the national level? Was that part of the question here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but if we look at our current circumstances, you know, as we go into hopefully the post-COVID era, there's a lot of federal debt that's going to have to be paid off. I mean, the provinces we've seen with fiscal sustainability and some of the long-term projections, I guess, that Trevor had given for debt. I don't know if this is a time where it's really feasible to look at something like that and where the extra revenues would come from. This is something perhaps for down the road. It's not a bad idea. Some rich countries do it based on their natural resource wealth, but you know, it doesn't have to be from that. It could be just your general wealth. So having something like that in the future may well be desirable. I just don't know if now is the time that we can really set up something like that, or if it's a real priority for the present time.
Thanks. I will, I think we'll stop here in the discussion. There's many more questions that we could ask you about processes of fiscal federalism, relationship between federal and provincial governments, taxations, equalization, stabilization payments. Thank you very much for your presentations, for your generous contribution to this discussion. This is our last panel. It was a very interesting panel. And now I would like to ask André Lecours to come or to put his video on to give us the concluding remarks to this conference. André, à toi la parole.
Oui, merci beaucoup Linda pour avoir accepté de modérer cet excellent panel. So thank you for thank you to Linda and especially of course to Jim, Kyle, and Geneviève for this wonderful panel that closes out our conference, which I think was very good. I thought we had excellent presentations, excellent discussions. We really brought a diversity of positions and viewpoints on fiscal federalism in Canada. We had people from all parts of the country, from many different disciplines, and I think diversity was a big asset here in the context of this conference. So I will leave you with a few words of thanks. They're really important, though. I'd like to start with our translation and technical team, hein, donc notre équipe de traducteurs, traductrices et notre équipe technique de l'Université d'Ottawa qui ont fait un travail extraordinaire. Donc, nous vous remercions sincèrement. Of course, this conference was initially planned to be, en présentiel, right? An actual physical conference. Of course, we had to change that, and that involved many different adjustments. So we were very thankful to have been surrounded by such a competent team at the University of Ottawa in terms of translation services and technical services. So thank you to them all. Special thanks, of course, to the Center on Governance at the University of Ottawa, whose director and one of the co-organizers of this conference, Eric Champagne, really led the organization of this conference, did wonderful work promoting it, managing it, organizing it. So thank you to everybody at the Center on Governance, Anna Bodjik, Meillard, les étudiants aussi qui ont participé à la conférence, à la rédaction de blogs, etc. Donc, il y a toute une équipe là, qui s'est occupée de monter cette conférence. So we appreciate the contribution of everybody at the Center on Governance, which made possible this conference. We had a lot of other partners, of course, as well, the University of Ottawa, the Faculty of Social Science, le secrétariat du Québec aux affaires canadiennes. Je veux mentionner qu'on remercie particulièrement le secrétariat pour son appui financier, ainsi que son appui moral. Hein. Je pense qu'il y avait un très grand appui à l'idée qu'il est important de débattre et de discuter du fédéralisme fiscal au Canada. So I think the Secretariat really believes that it's crucial to have debates and discussions on fiscal federalism in Canada. And fiscal federalism, I think, is because of its technical nature, in part, it probably doesn't get the type of debates and discussions it deserves. And this conference here was part of this effort. I also want to thank the former federations that partnered with us for this conference. And of course, my fellow co-organizers, Eric Champagne, whom I've already mentioned at the Center on Governance, but also Trevor Toom from the University of Calgary and a fellow at the School of Public Policy, and Danielle Bellan, of course, the director of McGill's Institute for the Study of Canada. So I want to thank, of course, all the participants, all the panelists, chairs, and attendees for having taken some time to participate in this effort of a public debate, really, on fiscal federalism in Canada. If you've registered in this conference, as you have, since you're hearing me live, you will receive a link where you can then go and listen or listen again to whatever presentation you want to hear. And finally, there will be also in due time something in book form that will come out from this conference. That will take some time, of course. That's kind of the nature of the publishing business. But we do want to leave a, some kind of a permanent or somewhat permanent legacy from this from this conference. So on this note, encore une fois, merci à toutes et à tous, et au plaisir de, j'espère, se recroiser en chair et en os dans les prochains mois. Donc, au revoir. Have a nice weekend. And please, let's stay in touch, all those of us who are interested in fiscal federalism in Canada. All the best. Bye.